Hello, all. Thanks for being here. Much appreciated. We are going to do the review roundtable in just a moment. So yeah, there's no one in chat. So hopefully people will filter in soon. Okay, we'll just get started then. All right. What we got here? Who's ready? Okay. Oh no. Gotta work on it. All right. Anyway. Great. Most people are there. That's good.
Legally speaking, we don't really take into account this time we've spent socializing over there and how much it's been entrenched in our patterns of behaviors and our ingrained personality, if that makes sense. A crystallized memory, if I'm correct. That's the proper term of it. I don't know. Universities.
Being indigenous gave you access to the ancestor spirits and shit.
It may not give you the avatar state, but it does give you an indigenous card, which gives you a lot of benefits.
Haley, I've given away
11%. I could actually have my rent paid and shit when I was younger. I was considering doing it.
Yeah,
I felt ashamed for taking.
If you haven't smoked the peace pipe, are you even Native American?
Hey,
actually.
That is a fairly decent point. I think depending on what type of Native American, I mean, look, I can't say anything about anything.
I love when people take jokes.
Jason, do you have a? Did you have an idea? It's for an answer to my question. What I was saying.
Oh, I didn't hear your question.
What percentage, African or Middle Eastern, or what percentage in your DNA do you have to be before you can consider yourself part of that group?
Basically, your blood quantum.
5%.
5%.
Yeah.
I don't know.
5%.
I think part of it also has to do with are you also
Socialized?
culturally and socially been interacting with that group. I think sometimes that has some say in it, but I mean, I think it's up to the individual, right? That's something they need to determine.
Yeah,
I don't think we can determine that for anybody.
If we leave it up to the individual, we're gonna end up with a lot more Elizabeth Warrens who say they're Native American and come back with 0.3%.
I'm leaving it at 12%. That way I can gatekeep everybody with less African DNA than me.
That's actually why I set it at 5%. I'm
setting it at 12% because that's what my 23andMe is. All you 11%ers and below, you don't fucking count.
Prime, what's your opinion on that?
Though for 1%, I could claim the ultimate part of the
what percentage of your DNA has to track back to a certain area, like Africa or Middle East, before you consider yourself African or Middle Eastern?
African American. It's not about. Okay, so
here comes
this is a complicated subject.
The gatekeeping.
No, he's got to dance around it.
No.
It's dance around it because he knows if he gives a number and anybody that considers themselves black is under that number.
No.
Prime, are you black enough?
No,
Prime's not black enough.
Oh God.
So Prime's not black. You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah. So like I'm saying, it's a complicated issue. Because it's society doesn't care what your percentage is, right? It's what they perceive you as, right? If your society, the one you're living in, categorizes you as a race, they'll treat you as such. So there are, and I've talked about this before on stream, there are people who aren't black at all, have little zero black ancestry, but who look black. So people treat them as they're black, and so they have the black.
And then on the other side, you have Sean King.
Sean King, okay. But on the other side, you have you got people who have blood that is almost completely like African American, right? But for whatever reason, they come out light skinned and they get white privilege. So yeah, it's complicated. So it's not about blood. I think it's more about experiences.
Okay. I was asking because it's the Elizabeth Warren question. She said she was Native American and it came back she was 0.3% or something like that.
Right. What he's basically saying is, you get a weekend pass, right, to the cookout, right, and then your blackness is judged based off of your mac and cheese, right?
You're only black on Wednesdays.
Just one, right? You get one weekend pass, and then you got to pass the test, right? And if your mac and cheese is coming out fucked up, no bueno. You're not invited.
I think assuming that all black people have cookouts and like mac and cheese is super racist.
Yeah, I think it's a fucking joke, and it's a racial one at that, and that's why it's funny.
I think you're a half black, anti-black racist.
Is it funny because it's racial?
Is the punchline racism?
Jokes being racist makes it more funny, like objectively. Like, what are you talking about?
Like, what are you talking about? Obviously.
I don't know necessarily if it's funnier because it's racist, but okay.
It's funnier because
wait.
There's so people in the audience who are going to be hurt by the joke, and that makes it funny.
So the whole point of a joke, and comedians have gone through this on stage before. The whole point of the joke is that you don't know what the comedian's going to say afterwards, and what the comedian says afterwards you did not expect coming. That is the whole point of the joke, is that you did not expect it coming.
That's the point of stand-up comedy.
Then they would just be on stage saying random shit. Like, it's funny because you know that some people are going to be hurt by it, right? That's why it's funny.
It's not funny because you know some people are going to be hurt by it.
Some people have their feelings hurt, and that's why it's funny because you laugh through
That's
it.
not it.
It's like the group therapy session. You know, you hurt a little bit and you laugh through the pain.
What's up, Chuckles?
I would say most comedy, like being serious here, right? It's about subversion of expectations, right? And so even if you see the punchline coming, if there is a trope or a something that people like kind of believe is universally true, or people kind of like know exists out in the world and they don't want to believe it, right? And then you try and tie some truth to it, or you try and tie to that and then subvert kind of like what the normal thought process would be, it becomes funny. And so when you talk about racial issues, right, and you take stereotypes and then you make them absurd, right, the absurdity is what's funny because there's some element of truth, not necessarily to the stereotype itself, but to the stereotype existing. It's not funny if everybody's racist because then it's just what they believe.
It's not funny because
we do need to take into account that people don't necessarily understand satire and irony. Literally,
I don't care about
human
people
better.
Yeah, but that's most people. Most human brains can't understand that.
What do you mean most human brains can't understand that? The entire English language is built off satire and irony. That's why it's hard. That's why it's so hard to learn English, because people don't.
Of a word also has its negative meaning ingrained to its meaning. You can use something like funky to describe something that's
if you're like a pro watching just get out of comedy, like just don't.
That's a weird hill to die on, bro. No one understands satire.
People who learn English as a second language, people who learn English as a second language have such a hard time learning English as a second language because of sarcasm. They cannot tell when someone's being sarcastic or not when they start off with a different language.
That's because we do a lot of deadpan. There is a lot of deadpan. I could possibly see that.
There's also the fact that, again, when
Prime disagrees with me. I saw it on his face as I was saying it.
When it comes to sarcasm specifically, it's also the fact of, it's also something that is contextually relevant. If you're a person not from that specific area or geolocation, sometimes a word being sarcastic means something completely different from a different region of that space.
Like, well, my issue is like I'm a huge fan of dry humor, and my humor is dry pretty constantly. So when I'm sarcastic, there's not really a change in the tone of my voice. So you have to actively gauge the material that I'm giving you and try and figure out whether it's not sarcastic or not. It makes it hard on my wife to figure out if I'm being sarcastic or not.
All I have to do is look at the flag behind you to know. I'm fine. I'm good. I could probably take a good guess.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
I don't think I've met you before on Twitch.
American flag behind you. I have nothing behind me. Do you know why? Because I'm a blank slate. All right.
You're poking a pretty big bear here. You sure we poked this bear?
You look pretty
more like a twink. All right.
You look pretty tiny to me. You look like an otter at best. Okay. What do you want? What do you want, fake bear too? Look at these fake bears in this chat.
I'm one of the most established righties here.
Claw.
What do you want, bud? Your name is Liberty.
Tabula rasa. Tabula rasa is not supposed to be for adults, bro.
Bro, it's literally blank slate concept for like that was the joke.
Okay, that was
literally a blank slate concept. That was it. I did not try to say that it was like that he just decided to go.
But there's red behind you. There's red behind you.
Yes, I also have
There's
a
red
behind,
behind
me.
Have
okay?
some
I just
balls
tried to,
and
like,
rep a
have
flag.
blank-
Have some balls
I'm
and
not
rep
gonna rep a flag.
Paul.
Look, if I'm gonna rep a flag,
Pick a
I'm gonna rep
flag
a
and rep
flag
it.
that stands for an idea, not a nation.
So wait,
Okay?
so
I
wait,
stand
so-
behind ideas.
That's what
So
I
wait,
said,
what
rep a
what
flag,
what is
bro.
so what's Prime's ideas based off his bed?
Probably he loves cops. It looks like the Thin Blue Line. It looks
I
like
love
maybe.
cops. I love
So,
cops. I'm known for
He's
it.
a big
I think.
cops fan.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Cops are his favorite. He loves pork.
I rep the blue. All right. And I won't take anyone insulting them. All right. Let that be a lesson to all of
Well,
you.
you're gonna
That's
have
why
a
Alabrel's
rough
not
night.
here.
Doobie
You're gonna
leaves
have a
as
rough
soon
night if you don't want
Doobie
anybody
leaves as soon
getting
as
on
Prime's
cops.
like,
How is
I
this a
don't want to show
leftist
you on cops.
podcast when people don't think everyone here doesn't just immediately think, hey, all cops are bastards, you know? We gotta all hate cops.
I don't think all cops are bastards.
Well, then you're not a leftist, according to today's
I'm not a
society.
leftist, but I keep getting invited onto this leftist podcast. It's weird.
Maybe you're the
suspicious.
antagonist.
Indoctrinated. This is the indoctrination efforts that they've been warning you about, all right? This is the true
I'm
leftist
definitely-
agenda.
No, sis, you look like you were
I'm
invited because
definitely-
our relevant was busy, okay?
I'm definitely,
Yeah, I was a
I'm
knockoff,
definitely-
okay?
I'm definitely the most right-wing person here, and I think all cops are bastards.
Damn.
Yes,
Well,
all
hey,
cops are
horseshoe
bastards.
theory is the thing for a reason. So there you
Horseshoe
go.
theory.
Yeah. I think at a certain point, everything becomes horseshoe theory. Everyone just goes crazy enough to where they just start agreeing with the other side just for accelerationism, I think.
You want to know my theory on horseshoe theory? I think the reason
No,
why horseshoe
we don't.
theory exists is because the more radical you are, the more autistic tendencies you just appear to have. Just bear with me for a second. Just think about it.
I think
Being
that's pretty
autistic,
ableist.
Conformity, being like extremely reactionary, being very against change, just being in a society that is very bland, straight to the point, and doesn't need rationality. It just needs a simple, to the point justification. And as long as you believe it, it's all good, baby.
I think that's
I'm
pretty
just
ableist.
saying.
That's pretty
It is.
ableist.
Sounds like
It
it sounds like
might
you
be
don't
ableist,
understand
but it might
autism.
be right.
What voice was that?
It sounds like you just don't understand autism.
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you've never met someone who's actually autistic.
He gets
Ironically enough, I have been diagnosed as autistic.
He gets his diagnosis for autism from watching Community and just being like, "Oh my god, I'm so much like Abed." Like that's. How
I
you
will
figure it out.
have you know, I went to a psychiatrist, all right? These fakers claiming it, that they've just been like, self-diagnosed. Look, I have been properly
You don't
diagnosed.
have health insurance.
I'm Canadian. Checkmate,
Oh,
bitch.
checkmate. Wow. So a fake doctor gave you a diagnosis. Okay, cool. Let me know when a real
fake doctor
does.
with my free health care.
Yeah, so let me know when a real that's like going up to a homeless person being like, "Hey, you know
Someone-
healthcare for free?"
Someone doesn't know
Cool.
what the
Give me a
word
diagnosis.
what the word free means.
Listen,
Yeah,
in,
it means free of
California,
education, free of that leftist
Listen.
propaganda they sell in
Not
university.
free of lockdowns, though. Not free of being able to have freedom of protest. Not free of all that kind of stuff, right? So I guess you got to pay for it.
Nah,
in
fuck
some
that
regard.
shit. Freedom is overrated. We all think that freedom means the inhibition, being, just being fully capable, being able to do anything. But what does that truly even accomplish? Like,
Well,
what's the goal of
It means being
freedom?
able to leave your house when you don't live in Canada or Australia. That's usually the first.
You can
thing.
leave your house. It's just illegal. Like, that's the thing. There's nothing actually stopping
What
you.
freedom accomplishes is the reduction of conflict. That is what freedom does.
I mean, you could hand two people guns for free, and then bam, now they can induce more violence?
No, usually they don't. If you give,
Wait, you
if
can
give
hand
two
people
people a gun. If you give two people a gun, there's usually less violence. But if you give one person a gun, I bet there's gonna be more violence.
Well, it depends. You're assuming those
No,
two people
Doobie,
are gonna
let's
kill each
go.
other.
I have seen,
Oh,
Hamilton.
Doobie
before.
should
There
have
we
been a
go,
black
Doobie.
flag.
Know how that ends. So I just wanted to reiterate.
That's
I do know
awesome.
how Hamilton ends. So I do.
You
like
guys are
Doobie's
making me want to
outfit.
induce violence like right now.
That's
I
what
just
I
don't
like.
like. I just
Doobie, I love
typically
the
don't
face
like.
rig meta. I
just
the
typically
somehow
don't like Canadians.
progress
Canadians
of
just kind of. They're kind of
Yeah,
irky.
We're just a little bit better. but
In what
who
way?
cares?
Well, it's like they just want to be us so bad, but they fail on so many
No,
levels. It's
we don't want
hilarious.
to be like you, actually. I think we explicitly don't want to be like
I'm
you.
just saying, Canada
we
ran
don't want you to
over
be like us
Canadians
either.
are
school
fucking
shootings.
wannabes.
Speaking of
We're
school
okay.
shootings, we should probably get into the topics.
No, so what Canadians want is they want to be more French.
Yeah.
What Canadians want is they want to be more French, and one day Quebecois will sound like French.
Well,
but it's not
Quebec
today.
wants Canada to be French.
One XQC at a time.
Scott, Canada seriously just wishes that they would be able to win a revolutionary war against Britain.
What?
Canada just wishes they'd be able to win a revolutionary war against Britain.
I heard
people keep on talking about Alberta
the White
being
House,
the Texas
so...
of Canada, but it's probably Quebec if you think about it. Quebec behaves a lot more like Texas, like ideologically speaking, of them being like independent. We want like our own thing. We're better than like
provinces. Like they're one of the reasons why the NDP had a resurgence a few years
ago. I know, but I'm just saying,
about?
like ideologically speaking, of like, oh, we're our own separate thing.
No,
we
they're like
separate
Portland.
from like our.
They're like
but
Portland.
like Quebec has a separatist party.
Yeah, they're like Portland. That's called the Leftist Party.
Yeah, because
the Portland
we want to separate from
Canada.
provinces like Alberta.
Yes. Portland so badly wishes
too,
it could like secede from the nation by itself and just make like clay pots for each other or something. But like Portland is always going to be Portland. It's going to be a disaster, and that's the same as what's going to happen in Montreal and Quebec. Kudos to them. They become like some sort of capitalistic nightmare hellscape. But no, Quebec sucks, and so does Portland. So we should not strive to be them, or Sydney, or any place in Australia, or any place in Canada.
We should not strive to be any country. We should be greater.
Should you be great again?
No.
Why?
Okay.
All right. Well, this is fun.
Okay.
I have a hat.
Sorry, go
Do you
ahead.
have a hat? Can you give me the hat?
Okay.
Sorry, my super hot girlfriend's gonna go give me the hat.
Thank you, face.
I have a hat.
All right. Well, so we everyone has arrived. So we'll get started now. Make what was it? It's
Twitch.
backwards on our screen. So make
It says make Twitch great again.
Twitch. Okay. All right. Cool. Getting it closer doesn't help because it's backwards.
Well, can you have your girlfriend come back and do a little turn in front of the camera so we can verify that she is in fact hot? I just want to know if you're a liar or not before we start.
She's a partnered streamer. Don't harass her.
Oh my god.
She's more viewers than everybody on this podcast combined.
So you're a liar. Okay. That's fine.
Okay. Oh, then you should bring her on sometime.
I probably should, Prime. Maybe if the guys weren't so sexist, I would, Prime. Okay. Maybe if the guys were asking my girlfriend to turn around, maybe I would invite her to the show.
That was me testing you. I don't
bedroom.
care that your girlfriend's ugly. I just wanted to know if you're a liar or not.
Whoa, Claw on Twitch. What are you talking about? You just said she's a female and she's partnered on Twitch. The only way she's getting views is by turning around, right?
Not true. She's
Link us your
actually a
OnlyFans.
streamer. She was partnered from way
gaming
back
streamer.
Again, look at how sexist you guys are. Immediately assuming she had an OnlyFans. Immediately.
I did not do
When she walked up, you didn't say my super intelligent, kind, wonderful girlfriend. You said my super hot girlfriend. So you presented us in a sexual way. You did this to us.
Specifically, I said
This is completely your fault.
Yeah, you objectified her yourself.
I was objectifying her consensually. She likes it when I do it. She does not like it when you guys do it. Okay. So all of you guys are
special precedent
But
here.
you did it to the
I don't
internet.
know what you asking.
Wait, whoa. Did you just use consent as a get out of jail free card? What the fuck, bro?
I always do. It's actually the only thing I agree to. Do you not agree with consent? It's the one thing I do agree to in society.
I feel like you're forgetting to ask somebody.
I think consent is more important than non-violence. Because I think you should be able to consent.
I feel a little
to violence.
violated because you made me think of your girlfriend in a sexual way without asking my consent.
If you cared about consent truly and deeply, you'd be an anarcho-capitalist.
Is your girlfriend named Seventh?
Yeah, that's Seventh.
Ah, there she is. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
Well, thank you for being here.
Seventh, if you'd like a one-on-one conversation, we can work this out. I just want to let you know that I'm here. You have my shoulder. You have a paw if you need it. It's
just hit.
Look at all these bobs that they're gonna get my Melina. Listen, okay, guys, I'm the new Destiny. All right, this ain't how it runs. All right, I'm the new daddy. You guys all better respect me, or else you're gonna get whipped in the fucking political realm. Okay?
Then whip me, bitch.
Boys.
Yeah, he's talking a lot of shit for me never talking to him before.
Wow.
Talking about a whole lot of shit.
Is it like the Royale?
In reference to your girlfriend, you say you're the new Destiny, and people need to respect you.
No,
so what you're saying is
acting like Bob Sevens.
What you're saying is that you're a mediocre debater with a hot girlfriend that slides into other dudes' DMs on Twitter all the time.
Seventh, before you go.
Because if so, I got a chance.
Seventh, before you go, right? Did you feel objectified by your boyfriend? Before you go, hopefully she didn't leave yet.
And did you enjoy it?
Did you feel objectified by your boyfriend? And did you enjoy when Doobie here also gave it a
Doobie is the frog.
Ran at you.
Way,
yeah,
Megan.
Doobie is the frog. Hopefully she's still here.
There's Doobie. There's Doobie for you, Megan. That's Doobie. That's the difference between me and Doobie is that I roleplayed as a face-rigged character for a long time as well, but I was successful when I did it, and I became an icon on this platform. Doobie started tonguing something, and I don't know what exactly it was, but I feel
I didn't realize I was speaking to an icon. I apologize.
I was
I'm owned
by that
on Twitch. Wow.
Yeah, she says she's owned by you, so I'm guessing that she's fine with him objectifying her. So it's good. All right, so thumbs up approval. But Doobie, you are not the owner, right? You have not purchased. So I think you're out of luck, buddy.
We've been over this before. Women are
I can give you a
luxury
discount.
commodities that depreciate over time. It's fine. You know,
depreciate.
High mileage woman, he can have her. It's fine.
I did say that. Okay. All right. Well, now that we've made sure we scare all our female viewers away, they are a thing of the past. Well, I guess we'll continue on. Oh, there she is. We're not making a good impression. Just like, not at all. But okay. So I guess we'll just get started. Thanks all for being here. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have on Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. If you're watching this on YouTube, like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff, right? All right, and we are going to go around here and introduce everyone. I'm really excited as to this group of individuals. I think we'll have a good time. I will start with my man, Sprouticus, right? He's spoiling us after being gone for so long. Sprouticus is here and really doing I think a bang up job with these panels. So thank you, buddy, for coming back.
Hey, not a problem. And if you don't mind, I'm going to use my opening just as a moment of silence for Memorial Day for all fallen soldiers in combat.
Okay. Oh, well, fair enough. Thank you. And thank you anyone out there who served. Yeah, thank you for your service. Shout out to all of you, including our friend Sprouticus here. All right, let's go to Scott. Scott, have you ever been in the military? Have you even thought about being in the military? I feel like that's like against everything you stand for, but
I was a 68 whiskey healthcare specialist combat medic.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, shout out to you for this Memorial Day.
The MOS checks
Memorial
out.
Day. No, it's Memorial Day. It's not a fucking day for veterans. It's a day for people that gave their fucking lives.
The dead ones.
Fair enough.
And he wins.
We have Veterans Day for that.
Okay. Nope. Fair enough.
Regardless, my name is Scott. I am from the duo cast Fabian Liberty. We're an anarcho-capitalist channel. We do interviews. We recently did an interview with a D-trans male that was super interesting and fun. We do philosophy reading night. We do a lot of news and analysis. We do the occasional gaming. And late tonight, we'll do a watch party for episode 1, part 2 of Kenobi and see if it's the same trash of utter fucking vomit garbage that was episode 1, part 1. Some of the worst Star Wars I've ever seen. Yeah, check us out. Thanks for the love.
Scott, why is it gotta be like
the
this?
forest chase? You didn't like them stumbling around chasing a little girl with legs?
Oh yeah, that was terrible. That shit was
that was really bad.
The whole episode was terrible.
I don't think
terrible fucking writing, terrible cinematography. We don't know if it's Moss Espa or Moss Isley because you can't fucking tell because it's one market. There's like no fucking makeup design on aliens. It's fucking sucked. You have a depressed fucking Kenobi like out in the open just sneaking fucking meat. Spoiler alert, everybody. Right? Like he's all fucking depressed and they couldn't figure out a way to make that better. Like his conversation with Ben fucking sucked. You have like the black female Inquisitor that's like, the other Inquisitors don't want Kenobi. I'm strong. I'm doing the smart thing. It's fucking very clearly a fucking vacuum for Kathleen Kennedy's politics with no fucking soul.
Of course.
I'd like to point out really quickly that one of the things was the black female Inquisitor.
Yeah, exactly.
The black one.
Right. No,
The blacks.
exactly. No, you had me. I was like moving
It's
towards your
soulless.
side
It's
until the last
soulless.
fucking thing, right? Of course,
Yeah.
that's the thing you had a
Until I hit
problem
your
with.
trigger
No,
word that
that's
made
fine.
you go fucking defense.
That's fine. Look, of course, right? Like, of course, you saw a person of color there, and you're like, oh my god, I'm not being represented at all points of time. Oh my god, Kathleen Kennedy. Okay, so your nuanced point goes out the window. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we get it.
All right.
You're racist.
Thank
so
you.
the moment
Thank you.
anybody says
Thank you.
something
Jason
specific,
Society.
it triggers
Jason
you.
Society. We're upgrading, right? So Jason Society. Thank you for being here. It's been a while since we've had you around. Shout out to you, Jason. Been a long time supporter of the community, so nice to have you back, buddy. How are you? And new background, right?
Oh yeah. We switched stuff up a little bit. I am Jason Society, Jason_Society on Twitch, Jason Society all one word on Twitter. I'm a leftist and I stream about politics and cannabis, and I host Stonercast on Sundays at 5:30 p.m. Pacific, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, where I bring on some of your favorite stoner streamers and we talk about all things cannabis. So if you want to check it out, you can check out my channel, follow me there for alerts and updates. Otherwise, I'm streaming Monday through Friday, usually 7:30 p.m. Pacific, until I can't stay on any longer. So come by and check us out. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for coming through. Before you were in like your living room or something, right? And like it was like just in front of your door, and you would just see people coming in and out of your house, right?
Oh yeah, no, I'm still there. It's just quiet now.
Oh, okay, great. Anyway, we have a brand new person on the Reverie and this channel, period. Thank you, Claw, for coming through. We met the other day, and they reached out, and I was happy that you did, because I did enjoy talking to you there. I thought you were a lot of fun during that panel that we were in. How are you doing, Claw?
Wonderfully said, but muted.
Yeah.
I was saying I was pretty good. I will say that I have known about Prime for a long time. I saw him back in the day. I was banned for 20 months on the platform, so I had to do a lot of watching and observing from the sidelines. And I saw Prime sort of make. It was all of the political streamers. Probably a lot of you. Doobie, for instance, I recognized him early on when I first started saying the panel shows started picking back up and everything like that. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. Well, these guys are awesome because they're at least like keeping this like theme alive in the space. And thank you for that, I guess, since I've been gone. But for what I am and what I do, I try to make more meme shit on my channel. But when I appear on other people's channels, I want to be more myself. I try to give more logical takes on a lot of these things. So I'm here to kind of get a feel for these other different types of communities and try to mingle with more people, network, meet you guys, figure out how your brains work, all that kind of stuff, because most of you are completely stupid, but I can maybe save a couple of you, so maybe I can do that along the way. But either way, my name is Claw on Twitch, and here I am. Hope I don't get banned again.
Hey,
Let's hope.
Is he really quiet for anybody else?
Yeah,
I
I
turned
was.
myself up a little bit.
Yeah,
It's
turn your
quiet
gain
for
up
me.
a little bit.
You were
Yeah.
you were louder previously, so whatever you were
Yeah.
your previous settings, go back to that.
I had to pop you up to like 200% on Discord.
Yeah, I've got you at 200% as well, and you're still a little bit quieter.
Okay.
Well,
right.
we could just try something like this, maybe. I don't know, but
Yeah,
we'll
no,
that's
figure it
better.
out.
Much better.
Yeah.
Much better. Thank you.
All right, if we're
I
gonna
just
save
don't want you to go
anyone,
unheard.
No, it's okay.
we're gonna save anyone. Save Scott. All right, save him from himself. Right. Save him from his ideology. I'm gonna lead to his doom.
You mean being based as fuck?
yeah, that's the problem. It's just too much, right? Just maybe turn
Couple
that
more
down
black
from a little.
t-shirts, you'll be fixed.
All right. Next, we have a new person also to the Reverie, but not to the channel. We have Nasus. It's been a long time member of this community. Thank you for being around. Thank you for accepting. Also Canadian, right? Like another Canadian here. Fuck. One too many. Let me tell you. But Nasus, thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, it's been it's nice being on. It's nice being platformed. I am Gnosis. I stream about stuff. That stuff typically being like social, political, economic theory, whatever I find interesting. I try and just take whatever I learn, mix it the fuck up. I try to make up my own shit, see if I can justify it, see if people like going down that route. I just want to make things, fresh, funky, and new. I'm going to be a little bit weird. I'm going to be very wrong most of the time. But hey, if things spice up, that's a good thing. All right? That's me.
My panel, I think, is already more fresh, funky, and new with you on it. So thank you for that. All right. Next, our next Canadian. Hello, Corey Campbell. Thanks for coming back. Thanks for being here. But no thanks for infiltrating an American space. Okay. All right. And spreading your socialist ideology here. We don't accept that. So Corey, thank you for being on.
Yeah, thank you so much. Super grateful to be here, and super grateful that you reached out to invite me on. I'm Corey Campbell. You can find me twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84. I'm a biochemist, so I cover science, research. I do a little bit of politics. I do workout streams occasionally from time to time. And yeah, that's about it. Thanks again for having me. Thank you. Also, not Canadian, Quebec. We are explicitly, we reject Canada. We are a unique nation within a united Canada.
They're
They're
their
like
own thing.
twice as bad.
We're very special.
They're special, right?
I agree.
Is that what your mom told you?
Yes, absolutely.
Ah,
I
okay.
believe it.
100%.
You said it in French too. All right.
All the way.
Oui, oui.
All
Omelette
right.
de fromage.
Great reference. Love it. Good reference. All right. Let's go to our man Homer Smooth.
Really?
Smooth is back at it with us. How are you, Smooth?
I'm good, man. How are y'all doing, man?
All right.
So I'm smooth.
Your lips are off.
Huh?
Yeah, your video is way off.
But it's lagging
Sync
behind.
is way off.
It's fine. It doesn't matter. I mean, like it's.
Oh, okay.
We'll work with it.
Yeah. I'll have to fix that in a second. But anyway, I'm smooth. I primarily do my own podcast. I do it live on Twitch, and then I also game stream. So if you guys want to check that out, you guys can. I'm gonna keep it that short.
All right, love to see it. And finally, our Dark Lord and Savior is back. Doobie, Doobie is with us. Doobie, do you think it's a bigger insult to be called a Canadian or a Mexican?
They're both really bad. I don't know how I'd rate them, to be honest. I give them both a 10. I'd feel extremely insulted if you called me either of those, because I'm neither of those things, to be very clear. But just really quickly, I want to apologize to Clark, because I looked up his girlfriend, and I want to verify she is hot. Like, your girlfriend's hot. Congratulations. I'm Doobie. I run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. You know, that's where you find me. Oh, and thanks for having me on.
Yeah. So, Claw, I don't know if your girlfriend's in Mexicans, but one
She is
is apparently.
Look, there's a reason people
yeah,
lick frogs, okay? Let's be real.
All right, that was really good.
Keep my eye on you, Doobie. All right, you're keeping your tongue off of everything.
Okay.
All right, let's jump into it. First topic: monkeypox is now in the news and causing concerns with its global spread. The World Health Organization says that it's unlikely to become a pandemic, but that there are still many unknowns, quote unquote. However, as those of us in the Western world come out of the COVID pandemic, should we trust these medical organizations and their recommendations? Should the public be skeptical after the roller coaster of conflicting information that it was given over the past 2 years, or should we trust in the science, quote unquote? But yeah, so I've heard a lot of talk from individuals, like online, like the moment that this showed up in the news, that monkeypox was here, right? That people, first of all, reacted like conspiracy theories, just right off the bat, but also just skepticism altogether with what's being told to us by the medical community, by the scientific community. And is any of that warranted? Or is this just, anti-science morons on Facebook tossing like dumbass memes, and we should just ignore them? We do introduction.
We're doing opening statements.
Okay. Opening statements. No problem. We'll get to you. Sprouticus, right? Start us off.
Okay.
I think there's a very good saying that comes into use here: trust but verify. I mean, it's useful to trust what the scientists are telling you, but it's always better to trust it and then verify it afterwards with your own eyes. Anything that's pretty good pretty good advice is to trust what someone is saying, but then to verify it afterwards. So trust but verify.
Absolutely. Okay, let's go. Scott.
Wow, nice and short and sweet. Look, I'm never gonna fucking trust the World Health Organization. I'm not gonna trust the like a multinational corrupt fucking system that's supposed to give us accurate scientific data, and just has been proven, especially with this pandemic, to not do so. I mean, even as of like right now, we have the World Health Organization, changing the COVID death numbers from 5.4 to 14.9, adding in excess deaths, and not having any fucking conversation about if any of those excess deaths were caused, I don't know, by government actions. When the leading cause of death for everyone, male and female, age 18 to 45 in America, is fentanyl overdoses. And when Philadelphia has crime rates above the fucking 90s, the idea that like all excess deaths are just COVID, and that's a reason to put China of any fucking organization on their board. The same people that fucking like went after doctors for daring to report about COVID, the same people that had the zero COVID policy in Shanghai, and then use this as some excuse to engage in higher, tracking of phone, higher tracking of metadata, hoping individuals sign on to more authoritarian fucking like dystopian shit like facial recognition and things of that nature so that we can stop future pandemics. No, there's no fucking reason to trust these individuals. That being said, you should trust a doctor that shares the values that you have. And these interactions should be between you and your doctor. And, and the idea that we can say that the science is the same thing as what large political or supposedly non-political entities report as the science is bullshit. Facebook, Twitter, all of these, YouTube, they're known for getting rid of doctors for daring to disagree with governments and world organizations, whatever their narrative is. And so no, saying trust the science is unscientific. If you want to be scientific, you should be skeptical of what these large organizations say, and you should have conversations with people that are more informed on the subject, such as your doctor, and make informed decisions based off of your own research and what your doctor says, knowing that your doctor probably knows a lot more about it than you do.
Thank you so much, Jason.
Okay, simply put, I'm actually surprisingly very similar to Sprouticus. I think there is good reason to have skepticism about any kind of mass institutional body. But I also think that you can take some of their advice and some of their insight and apply that to your life without being completely dogmatic about it. And I also think it's good to consult with your own physician and do what's right for you. But I think taking what they have to say under advisement should be treated as that. You're taking it under advisement. It's useful. It's good information. It doesn't have to be the Bible. You don't have to live by the fucking doctrine. Take what works for you out of it. See what makes sense, especially when you're speaking like with your doctor or what have you, and run with it, and you have to make the decisions that are best for you and, your life and your family. So.
Thank you so much, Claw.
So I was banned on the platform for 20 months, and when you are banned from Twitch, you have nothing else to do other than to find yourself in QAnon rabbit holes.
You're quiet again.
So I know. Maybe move a little bit closer, but I find myself in QAnon rabbit holes. Right now, obviously, I'm not a stupid person. I don't fall for the QAnon rabbit holes as much as Scott has, presumably so far. But we'll get to that during the round. I do think, however, that I learned a little bit of how the enemy thinks and how they understand a lot of this stuff and why they're drawn to it. And maybe to an extent, what Jason was saying was true to an extent, but I do think that like there's a need for when we are locked down, the mental health strain that comes from all of this kind of shit causes us to go down these rabbit holes of mistrust and not trusting the government and a lot of these things because we're kind of strung up and going crazy, lockdown and all that kind of stuff. That's what leads to a lot of this shit. So I think there's other avenues and other solutions we could probably look at right off the bat before we start doing this whole lockdown thing all over again for this new thing. I don't believe that we should not trust the science. I don't believe that we should not trust any of the officials. I also kind of don't agree with the whole World Economic Forum type shenanigans going on with all of those UN, EU, who kind of things going on where they're all like overarching forms of government on top of the states, countries, and things like that. But other than that, I think there's a lot to talk about and a lot of good solutions that could be implemented that are better than what we've had. And I think that's largely going to be how we handle this next epidemic.
All right. Let's go to Nasus.
So personally speaking, I feel like it's pretty obvious to some degree we understand how sensitive our healthcare infrastructure is specifically to events like mass pandemics. So I understand why governments now would be a little bit more sensitive in reacting to any like worldwide plague that might potentially be happening. Although I feel like, again, as Sproutic has said, they need to be, wary and understand, like, maybe we don't really need to worry about this too much. And how I would specifically measure when it becomes a problem versus when I feel like whatever would be when the scale of infection rather than the scale of the severity of infection becomes too much of a problem. That means there are too many people getting infected. And it doesn't matter, like, well, to some degree, it does matter, like, how long they will be infected. But if it's like a 4-day sickness and it can spread really fast, it may not seem like it, but on scale, on a very, very large number of people, this will cause a lot of disruptions that would make life not only inconvenient, but may just cause proper damage, like infrastructural damage of plumbing, of maintenance, that sort of stuff, because people may get sick. So if they do choose to take any action, in my opinion, again, I'm not a doctor. I'm like a 20-year-old on the internet who's just doing his research. But they need to react swiftly, and they need to react with sensitivity to any new information that comes out. That be it like, oh, this only spreads sexually, so like people don't need to worry about that. If that's the new case, then they need to change the restrictions to adapt to only that. But if it's way worse than it turns out, yeah, obviously we're gonna need to kick it up a notch. But people in their own lives do need to be hesitant, but governments do need to be responsible, because people dying is economically bad for quite literally everyone. That's all I have to say.
So much. Okay. Next is Corey, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think there's a lot to unpack here, but I'll attempt to keep my opening statement short. I largely agree with Sproutic's sentiment of trust but verify. I think that's an overall good heuristic, for sure. But I think it needs to be paired with hopefully the recognition that you are not always in a position to verify, or have the ability to verify, or have the requisite knowledge to verify. As a literal biochemist, I can make a lot of statements that you probably, I'm pretty sure, are not in a position to verify. And also when it comes to like trusting the science, ideally we should strive, or rather, we should be in a place to trust the science, but also at the same time, we can recognize that there were totally missteps that took place during the COVID-19 pandemic that hopefully we can learn from, that has certainly undermined trust in institutions, undermined trust in certain scientists or government officials. But I'm hoping we can get to a place that we can, reestablish trust in these institutions. But I'm not entirely sure what to do with individuals like Scott that says they will never trust no matter what. I'm not entirely sure what to do with that, but I think there's a lot to talk about here, and I'll end it there.
Smooth.
With me, okay, I'll address this like this. The World Health Organization is a room to be skeptical, absolutely. Okay. They were wishy-washy, they were kind of back and forth, but our administration did not help them in that regards, because we were very wishy-washy, even state to state. It was weird. You go to one state, you're outside all day, and the other state, it's like a ghost town. But with that said, how they handled this monkeypox epidemic, I think should be it should be probably a bit more hands off. Like, give people the information and kind of just let the governments of the states decide again, because that's what they're gonna do anyway. the states are going to do what they want to do. The federal government can say what they want to say. The states are going to end up doing what they want to do, and we're going to end up right back where we were with COVID. But hopefully this isn't like airborne. I think it's more of a contact based, if I'm not mistaken, on how monkeypox works. Yeah, I'll just leave it there. I trust the science. I believe in like going to actually like read the studies. They do a lot of studies, like, and they're quite extensive. You should just go read them, not just like, oh, I'm gonna go do my own research. Like, no, these are people that are professional researchers. They were paid to do this. Like, go read the studies, go read the study and read the peer review. Like, they actually validate these things. But that's where I'll end it.
Thank you so much. All right, last but not least, Doobie.
So I guess I'm somewhere in between Scott and Corey. So I do distrust these like massive like multinational organizations, but them having China involved at all is a massive red flag, given what China did during the beginning of the COVID outbreak. And I think that this trust but verify thing, that's a good place to start. But as Corey said, most people don't have the knowledge to verify, don't know where to look. Even if they do know where to look, they won't know all the terms. They don't know how to read studies. I've been an internet nerd for a very long time, and I can barely decrypt some studies, right? Like it takes a lot of work, and most people just don't have the fucking time to do it. So that we gotta, if you're gonna say, hey, I'm gonna verify by reading these studies and reading these peer-reviewed articles, you gotta be a little humble, understand that you probably don't know what the fuck you're reading, right? Like realistically. And I think that either way, I think that political willpower doesn't really exist in the United States to have another 2-year plus lockdown. I think that just people just aren't gonna put up with that again. So yeah, I guess I will semi-trust. But either way, I think that we're not. I don't think we're gonna have lockdowns again. I don't think it's wise for either party to push for lockdowns. I think that's like a massive killer. And yeah, I hope people don't get monkeypox.
All right, open to the panel.
All right, so since multiple people called me out by name, let me go ahead and start. When you say trust the science, right, as somehow against me in some capacity, I find it really laughable because you're not really saying trust the science. When you say trust the science, what you're saying is trust what government and NGO organizations that are in bed with large corporations tell me to believe. You're not actually looking at the research, you're not actually looking at the studies, and you're not following doctors and epidemiologists and virologists that disagree and trying to understand. Right now? Yes, wait, I'm asserting that claim that when people come.
Where's your proof that that's what we're talking about? You see
because I specifically said in my opening statement that I don't trust these specific organizations.
Do you think that maybe everybody?
And then your response is.
Do you think that everyone just mentioned trust the science in their opening argument because they had to, or else they would get banned? Probably. Do you think maybe that was?
No. Okay. So to be fair to
then we
fair to Scott, I think
any.
So Scott, we can say this. So when I say trust the science, when I say that, like most people are doing exactly what Scott says, right? They're going to trust what's in the media. They're going to trust what's put out in by these major organizations, but they're not actually going to look at the science themselves. So when people say trust the science, they are really saying typically trust the media, trust these organizations.
So and here's against me. And
here's a great.
If you want to look at the science, right? We don't know all of the variants of monkeypox that are out right now. We have an assumption based off of smallpox and monkeypox, right? That there's some immunity, though most of the people that have had a smallpox vaccination, except for like people that have deployed like Sprouticus, right? Or have been out of, I won't say deployed at a hardship tour, but not important. People that have recently had a smallpox vaccination. In the West, most of us have not had a smallpox vaccination in like 30 or 40 years. So we don't know, like we're going to need to see actual research to see, do those, 40-year-old vaccinations still give enough protective, are they still enough of a protective factor that you should be fine? We don't know if like new vaccines like Bavarian Nordic, like how effective those are compared to traditional live attenuated vaccinations that we get for smallpox. Like we're gonna have to look at the science. I do trust the science, But when you just say like, hey, trust the science, bro, like, you know, are you like, I don't know how deep down the 4chan rabbit hole, QAnon rabbit hole you are. It's like you're tying this idea that disagreeing with the World Health Organization or actually looking at the science is somehow anti-science. And if anybody has been anti-science during this last entire pandemic, it was left-wing individuals that did nothing but fucking simp for fucking large corporations.
I have
and bullshit
a question.
data.
So when it comes to basically trusting institutions, I feel like to some degree, none of us actually truly trust an institution themselves. Because like, look, we really can't affirm that the data has been collected properly. It's been managed correctly, that they are producing this data, and this data hasn't been doctored, it has been fabricated. I understand that, but at the same time, it's not that one specific institution that is the only institution that is doing the research. Of course, like a lot of casual people, we should keep in mind they're not going to go through the effort of actually doing the research. They're only going to look at like what's on mainstream media. They're going to look at what's on like Twitter, fucking WhatsApp, Facebook, that sort of shit. They don't put in as much effort as we do. But the ones that do, I feel like, again, we have this ambient level of distrust that we all work with, and calling it out doesn't really get us anywhere. Because if you blindly trust anything, you really can't work with it. If you blindly distrust something, you also can't work with it. There's always going to be a level of ambiguity of, you know, that they have a bias, they have their own goals and motivations, and they're obviously
but the last 2 years haven't shown that. The last years haven't shown that. What the last 2 years have shown is that when these institutions put out public statements, people are willing to just blindly repeat the same shit to other people
or
and tell
hear me
them
out.
you're anti-science.
Ivermectin. I mean, give me a break. Like, there are people that are not listening to that advice.
Right,
exactly. There are a lot of people that are not listening to that advice.
Hear me out on this one. So here's a good thing to do is to trust but verify. You trust what you're hearing. You go verify it. Like I trusted the information I was getting about the vaccine. I verified it with my doctor, who is in charge of my medical records, who has access to all my medical records, which will give me the most sound advice on what I should do medically for myself. My doctor said wait till it's fully FDA approved, because I had some health conditions that were showing might be a problem with the vaccine, but full FDA approval, and if there was nothing out about my health condition, then the vaccine would be fine. It got full FDA approval. I went and got it. Trust but verify is a huge thing. Trust what you're hearing, but verify it with your own personal doctors, with the people you have around you, and also understand that science is all about proving itself wrong over and over and over again. Science is always attempting to prove itself wrong to see if they were wrong and to move science along. Science is literally to try and prove themselves wrong or prove their predecessors wrong over and over and over again.
Because that's like what the Republican Party kind of does for themselves. So like, here's the problem with like a lot of the proving themselves wrong thing. That was a joke in case Scott missed it. But the thing with this whole trust the science or not the science, or the science in quotes with the TM after it, or all that shit. There's the scientific method that you guys are discussing and trying to say that you should be constantly challenging the science. And there's the science that the policymakers have to adhere to for making their decisions. Now, when they're making these decisions, they have to address what the fuck they know already. They obviously can't talk about quantum mechanics and all the fucking shit that might happen in the future, because that's not solidified yet, okay? If you want to partake in those arguments or debates, you have to like go into those researches and actually go into those sciences, right? We haven't like solidified any of that shit enough to make policies on them. A lot of this kind of other stuff, there is policy change to be had here for small changes.
Yeah, but Claude, I think the pushback you're going to get is that from the officials who have devoted their lives to looking into these things, there were policies put forward that we've now found were actually counterproductive, that actually hurt people and got people killed. Right. So if you're saying, hey, just trust these people that have devoted their lives to this stuff, and then we have a recent history of these people putting forward policy with everything they know about the science that hurt people, got more people killed, then why? How can we trust these people?
The problem was what? The problem was states making the decisions on their own to have different policies was a large issue this last time for COVID, correct? where
The state didn't wait. The state did the people that made decisions didn't even follow through with their decisions, such as the governor of California, who almost got ousted to pick another governor outside of election cycle. He didn't even listen to his own recommendations not even recommendations. He didn't even listen to his own instructions that he gave the citizens.
I mean, shit.
We could have elected Larry Elder and we really dropped the ball.
Okay, so now
and-
pause for a
and
second.
Scott.
We're bringing up like fucking governors of California saying what they didn't do, what they said.
You're
they were
talking
going to
about
do.
what the states did. Yeah,
Are we
so we're
talking
gonna
about
bring
like
the
rules
governors
for
of the
D, not for
states.
D?
You brought up what the state did, and I'm telling you what the state actually did.
No,
So,
you're bringing
I'm
up
just-
what the governor
so,
actually
hold
did.
on,
You're saying
hold
the
on.
governor
I wanna
almost
let-
had a scandal.
The governor's part of the
One
state.
second. I want to let Corey in. He hasn't had a chance to talk. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, well, first, I think we're conflating a few issues in terms of like there's the government response, and then there's like what the scientists attempted to put their messaging as. And sure, we can say that was their message like absolutely 100% always correct? No, but science is messy. Science is not infallible, just as humans are not infallible, and we make mistakes. That's part of the scientific process. That's built in, and hopefully we learn from that. But also bring it back a little bit, Scott, when you say people should trust their doctors, like by what basis are you saying that? Are you saying that doctors are conflict of interest free, and that there's like no evidence to show that there are some doctors who clearly have conflict of interest, especially in the United States when it comes to lobbying pharmaceutical companies? Like, on what basis are you saying that people should then just trust their doctors but not the institutions?
So Corey, like you and I have had several COVID vaccine conversations where we go really deep into the science and policy. Most people are not going to be as well aware of all of the shit that you and I are well aware of, right?
I
They're
agree.
just not in any way, shape, form, or capacity. And so what I said initially wasn't just trust your doctor. I said find a doctor that matches your values,
Absolutely.
right? And listen to that doctor, because they're likely to know a lot more of what's going on. I think both of those aspects are important. You don't just blindly trust any doctor. You find a doctor that matches your values. So, for example, if you are someone that is, let's say, vaccine hesitant, right, to use the media's own terms, and you don't like the COVID vaccination because of all of the issues that have presented itself with that vaccine, and because of your specific life, your interests, whatever, right? If you go to your doctor right now and they were like, hey, this vaccine, not looking great. I'm not even going to call it a vaccine. I'm going to call it an mRNA therapy because that's what I believe it is, right? And they match your values, and you talk to them about monkeypox, your doctor's probably going to say one of two things. He or she's either going to say, look, monkeypox probably isn't that big of a deal right now. Don't worry about it. Or they're going to say, yeah, smallpox vaccines have like almost no fucking issues, right? You're probably fine, right? And so the same people that might have been alarmist about one vaccine, when speaking to their doctor that knows what they're talking about, it's like, yeah, dude, I'm going to take this bifurcated needle. I'm going to jab you in the fucking arm 15 times. It's barely even going to fucking sting. And then put a patch over it and clean it over the next couple days. And you're going to be fucking fine. Right? But because they match your values and they have information that you likely don't have.
Hold on.
may
You
ask
keep
a
saying this
clarifying
thing about
question.
matching your values. Like, I don't want a doctor that matches my values. I want a doctor that's going to tell me what is empirically correct as far as my health is concerned.
Right.
I could give a good goddamn if they're a socialist or a fucking MAGA.
Well, that's stupid.
I want
Actually,
correct
that's
fucking
stupid.
information.
Yeah.
No, that's just
Okay,
stupid.
I'm
ask
actually
a
going to come to
question?
No.
Canadian's defense on this.
Wait, Scott. So
That's
you're
stupid.
you're saying
That's just
no,
pure
so you're
stupidity.
saying to have a doctor that doesn't care about politics or policy or any of that is just gonna give you medically sound advice every single time. It's stupid.
I didn't say that. I said not having a
that's
doctor
what
that doesn't
Jason just
match
said.
your values is stupid.
So-
If you're searching for a primary care physician, right, and you're going to see this doctor regularly, it should be someone that understands you, that has a relationship with you, understands what it is that you want, what your goals are in life. And that's what a relationship with a primary care
Okay,
physician is.
but-
It's not a
but-
fucking, like, I don't want my epidemiologist, because I don't have one, to like match my fucking political views. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he or she understands what it is that you want, because they are providing you a service.
But your
So
doctor
to
doesn't.
put it
Your
in, like,
doctor
totally-
doesn't.
to put it in, like,
Your
a
doctor does
simple
not
way,
need.
what
You see me
Fabian
a
is
second. Give me
saying
one
is
second. Your
that
doctor
his-
does not. Your doctor does not need to have the same political stance as you. Your doctor
never
does
said
not. Your
anything
doctor
about
does not need
political
to be an
stances.
anarcho-capitalist.
He gave the example
Spartacus.
of the vaccine. That, so I
Spartacus,
wanna-
what state do you live in right now? Do you live in a state
live
where
in
weed is
Indiana.
legal?
No.
Weed is illegal there, right? Do you
Yes.
smoke weed?
I'm gonna
You
let you
went-
decide on that one.
When you go to your doctor and you have to tell them that you smoke weed, do you think that if you did not align their political values, did not want weed in the system, that they would tell on you and make you get arrested or something? Because
No.
that could potentially happen.
No, I don't think that would happen. No.
Calling your
Okay.
NCO right now. Sprout.
So
I'm just
think of it like
saying that,
this.
like-
Imagine if you were trans and your doctor was like a very advent conservative. They would probably refuse you treatment. But that's because like they don't
That's
really
why you
view
need someone
as
who
a person.
your primary care doctor needs to be someone that understands you as a person on top of
Exactly.
the other things like you were talking about. There's obviously the empirical evidence is all backed in top of that other stuff, right? In order to be a doctor, they have to do all of those things. But they also have to know who the fuck you are, and you should probably find somebody that like aligns with your things. Because, for instance, I've been completely honest with my doctor about everything that I've done or not done or whatever the fuck, and they know exactly what to give me drug-wise or not drug-wise. They know when to wean me off of shit or when to increase my stuff or whatever the fuck they do for doctor shit. They know all of that stuff because they
Do you
know
think-
exactly what I'm doing in my
So,
private
Claude-
life. because
so,
I
Claude,
trust
do you-
them.
Claude, do you think that if you told your
Yes.
doctor do you think if you told your doctor that you did cocaine, the doctor's gonna tell on you and you're gonna go to prison? Do you
No,
think
because
that's
I have
gonna
a good
happen?
because I have a good relationship with my doctor because I spent the time to.
I'm
to
pretty
find a
sure
doctor
I'm pretty sure that's outside the doctoral code that doctors can't just send you to prison because you told them
I've-
that you've done a drug.
I don't know what the fuck doctoral code
I-
is,
I,
but
I
it's a
have no
HIPAA
idea what the fuck.
violation.
I literally know people that have told their doctor. I haven't ever done heroin, but I know people that have told their doctors they do heroin, and they've never told on them at all. They just helped them and they
Probably
healed them
should've,
and they got
actually.
through them
I've
shit.
confessed a lot of crimes.
So okay,
Yeah.
all right. So
So you want a doctor
Um,
that's gonna hide your illicit drug
yeah.
use, of course.
Well, no,
guys,
but
if you
I don't
hear,
think-
one
it's like a
second,
doctor's allowed to tell the cops
one
that you've done
second,
heroin.
1 second. If you hear popping noises, they're doing fireworks outside my window, and it's super fun.
Memorial Day.
Hooray! And I'm so thankful for
Hey, dead
the
people.
fireworks. The fireworks. But okay. Anyway, the point is, so Scott, you are kind of on the same page as what Sproticus was saying previously, and trusting your doctor and using your doctor necessarily as a first source. The problem with that is that doctors aren't scientists, right? Those two things aren't the same, right? There's a Venn diagram here, and it doesn't completely overlap. There are some
Yeah, I'm
doctors who
fully aware.
do. Fair enough, yeah. But not everyone understands that, to be fair. So there's some doctors who do research and who are deep into a specific field and are making advances on that, and others who are just, practice medicine, which is great, but they may not understand the topic, the area of virology, right? Like they may not know exactly what's going on. So when it comes like, is the monkeypox dangerous? Well, you'll
Right,
find
well,
some
so, like,
doctors
if you're-
that'll
look,
say, hold on,
your
let me-
typical MD.
I'm almost done. I want to hear your response. So there are some individuals who some doctors who will say that, this is extremely dangerous, right? Others will say, well, no, according to what I can see in terms of the structure of this virus and how it's spreading, right? It's pathing, that it's not dangerous at all. Like you can find both doctors will say the same thing. Now, one of these is right, right? One of these people are right, but you have to necessarily know that your doctor has that speciality to be able to trust them rather than just being a doctor. I mean, correct?
No, so like, listen, your typical MD probably did some research in college, obviously, like they did some, but what they're dealing with their primary care physicians, no, they're usually not involved in research. And when I'm talking about your doctor for a vaccine, I'm not talking about a specialist, right? I'm not talking about like, asking whether your rheumatologist, whether or not you should get your vaccine. I'm talking about your primary care physician. Now, if you have something like I have, like a connective tissue disorder, that might be a conversation I would have with my rheumatologist, right? Because they're going to be more aware of my specific condition. But regardless, any medical doctor not only is going to be far more knowledgeable of the science just from their education in the field in order to become a doctor, but also they have continuing education credits that they're required to get in order to maintain their licensure. But most of those things, to be honest, right, are going to be pamphlets and journal books that come from large research companies and institutions, as well as from pharmaceutical companies, right? Like a lot of their education is going to be, at least in America, is going to be pharmaceutical companies giving them what it is that they want to hear. And so what I'm saying is, for the typical normie, right, that like tries to read looks at vaccine efficacy in a research paper and doesn't know what that means. They think they know what vaccine efficacy means, but they don't know whether or not they're actually citing absolute risk reduction or like relative risk reduction. They don't know when it says efficacy, whether or not they're talking about viral load, whether or not they're talking about transmission, whether or not they're talking about reducing symptomology. Like they don't know, because they just see efficacy and they go, that means how good it is, right? Like, to that typical person, you should probably find a doctor that understands you, that you have a relationship with, that matches with at least some of your values, so that they can understand what it is that you want and what it is that you feel, right? Because they don't want to get fucking sued for malpractice, but also because they want to maintain a good relationship. And then you should probably trust your doctor, unless you're going to do mountains of research. But I would say that is a better source for understanding what is good for your individual care and the choices that you should make than listening to corporations and governments that have completely fucked incentive structures. I mean, really bad incentive structures. And then taking that as if you're informed and you know what you're talking about, and then spouting that like a fucking mouthpiece at people that disagree with you, and being Ethan Klein, be like, just trust the science, bro. Just trust the science, bro. You don't even got to read it. Just trust it.
Well, how do you know that your doctor hasn't been corrupted by one of the pharma guys coming in and selling him a bunch of fucking bullshit?
How do you know that your roommate isn't going to how do you know your roommate isn't going to sneak into your fucking room and blow your brains out, right?
But you can apply the same logic.
Like you're talking about whether or not we should have any trust at all in humans ever, right? As opposed to like, where is the best source of information for what you should do with your body.
The problem is,
let's go to Narcissus. Narcissus, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if we want if we're gonna do like the whole medical safety route of like, if you're gonna do medicine, you're gonna need to focus on making it as safe as possible. Yeah, honestly, we should probably go with the most paranoid route if we want to be as safe as possible. But my main thing is that obviously there's going to be like people that know that, all right, my body's a little bit fucked up like me. I'm South Asian. Pakistanis have a higher likelihood of having ADHD and developing diabetes, but that's a whole other thing. But because I understand that, because of my genetics, I have some certain predispositions, and my doctor also understands that because they are either South Asians or understand that there are some racial differences based on racial differences that cause different sort of health problems down the road, or have a tendency to develop certain health problems. Yeah, that is very useful. But what about when the person isn't responsible? Like homeopathy. Basically what that is just like adding the essence of a object, a fruit, a petal, or whatever to water, and using that just like a extract of an extract of an extract, to the point that it's only the concept of it being water that has once been attached to an apple or something like that. This is a very oversimplification, but that's basically what homeopathy is. We all can understand that like this literally doesn't make sense. There's nothing medicinal about this. It's only
Who the fuck's talking about homeopathy? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about people that don't understand that they are actively harming themselves, because they believe that this is all like, this is a psychosomatic effect. This is a placebo. They're getting better through that.
Yeah, but the placebo quite literally is a proven effect that works, correct?
Yeah, but I'm talking about they believe that is the only solution.
That has proof
that is the only solution.
That belief has power.
If you have a compound fracture in your arm, and
you have just proven that you are indeed ADHD because you went way the fuck off topic.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, again, let's use your exact same thing you're using right here, right? You specifically said homeopathy and placebo, correct? So placebo exists, and that is a scientifically proven thing that proves that belief is real and it has an effect on your mental health and your health in general, correct?
And I'm saying that very specific belief shouldn't be the only thing.
Everybody just thought that they were feeling better. Wouldn't that be better than telling everybody that they are disgustingly sick and going to die?
if the house is on fire, shouldn't we tell people there is a fire instead of letting them
Sure.
sit there and
Well,
inhale
when
in
the
the
house
smoke?
is
all
on
things
fire
else-
and there's
all
100%
Look,
things
if they
else
understand the
being
house
equal,
is on
yes.
fire,
Maybe when I turn
and
the
they
oven
still
on and there's a
choose to stay in
1%
the
chance
house,
of death, I
I don't
have
give
to
a
fucking
shit.
call the
Look,
fucking ambulance.
Yeah, because if that 1% happens, maybe you should call the ambulance.
Well, no shit, bro. But
Yeah,
I
and I'm saying that this is that 1% chance happening.
No, it's not.
And they
That's
are
the whole
choosing not to
point.
call the fucking ambulance.
Because you just said it's 1%, not 100%, bro. It's 99%.
I'm
bro.
saying
Okay,
this
listen.
chance occurred.
Listen, we can agree that people trying to fight viruses purely out of homeopathy are probably a little bit off their fucking rocker, but that's a very specific small
Yeah, I'm
portion of the
saying
I mean, you have
population. It's not like what we're talking about.
I'm
you-
saying
May I
that
ask you
is
a
the
question, Scott?
extremified behavior of what I'm trying to combat, of people irrationally believing something that is proven not to work.
Let's go to Corey, then Sprout. Okay.
Yeah, Scott, if I may ask, so like I agree with the overall sentiment that you should have a good relationship with your doctor, and hopefully you can find a doctor that you can establish a good relationship with, that knows who you are and more or less what you want. But
Right.
I'm curious, like what would you say to the individual that, like, based off of so they have a doctor-patient relationship, they found a doctor that presumably aligns with their values, and they overall have a good working relationship. What would you say to the individual that, or the patient that, based off of their research, they don't want to take the vaccine, they go to their doctor, they ask about it, but that the doctor recommends it? Would you recommend that this person finds a new doctor?
Well, I mean, like there's not enough information there, right? Did the doctor lie to them? I think would be the first thing. Like, did they do research and find that the doctor provably lied to them? Because if so, yeah, you need a new doctor. But if a doctor, if they have a good relationship with their doctor and their doctor says, look, here's what I think, and they disagree, right? Then, I mean, that's still up to that individual's choice. Like,
Yeah, I'm not saying force it on the individual. I'm just curious in terms of, like, would you recommend, like, given that, like, based off of a prior relationship, it seems like there might be an
right,
alignment of
there's not
values,
enough
but given new
information there,
circumstance,
right? Like, there's not enough information
well,
there.
you
Like,
can't provide like
I think
360
people should have the
context,
freedom to go to another doctor if they want, and I think they should also probably take heed of what it is that their doctor says, especially if they have a good relationship and their doctor has worked with them in the past and they align with their values. They should maybe like think twice about their own quote unquote research if their doctor disagrees with them in this specific instance. But I mean, again, I would need far more variables to understand what I think that individual person should do and what I would recommend to that person.
And then sort of expanding, like, so then how do you, like, so then what should government officials do in terms of, like, if they want to implement sort of any public policy in terms of a response to a sort of pandemic, like, who should they trust then? Can they? It seems like you're saying that you can't trust anybody.
Corey,
and that
we've
there's
had
no-
enough conversations for you to know that I'm an anarchist, right?
Yes,
I don't think the
I'm
government
aware.
should be fucking involved in this at all.
I know, but given the like, totally, like, I understand the space that you're coming from, or just like get rid of it all. And like, yeah, I know that you're coming from the space of you can't trust these institutions, just period. But I'm saying, given that they exist, like, what can current existing government officials trust? Are you saying that they can't trust and that they should just like try random things and see what sticks? Or like,
I mean, given what we currently have, I would say that the government should take a back seat and should attempt to inform with the current institutions that they have, and act as a conglomerate of data from other sources, and possibly, you know what I mean? Like, would I support or advocate that the government use tax dollars stolen from me to engage in research? No, but I mean, I have more important fights to fight right now than that. Like, you know what I mean? Like looking at like what I want way down the road and like what I think is most important here. What I think is most important with the current institution is stop mandates and stop telling people and doctors what they have to do, and start just acting as in a place of information that people can utilize.
Okay, so first off, to Claus, to what Claude told me a while back, is that it's illegal for a doctor to inform law enforcement about drug use. That is illegal. There's doctor-patient privilege, and that violates doctor-patient privilege. You can't go to your doctor and be like, "Yeah, I took heroin," and your doctor be like, "Oh, calling the cops. You're gonna be arrested. You took heroin." So
I mean, to be fair, they should.
well,
they
it's
should
also
call the
against
cops.
it's also against doctor-patient privilege.
There's no such thing as
I mean,
doctor-patient privilege. It's
There
called
is such
HIPAA.
thing as doctor-patient privilege.
It's called
If-
HIPAA.
if-
It's not a lawyer agreement. It's not like
Yeah.
that type of same thing.
But
They
there
are
is-
also mandated reporters if they think that someone is like serious threat to
Yep.
themselves.
No,
Yeah,
under-
only
no,
if
I
they're
understand that,
themselves
but
or
only-
other, and it's
Can they
gotta be
send you
an
to a
imminent
mental health
threat.
hospital for 72
gotta
hours
be
if they don't
imminent
feel like
threat.
you're yeah, exactly. So
And
if you're
that's
doing
not-
They're
cocaine or
mandated
heroin,
reporters,
they
but
can-
it's
they
not.
can-
use drugs.
They can deem it however the fuck they feel like it. And unfortunately, if you are a fucking member of the wrong fucking team, you're going to wherever the fuck they send you, and you're gonna take whatever
All right, so-
antipsychotics they want
all
you
right.
to take. And
You can go against the
If you
source
live
that I have
half
then
your
on that.
life, that's-
But it's illegal for a doctor to just go out and tell police that you have done drugs.
has nothing to do with police.
So
I just went around it again. Just
you
like
asked,
how
you
just
asked,
like, no,
you
just
know, no,
like how
Claude-
who
Claude-
and
I
World
was
Economic
talking,
Forum
Claude,
and
still
everyone else.
I can talk over you as well. We can play this
Okay,
game if you'd
go
like
ahead,
to.
go ahead,
You can
go
play
ahead,
this game if
please.
you'd like to.
I invented
Okay,
the
Okay,
whoa,
so
hey,
you
hey,
can-
stop it. Knock it off.
I-
Knock it off, Sproticus. Go ahead.
So you can disagree with the source, but it's illegal for doctors to do that. Second off, most if not all medicine is tested against a placebo. So I don't know why we're sitting here arguing about a placebo effect when most if not all medicines are tested against a placebo to ensure that it's not just the belief that it's working, but it's actually the medicine that is working.
That's the only thing it's tested against, isn't it?
Yeah, which is strange. It should be tested against
Isn't
like,
it?
the other medicine.
Huh? Isn't that interesting? Isn't it weird? The only thing we're testing against is belief.
Yeah.
I don't.
Well,
I
that's
what else
science,
do you
bro.
test against?
That's what
You
the
have to
science is all
control
about.
Like,
fucking
literally-
what
Drugs
the-
also have different uses.
I literally
You're
can't-
supposed to test
Like
against
Viagra
the-
How about testing
Well,
against
other
results? How
medicines?
about give every single fucking state the right to do whatever the fuck they want, and let all 50 states choose to do whatever the fuck they want? And then if you really
That's
agree with
gonna
their
make a
fucking
lot of child
That's
marriages
gonna
happen.
resound
I
in
don't
States-
failure. That's
states
why
don't-
it's gonna
states-
Stop
resound in
living in Indiana, bro.
failure.
I don't know what
States-
to tell
Because
you.
when
States-
one state
states
fucks
don't
up
have
and
rights.
doesn't
It's a
do
marriage
fucking
state.
anything,
They have left.
and then
Don't
people
have
go
rights.
from one state into another state that's trying to do the
You are
right
all
thing.
so
Those
stupid. You
people in
have
the
no
state
idea how
that
this
try to
fucking
do the
system
right thing
works.
are fucked because of the
Anyone here-
dumbass state.
If
So,
you make
know,
states too different, you're going to need to make the United States of America basically the European Union. That's going to be a logistical nightmare if you go down like the whole state freedom route. But like, that's a whole other story. We're getting off topic. But like, it seems like we all understand that there is an institutional trust issue, and we understand that it is very difficult to not only develop trust, but to maintain it. Because as soon as it's lost, it's very difficult to trust something after they've betrayed you and betrayed that trust.
That's not true. Stop. Look at Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
But like, what
I-
are methods we can use to like prove that these institutions are deserving of trust, and we can check that trust?
Dude, they fixed
Because, like-
mine. I don't care. I gave them my money. I'm done.
Okay.
I,
But yeah. Mhm.
Go ahead,
So-
Doobie.
So really quickly, Sprout. Claude just walked away, but you need to keep in mind his girlfriend's walking, so his girlfriend's watching, so he can't let another man dominate him. So just be a little more lenient. You know, give him some
I'm
slack.
sorry. I did
that being
Be a
said-
beta.
emasculate him. I apologize
You
for
know,
emasculating
don't do
Claw.
that. That's mean. So really quickly, separate from all this like talk about who we can trust and how do we know our doctor's not a deep state official, do one of you guys think that like there is political will for the lockdowns? Because I think that's why I just don't really give a fuck about monkeypox. I don't think there's a chance that the states are in a position to mandate the sorts of things that they did with COVID. I don't think people are going to accept them, left or right. Right?
Yeah,
Did
I
any of you guys
agree.
disagree with
I
that?
think there's absolutely some pandemic fatigue, regardless of whatever your political leanings. Like
Right.
nobody wants to, even though like yes, the left were largely more accepting of lockdowns. I think it's.
Oh, if you
not-
told,
I think it's
if
not
you
correct
told
to,
it-
like frame it as like people
if
are
you
pro
told
lockdown, or the left is
it-
pro lockdown. I
well,
don't
if you
think
told the
anybody really-
entirety, if you told the entirety of America that you had to go back to lockdown and put masks back on, I think America would like flip shit no matter political leaning. I think America would just majorly flip shit because I think we're just worn down from the pandemic. When we were told at the very beginning, it's gonna be, when we were told at the very beginning it's gonna be like 2 weeks to stop the curve, and then like a year later, a year and a half later, we're still have masks on and still being told to keep masks on in public. It seems insane.
You know, can I go a little further? Because I feel like I think I unintentionally like centered this on the United States, but in Canada, right? I think you've also lost a lot of that will. So I'm wondering, we have some Canadians on here, unfortunately, but given that you're here,
I'm not Canadian.
So Trudeau, thank God. So Trudeau made a comment, right, about like
don't let him lie to you.
The truckers,
goddamn Canuck over here.
The truckers at the border, right? And he was talking about these people with unacceptable views, and how like they're terrible, and we have to like do something about them. And he was talking about people who were like protesting lockdowns, right? Like, so do you guys agree with that kind of language, or do you agree that there is no political will left for lockdowns in Canada?
I do have to say that during the lockdowns, the quote unquote trucker protests that were happening, although some of it was for the actual like lockdowns that were happening, there was like a lot of just random ass bullshit being added in. Like for some reason there was like Trump stuff. It was like for some reason extremely politicized.
That's every big
but like this was like
protest.
Very predominant and like
no,
very
that's literally
focused on
every
like
big
the
protest.
hate aspect of it.
Have you ever been to a large protest? Have you ever been to a
Trump stuff doesn't equal hate. And I don't think it's fair for you to get pissy over Americans commenting on Canadian politics.
But the thing
when that's all you guys, that's what you're doing right now. That's all you guys fucking do.
Gnosis,
way more chill.
Gnosis, like when we had Occupy Wall Street, there was like feminist fucking lesbian pro cat fucking discussions, right? Like every large fucking protest
with,
has
like, political
crazy
terrorism.
people in it.
I'm
and
just
has,
saying, like
all
in the
different
hate
types of
aspect,
things
it was
that
sort of
all
obvious.
Like,
Like there were
just like you're fine with political terrorism.
But like,
I actually want Justin
like
Trudeau. I actually want Justin Trudeau to just come out and just come out in favor of monkeypox lockdowns, just so that we can ensure a Pierre Poilievre victory.
Hold on, I'm kind of hoping Gnosis gets monkeypox
just to say that. Holy crap! Right?
Just like jumped in over Gnosis. Gnosis, I just want to be sure that I heard you correctly. So you said that you're fine with political terrorism, and you're fine with buildings blowing up as so long as nobody dies. Like, is that really your standard?
That is my limit. Anything after that, I'm just like not okay with.
So
anything before that, I am
project.
willing to justify.
Gnosis endorses the Weatherman Project. All right.
Wait, hold on. So Gnosis, if people were upset with Trudeau's comments, right, about these unacceptable views these people have, and they're like minority, we got to do something. People thought that, hey, this dude's getting ready to round us all up and throw us into camps. You think it'd be acceptable for them to go and blow up government buildings so long as nobody died?
I'm saying I'm willing to justify. Doesn't mean
you said it's justified.
No, I'm saying if it makes sense to me, I will be willing to make justifications. Literally, it is very biased. I am obviously a biased person. Why would I be non-biased?
I will justify violence as long as it goes along with my opinion.
Yes.
Get the fuck out of here, dog.
Why
you have
would
zero
I care
fucking
about anyone
principles.
else?
You have no fucking principles whatsoever. You're
I'm
just
a
fucking
very
ADHD
selfish
jumping
person.
from like
I'm
bullshit topic to bullshit topic.
I am a self-centered and ironically self-censored person. Look, anything I do, I don't do it for the sake of other people. I only do it for the sake of myself.
Clip that.
Get vaccinated. I'm only doing it for myself.
Clip that. If just runs for office, make sure you use it in his anti-office campaign that he's self-centered and only is going to do things for himself.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I'm invite like an actual sociopath. This is really interesting.
Psychopath. But I do have antisocial tendencies. That's a whole other thing.
I want to distance myself from this person. I'm a Quebecer, so not a Canadian like
No, all Canadians are this way. Mask off. We knew it all along.
But to address
so all the fucking Nazis are from Canada.
Point, hopefully, like so even though I'm on the left, I'm not for the demonization of anybody. And like the way Trudeau handled the trucker protests, like very far from ideal. And like again, even though I'm on the left, I'm not for the demonization of anybody, just as, even though I have strong disagreements with Scott, I'm not for the demonization of Scott. I'd rather just like hash it out civilly and respectfully. But to also, again, address your point in terms of like COVID fatigue and lockdown, like for sure, I think given the general sentiment and people's mental health, it's hard to justify another lockdown if it's needed. However, I do think there is a threshold of mortality that can occur with a virus that people will be willing to lock down. Like if in fact, it doesn't seem to be the case so far, but if in fact there's a virus that comes along that's like 20, 30% mortality, I think people will be genuinely scared.
I mean, I think, but the problem is that this entire conversation is centered around the idea of trust, right?
Mhm.
And so when you say a certain mortality, people will be willing to accept it. Sure, if the institutions tell us that there's a certain mortality, and like enough of the visual kind of like enough of their personal experience shows them that, maybe. But the problem is that this pandemic has eroded so much trust in the CDC,
I agree.
so much trust in the World Health Organization, and so much trust from politicians. And I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, there are so many people that have seen what, happened in California, see what Governor Cuomo, right? Like, he can murder people in fucking nursing homes, but the moment he sexually harasses somebody, then he's finally got to go, right? Like, these people are not going to trust that mortality rate. Like, it doesn't matter if it's true or not. They're going to look at a large portion of the American population, especially, but much of the West is going to look at that and go, I don't believe you because you provably lied to me for years straight, and I'm done with your bullshit.
So I don't disagree with you, but aside from abolishing the state, which I understand is basically coming, like, what can we do then to hopefully reestablish trust in the institution? Or are you saying like that's pretty much impossible at this point? And
Well,
that
first
we
off,
can only get to Ancapistan to get trust.
First off, we ensure China is not in WHO. We ensure countries that are not going to misaccurately represent their numbers and what they're doing in their country as far as health is. That is not in a World Health Organization. And we try to establish trust in our health system again. We take out Fauci because Fauci lied to Congress about I forget what exactly it was called, but the testing that happened in the Wuhan lab in China that was funded
No,
by.
he didn't lie. You just don't
He
understand.
did lie.
That.
He did lie. It was
He
funded. It
certainly
was
lied about other things, but he did not lie
People
about.
died.
People lied.
It was funded.
Okay?
Listen. It was funded by another party that we backed, and we knew it was happening. And we continued to send the money, and we funded this just.
Where's the laptop?
Didn't that happen in Afghanistan? Anyways,
I'm sorry. What? No, it happened in the Wuhan lab in China.
No, of just like funding something that fucks you over. Anyways, yeah, continue.
That was it. Okay.
Welcome to America. Like, welcome to states.
Hey, it was not America. I want to say this. It's not America.
First off, I'm
It's
talking about
America
Fauci
post
lying in front of
Operation
Congress,
Paperclip,
but okay.
Hey, look, our whole fucking government is filled with Nazis right now. We have to figure out how to get rid of that shit. How are we gonna assume every 20
It's
years
filled with
the
Nazis?
CSI Yes, the CIA literally leaks to us, hey, 20 years ago we lied to you and did all these fucking fucked up things, and now we're not doing those things. But in 20 years, we're going to find out that they were still doing those fucked up things, and that's consistently been our entire history with the CIA. So look up Operation Paperclip, man. The whole fucking government, including WHO, WEF, CDC, UN, EU, all filled with Nazis. It's abysmal. The whole thing's stupid. Anyway, go ahead.
I remember jumping down that rabbit hole when I was in my early 20s too.
No, I said I became a member of QAnon while I was banned on Twitch. If you don't want people to be a part of QAnon, stop banning people on Twitch. DGG.
Ban.
Oh shit. QAnon. I mean, he's not wrong about Paperclip. Like, that did happen. To be fair.
So essentially, we get people out that we know did lie. And then we move forward and try to reestablish trust the best way we can in the organizations we have, by pulling China out and pulling people who have lied to Congress and to the American people, about health crises that we've been experiencing.
Does that include politicians as well?
Why do I want to reestablish trust in these institutions?
Politicians are voted in. Fauci was not. So I'm talking about bureaucrats at this point in time.
I don't understand why we want to like I don't understand why trusting these institutions is by default a good thing, right? Like, I'm trying to, like, are you saying that like we'll clean them up and then they won't be corrupt and they won't have the same corrupt incentive structure magically?
I think it's more
do
like
you trust the fire department? I'm just curious. Do you trust the fire department?
Well, if I lived in Uvalde, I wouldn't trust the police department.
To warn you about fires, potential fires, like no burn days, shit like that. Do you trust them to put your house out if your house is on fire?
I mean, to a certain extent.
Okay,
I don't have a choice.
I don't. Fabian, I feel like is making. I hate to say this, but I feel like Fabian is making a pretty good point here. I don't think like trust is something we should rely upon if we're going to get anything from these people. We need to make sure that these are like reliable. We can fact check them, And there's a way that we can basically correct any errors we see in such an institution.
Well,
With
fact
food,
checking,
which we can't do. And yeah, like fact checking has its own issues.
No, but what I'm saying
But
is fact checking health organizations with the new Twitch TOS has become a big no-no. You cannot fact check health organizations.
I mean, like you can, but they selectively apply it.
I mean, nobody knows. It's super fucking vague. Like Twitch even says
there's
that they don't
no-
fucking.
it's
Their
only-
harmful disinformation TOS specifically like states that they're supposedly not the ones making the decision and that they're going to other parties. And then they list an example of one of the parties that they'll use, which is like a hardcore fucking leftist status fucking organization.
So do
So
you,
like, who the fuck knows what the TOS is?
So
and
do you
isn't in
think
regard?
that if platforms and just not just platforms but anywhere we have more discussions and more dissenting discussions that would be better, that people would have more trust in these organizations, that instead when they hear that so and so gets banned for questioning the science, right, and however way they do that, that in itself damages the reputation of these medical
100%. If you don't have free speech, right? And like you make the QAnon thing, it's exactly what Claw on Twitch said, right? Like you make the QAnon fucking like radical fucking views so much worse when you're banning people like Dr. Malone. Like if you disagree
Yep.
with his science and you say that he's wrong and you want to prove him wrong, then like you should be able to do that. But when you just say, oh, certain things are no longer allowed, what a lot of people see is, oh, these people are the real people. These are the people that actually get it, right? And what they do is they follow them to places like Rumble, they follow them to places like BitChute, they get into an echo chamber, and then they find even more places that are far more of an echo chamber, right? Because Rumble is just a free speech alternative, and everyone should be on fucking Rumble because there's great shit there that isn't anywhere else. But then what you end up doing is, as you kick people off of platforms, especially doctors and epidemiologists, what you do is you grant legitimacy, because what you're saying is, I'm afraid of these people being part of the discussion. And once you admit that, what you do is you push people into echo chambers. If you want to solve this fucking problem, you have to be focused on an open dialogue with people that disagree. Science requires it. Right. And that is still happening. That is still happening in the scientific community for the most part. But the problem is that the reporting of it, because most people can't understand what's happening in the scientific community, if there is such a thing, which there really isn't. But we'll just say scientists doing research, right? There's still research that is done, but the media then picks and chooses. And you can find most of these journalists don't even understand what the fuck they're reading. It's so hilarious if you actually know what's in some of these papers and then you like listen to their reporting or read their reporting. You're like, you clearly have no idea what the fuck is in this paper.
Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, so to hopefully address a couple of Scott's points in terms of like, yeah, it seems like Scott is correct in terms of like echo chambers are a thing. And I don't know that banning is the answer, but also at the same time, like given also the knowledge that it does seem to appear that misinformation, disinformation spreads faster, way more than accurate information. Like how do we integrate that, right? So it's like, as much as I'm not for banning, I don't know how to deal with the fact that, inaccurate information is just seems to be more readily accepted amongst people than accurate information. And to say that, like totally, science is about debate. Science is hopefully about skepticism and hopefully bringing as many voices together as possible. But there is still a certain amount of censorship that occurs in science, as in like, I've presented at many scientific conferences, and you have to submit an abstract. And if I'm whatever going into whatever, I don't know, a geology conference, and I want to submit my abstract about flat Earth evidence, like that's going to be rejected, and it's going to be rejected on good grounds. You can't just like not everyone is we deplatform in science and scientific conferences, and we do that with good reason and on good grounds typically.
I mean, anybody that's ever had to research how to write a grant proposal knows that the scientific community obviously has some censorship, right?
Like, I'm not saying it's all good or all
it's
bad.
not. It's nowhere near as bad as what is occurring in the information that normal people get. Is what I'm saying.
That's fair.
What?
So yeah, just to go on his point, he said specifically that he thought that misinformation spread more quickly than it did than regular information, and I don't necessarily believe that that's true. I believe that what we are seeing is that people that tend to want to spread misinformation tend to be one, stupid, or two, very smart. Which leads them to be very, very good at social engineering, which allows them to get their message across better, faster, with more propaganda than you could ever hope to with your shitty fucking message of boring bullshit, right? Lock her up. It's those kind of things, that type of rhetoric that starts to get like ensourced into the community, into society. Let's go Brandon, right? It's that type of rhetoric that like starts to like ingrain itself, and that you cannot overcome, because it is based in our like tribal DNA to be like this. So if we don't start fighting fire with fire, then you start to have to like you're locking yourselves up, which is what your strategy is. Usually we lock ourselves up and prevent any of this bad shit from happening to us, but we're also not even trying to fucking fight the actual wildfire that's starting, right? If all these echo chambers are so fucking stupid and dumb, you'd be able to throw a fact their way and be able to stop it all, right? If you were smart enough and brave enough and cool enough.
Wait, you think "Let's Go Brandon" is misinformation?
Oh,
No,
that's
I
good.
think the entire concept of what the right wing tends to do is turns everything into a meme that then propagates into "Make Twitch great again." It's "Make America great again." It's whatever.
We
the
get
fuck
it.
it
The
needs
left
to be.
can't meme.
So let's go. So I want to hear from Corey, because that's response to Corey. So Smooth, Doobie, then Gnosis.
Yeah. So just to respond, like, because to Scott's point, like echo chambers are a bad thing. Echo chambers are a thing, and we have good basis for that because that's borne out in the evidence. Like the research is happening in terms of like echo chambers and the effect of echo chambers, how they occur, their dynamics, and so to say, just as in the same vein, we have evidence showing that misinformation and disinformation generally spreads faster. We can get into all the mechanisms as to why, but just on the face of it, misinformation and disinformation does spread. That's an empirical claim backed up in evidence, just as the empirical claim of echo chambers, not overly good, have very negative effects. That's also an empirical claim borne out in the evidence. So like those two things appear to be true. And
you spread misinformation,
they will always be
true. Go to jail.
They'll always be true, just as an FYI, because there will never be a time when people care about spreading things that they believe are quote-unquote information as much as they're trying to spread things that are quote-unquote what their believed perception of what is information, correct? So in your little case, nobody's like preaching it's 2 hydrogen molecules for every 1 oxygen molecule. Like, we get how water works. We know we don't have to preach it every day. So there's not going to be just information that's surpassing misinformation.
Claude doesn't understand the trioxides are a problem. I said, wow, they're in the atmosphere.
Smooth.
They're very bad. Now, that's the ozone layer. And so, like, basically, if we go after this kind of shit, you attack it at the actual source of this fucking shit, which is socialization. And it's the problem from socializing in general and social structure that's actually causing like 90% of our problems. Miscommunication is 90% of conflicts worldwide. Even like Archduke Ferdinand, you want to really go in? You have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. Listen, calm the fuck down. Listen,
I think that's completely fucking
how in the
wrong.
fuck is this wrong? This is the complete.
I'm sorry, I have to deal with that later, but I gotta let
Smooth.
Smooth, Doobie, Gnosis.
Okay, yeah, you lost me on the last part there, but so listen, so how I think we can fix this is messaging, right? Like when people tell the truth, they tell it in such a way that it doesn't even sound good. Like they talk above people. They talk down to people, and it doesn't sound good. Like you should talk to them like you're talking to your friend. Like, hey man, this is the truth. This is what it is. Hey, you should apply these steps to mitigate what might happen to you. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to do it, but these are the things you could do. Like present it like a regular, like you would talk to somebody. The problem is like all these people, they talk down to people and saying, well, you should listen to me because I have 12 years in this and blah, 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 blah. And then somebody goes, well, you were wrong about this. And then they don't know how to actually respond to that. They just fall back to, well, I have this degree, I have instead of actually having the actual human conversation and saying, hey, I was wrong on this. I apologize. These are my things moving forward on how we can address this particular issue. But they don't ever. They just want to set themselves up as something that's infallible. which is
but
wrong.
this is the problem. This is the problem with the power structure that we have, right? Is that like if you talk to scientists, talk to Corey. Corey is more humble and respectful than like any other fucking left-wing person I've met on.
Don't spread that rumor, Scott.
It's facts, okay? Right? But like what you're talking about is you're talking about representatives in positions of power. You're talking about narcissistic people that the state and fucking governmental organizations put above us. And then you're like, well, why are these people talking down to us? Well, it's because we gave these people positions of like perceived legitimacy and power through the fucking monopolization of violence and said, no, you fucking listen to Dr. Fauci. And of course, fucking narcissistic, weird, fucking egomaniacal people rise in those positions. How could it be anybody else but that? Because if they weren't, they wouldn't have made it to those fucking positions to begin with, right? Like that's the whole fucking problem with these institutions that we're supposed to just fucking trust, that are like put in place above us to dictate what we should and shouldn't fucking think. And instead, what we should have is fucking freedom and freedom of association and competition, so that we can actually have respectful and meaningful conversations and get to the truth in a meaningful way.
Smooth, do you want to respond?
Was that even something I need to respond? That seemed like we were around the same wavelength.
Just want to make sure. All right, let's
Fair
go
enough,
to
brother.
Yubi then.
So I think earlier when I heard Claus say that he went into the QAnon rabbit hole after being banned, I took that as meaning that you like became a researcher, quote unquote, which actually means like typically you're being triggered by memes on 4chan, and that's your like research, right? But what you said is actually way more interesting. It sounds like you said that you actually like believed QAnon and went into the rabbit hole. So now I'm wondering, like, based on what you said a little bit ago about Archduke Ferdinand and shit, did you stop at like the children having their adrenochrome harvested and being sacrificed to Moloch, or did you go all the way to like the lizard people? Like, how far into that rabbit hole did you get?
Goddamn Doritos have Moloch babies in them from aborted fetuses.
I went all the way to the stories that were written in like 2001, before September 11th, that had to deal with Anthony Fauci causing a virus that would fuck over America. And that was written in 2001. So
so you went into like the pandemic shit, like the COVID is all planned.
Well, again, that's the John Hopkins like official. There's no pandemic. There's an official John Hopkins simulation that explains 90% of what's happening as well. But again, these are the things that kind of get linked to people. And so when you say, did I actually fall into the rabbit hole, or did I just actually explore the rabbit hole and try to figure out every single one of the reasons why someone would fall into every single one of these? I wanted to see why. And there's obviously, the deeper you go, the closer to the Bible it gets, but eventually it all ends up at the Bible. And obviously it ends up being some sort of fundamentalist Christian type of 1776 Freemasonry type cult. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. You know, you believe your path and keep acting like a frog, and I'm gonna keep acting like me and being a unbanned streamer after 20 months and being cool as fuck.
But did you drink? Did you drink codeine to better understand their mindset or not?
Well, I don't drink
that.
No.
Okay, well, so you don't really know. You didn't really know
last year.
No, man. Again, remember, I don't have to follow everything that I don't have to, like, you know, take communion.
Fake news.
Join.
If you don't,
you got
chug at least 2 liters of lean a day.
Wow, he didn't even have purple in his cup. How could he even know?
The problem is that none of you even know about the things that I'm talking about, and you're sitting here and
we don't know anything about it, of course.
And you don't know about the actual books that I'm talking about that QAnon is based on, right? The actual books called Q that were written 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago that describe so many of the fucking things that are happening right now. Clearly, they're doing it with circumstances of evidence.
It's the one world government coming to fruition.
Gambit.
I mean, do you know Grimm's? But you know the Grimm stories, like Grimm's Brotherhood, all those kind of stories, also known as Disney. Do you know that they're all the same stories too? Like, they're all the same stories we've all been telling ourselves.
So
if all the stories are the same,
JFK Jr. is gonna come out. He's gonna come back alive. He's gonna be vice president. Okay. I'm gonna go run for election in 2024. JFK Jr. is my vice president.
Okay. So I just want you just connected Grimm's brothers, like Brothers Grimm fairy tales, to like QAnon said, hey, because
happened
those
on
tales
QAnon?
were adopted,
What
were
I just
adapted
told
by
you
people and
before
made into new
was that
tales,
if you did not
right, and then
listen to me,
retold,
I
and then Disney took
specifically
those and retold them again. Like
they're all the
therefore,
same
like
story.
QAnon,
It's
like what do
all
you?
the same story, yes. So that basically QAnon understood that there's this story that is being told, and if you can latch onto that story and tell it with your own narrative, you can put anything out there into the world. There's like 9 Grimm fairy tales, yet every fairy tale on the planet, every Disney movie, every Marvel movie, everything that's ever existed is basically Gilgamesh. So we get how everything kind of expands from Gilgamesh, and Star Wars.
Wait, what?
Wow. Universal
Someone
human
finally,
being.
wow, someone finally read Joseph Campbell, and I said, this guy understands the monomythological structure.
Ooh. Yes.
The hero with 1,000 faces. Like that's not
like this is
well
We're
established.
getting there.
Thing.
Yeah. So we're all getting there. Monomyth, right? So now imagine people figured out that the monomyth was a pretty good way to sell a fucking story, and some team is selling that story way the fuck better to the other team, and a lot of people are pissed off about it, and it seems like it's all of you. So unfortunately, you all know
we're not pissed off. We're
knows
like curious.
any of your
It's obvious the best way to convince
so which
people
part?
is
You don't
just
have a
use
letter based off your
buzzwords,
existence.
Mad Libs, to just like get them on your
He was
side.
also
You just need to use the words that they understand the way they understand.
Okay.
Hold on, can I?
Whoa,
so which
shut
part-
up,
Not
shut
the guy who gives all the tools to success from James Bond.
Doobie, go ahead.
I just want to know which part of the hero's journey we're on as a society right now. Like, where are we?
Next up, we'll be looking at Pinocchio and how it connects to the QAnon space of the internet.
So so just so I know, right? Like said you just went down that whole rabbit hole to explain it. Okay, so then you don't believe in the tenets, right? So like you won't. I mean, you're not into like the Pizzagate conspiracy or anything like that, right? Like,
I'm not into the conspiracy theory that there is a pizza parlor that somebody had ownership of and there was things happening in the basement of, but I understand presumably where that probably started from, which was metaphors for things that existed on an island that somebody has been suicided over. So I unfortunately
do you think it started from that? I don't think it started from that. I mean, that
absolutely
happened.
know that it did, and in fact, a lot of other things.
No, Pizzagate's been going on for a really long time, actually, bro.
Yeah. You know what else has started around the same
When
time?
did Jeffrey Epstein die?
God, it was right around the same
years
time
ago?
Operation Warp Speed got marked into existence, right? Executive Order 13887, right? I think it's 13.
I've been talking about Obama and Hillary and the way that they and the spirit cooking long enough. All right, I'm going to tell you right now. If you smell Hillary, she smells like sulfur. All right, these people doing spirit cooking rituals. I've been seeing these things. I want to ask you one question.
What the president of the United States did, and you're
Twitch. I want to ask you these right now. On Twitch, I want to ask you these questions. What do you think Obama meant when he said that he wanted 20,000 hot dogs from young Indian boys? Huh? What do you think those special hot dogs had to do with?
Anything racist up once?
Scott, I really appreciate you knowing what the fuck that means right now.
Anything which,
I really appreciate that.
I don't know. I'm just saying what people have done. Operation Paperclip, proven. These things that the 13887 executive order proven that happened like the week of the Epstein murder, right? Like we had to sign that into existence.
All the right wingers on my channel, are supporting the idea that you're living in 2016. Your memes are so old.
Well, no, I mean I was banned for 20 months, but I was not banned for that long. However, I will say that I'm telling you guys that the problem is my memes from 2016. The fact that they're killing is presumably for the fact that they are coming back up to relevancy because it is May in a election cycle. So I guess somebody's neck is about to get squashed here in a couple hours, right?
Wow. I'm really happy I asked that question. So do you think that like so I want to be like super clear, right? Because I feel like you kind of danced around this earlier. You see, we're referencing like these simulations with John Hopkins and Anthony Fauci and yada yada. So do you think that COVID was like invented in a lab like intentionally to push society in a certain direction?
No, there's no COVID lab. All the COVID lab theories that came out to existence, which by the way, one of my favorites was when Jon Stewart went on Colbert as a old friend and admitted that it was kind of crazy that 6 months prior they could not even talk about the lab leak theory, and then there is starting to get proof that it was in existence. And all Colbert could say was, yeah, but new information had surfaced. And no new information had surfaced, and it was the same theories that were just being confirmed that were being regarded as misinformation at first and non-information down the line. And this is a guy that has Apple TV behind him producing a whole fucking show. Then you have Spotify backing everything Joe Rogan's doing with $100 million contract. Where in the fuck do you think where are your people getting their money from? Pfizer?
Would you like to connect this into a salient point at some point, Claw, on Twitch?
Well, I'm saying, where the fuck are they getting anyone that's preaching your information? They're all getting their money from one source that's called Pfizer, right? Moderna, AstraZeneca, whatever.
I feel like you said no. You said no to my question, please. You said no to my question.
There are
please wait 1 second.
Stop
talking. You said no to my question, but then I feel like you went in circles implying that you meant yes. Right. So I want to be super clear. So when you say, hey, where are they getting their money from? We couldn't talk about this thing. So if you don't think that it was made in a lab, right? And why would you bring up all that other shit?
Because I'm literally explaining to the exact point of what you're talking about, which is the lab theory. This was a theory that a lot of people.
Do you think the lab theory is true?
I believe that Jon Stewart came onto the.
Fuck Jon Stewart. I want to. You think
I'm
agreeing
exactly with I'm hearing exactly the same theory that he said, which was that 100%. First off, yes, we know for a fact that the lab leak theory was real. By the way, now, so just as an FYI,
real
now,
meaning COVID was made in a lab. COVID was made in a lab. You think it was made in a lab?
No, wait. Okay, calm down. Do you think?
Answer the question.
You're saying made in a lab. When you say made in a lab, you're implying so many things that you're trying to get me on because you're a fraud.
I'm not trying to get you on anything.
I'm trying to.
I'm just trying to answer the question. Was COVID made in a lab? Very simple. Was it made intentionally in a lab? Even accidentally in a lab? Do you think
either of those things are true? Lab. Was it made in this?
Nobody knows what the fuck happened with COVID.
Then why would you say that it's real? You just said, "Hey, everybody, we know now that the lab was real."
Made in a lab versus leaked from a lab is totally different. So you're saying made in a lab?
Okay, was it made in a lab?
No, it was not made in a lab. Was it leaked?
Then how can it be leaked?
Oh wait, hold on. Okay,
what do you mean? How can it be leaked?
Okay, stop. Okay, so you think, hey, they got this from nature somewhere, right? And it was in the lab, and then it was leaked. Do you think it was leaked intentionally?
Correct.
Do you think it was leaked intentionally?
I don't think it was leaked intentionally. I think that when they funded the fucking shit, which they funded a lot of these biolabs around the world, not going to mention any other fucking countries where the biolabs exist.
Ukraine.
I think that a lot of the other fucking times that these biolabs or whatever were built in look, I've worked for government agencies before.
I work in a biolab, by the way.
I'm sure you do. So hopefully, Corey. So I'm just saying,
you have one of them on the fucking panel. What the fuck?
I know for a fact that these things
Corey, are you a lizard? Corey, blink your other set of eyelids right now.
Very kept up, but guess what? Just like anything else, there are fucking holes in every single system that exists, and I guarantee Corey knows that at that biolab there was probably some sort of a fucking old pharmacist lady or some fucking chick that fucking would always hit the goddamn phishing link to her or some shit and would fuck up stupid shit like that all the time. There's always some fucking hole that happens in every company.
Pharmacist?
This is why black hat hacking is so easy now. Just so you all aware.
Yeah. Okay. So you think it was in a lab, and then it was leaked.
All day. This is my life.
And then it was leaked.
Wait.
With
cybersecurity,
he believes it was.
You're literally laughing at this shit, but you're like,
with cybersecurity being an all-time high, which is where I work, is cybersecurity. You think with cybersecurity being an all-time high across companies that black hacking is easier?
You actually think this cybersecurity is at the top rank of it? What in the fuck are you talking about? What do you work at? What's your job?
Claw on Twitch.
I work on.
You gotta put the ramen codes down.
I work with security, and I work for several companies. I take on clients in the form of companies and work with their security.
Put your company's name out there right now,
and
just
you're not Claw on Twitch. The real expert on.
I'm not doxing myself. I'm not doxing myself.
Someone could fucking
call you an IT guy. They could call up a support ticket. They could do whatever the fuck they wanted. There's
so many ways you can socially engineer your way into companies. You could just apply for a job.
I'm
and
so
act
glad
like
that
you're
your
a whole
girlfriend
dude.
is
You can
coming to drink
gaslight
some
him.
of your
Hey,
rum and
Yeah,
coke
bro.
because you don't
Bro,
need
Bro,
it
yo,
anymore.
yeah,
can
you know
she
what's
bring
crazy
can
about
she
this
bring
whole
you a
thing?
glass of water, bro? You need to
No,
chill out.
the whole concept about this is, look, I
Glass
get it.
of
I'm doing the
weed.
9v1. I get it. I'm fine with that. Listen, the whole problem is I'm trying to attack this from a logical standpoint. All I'm trying to do is save the world, and all of you are trying to do is fucking trying to attack me for doing.
You just said that black hat hacking is easier now.
It is. It is easier because people are
Bro,
stupid.
it's not.
No,
It is
oh my God.
not.
Oh my God.
Literally,
How-
encryption is
Bro,
getting
bro,
more
you
difficult with time.
Bro, yes.
Go
Okay.
to Instagram right the fuck now. Look how. Ask Instagram how many times they're advertising. We can train you how to be an engineer in less than 36 weeks on Instagram. Everyone is being taught how to be an engineer right now. Everyone is being hired to be an engineer.
Does that
right
mean
now.
they're good
No,
engineers?
No,
I
that's
No,
can
they-
teach somebody to
No,
be a
that's the
fisherman.
point.
Doesn't mean they're gonna be a good
Everyone-
fisherman.
Yeah, hold on. We haven't
No,
considered.
everyone
We haven't
doesn't-
considered
Okay,
that
dude,
ITC
hey,
tech
listen,
exists.
I can't finish
She's
this
right.
point. I can't.
Bob.
You've driven me down such a fucking weird hole.
Wasn't I next?
I'm trying to like solve
Dog,
every
you did
single
that
one
to
of it
yourself.
logically. Bro. No, Scott, you understand this.
Like
You are
100%.
literally, you are literally like the person that comes on these podcasts because they don't have anyone else to attack. I'm replacing you. You're gone now. Okay, Prime's inviting me every single time because I just 9v1 this whole podcast and you did dog shit.
9v1. You
You're
look like a
lying.
crazy
Why are
person.
you
Not-
fucking
Hold on.
I don't
Okay,
even-
guys,
You
guys,
guys
come on,
are
guys.
100%.
Guys, we haven't considered.
once and forever. Praise
Doobie.
Agara.
Yo, make
Where's
one
Agara?
fucking
What the
salient
fuck?
point, dude. Like, stop drinking.
What's
Like,
Agara?
it's embarrassing. You're worse than
Pathfinder
CTV
God.
right now.
Bro, like this is
Okay, wait 1 second.
Doobie,
Hey,
Doobie.
since-
Okay, guys, we forgot.
Black
he
hat
mentioned
hacking
this
is so
earlier.
easy.
Uh,
Black
You
hat
warned us
hacking is
earlier.
so easy. All right.
God. He warned us
Hey,
earlier. I think we forgot.
Oh my God,
We
we're
forgot
from
along
Doobie,
the way.
Doobie.
We forgot along the way that Claw told us he's an icon, right? So we haven't considered the kind of intellect we're contending
I
with
know.
here.
I'm
And
literally
maybe he's
dealing
right.
with like people way beneath me. I'm like helping
Exactly.
you guys as like a fan, right?
We
Like,
haven't considered this. He's fucking
I'm-
up there on the
like, I'm, like,
mountaintops.
way
He's
better
above
than
us.
all of you.
Oh,
I hate
God.
all of you. I'm better than all of you. I get all of that. Okay. I don't
So-
have to deal with this shit. on
Stop
a
drinking.
level.
Put-
I'm
Put down
supposed
the-
to be the narcissist
Stop.
here.
And
I'm the
Oh.
one that
You ain't got
admitted to be
shit on me,
okay
bro.
with
Then
terrorism,
kinda-
and you're
Get
making
out
me
my
look
fucking
good.
point, bro. No, because you literally look like irrelevant because you literally got.
You're making me look good. This
No,
is
I'm
the
not.
only reason why I look like
You
irrelevant is
don't
because I'm
You don't look good. You don't look good because guess what? You're not.
I
gonna
don't
get
say I
relevant
look good. I
followers,
look like dog shit.
bro.
The
I'm
only
gonna get
person
everybody
that doesn't look good in this
I
panel.
look like I
My
banged your
message is
mom, all
better
right?
than my
Let's get
fucking
to my
influence is
point
better
now.
than My
Okay.
fucking influence is better. If we're
All right.
influencers, let's fucking fight on the royale of influence. Let's go. That's
So-
what this is all about. Make your ideas matter.
One last thing.
Wow, powerful.
One
what?
last thing on this because this has been fun.
Your ideas don't
In
matter
terms
'cause
of
nobody knows
the
what your idea
Pizzagate
is.
thing,
Stop,
right?
bro.
The height
so
of
angry.
Pizzagate, like I think we could all agree was when it
What the
was
fuck?
attacked, right? And it
Oh,
was
fuck.
attacked in 2016. And then the Jeffrey Epstein story, according to most people, didn't get kicked off to 2019. Why would Pizzagate have been inspired by Jeffrey Epstein? Most people weren't even aware of the.
Alex Jones has been talking about
Epstein
fucking
has been talking
Jeff
about
Epstein
that,
for like
10
20
years.
years.
Yep.
Hey,
Okay,
Promcase,
fair enough.
do you do
All
cage
right.
matches here? Do you do
Prem-
cage matches here?
What do you mean, like a one-on-one? You want a one-on-one?
I will fight anyone.
Can we do a
I'll
cage
fight anyone
match?
out. Darius IRL is doing a DGG fight club. I will fight anyone here. I'll fight
Team
anyone.
Black
I'll
cage
fight
matches
anyone in
here.
the community. I will fight anyone. in the
As a
community.
general
I
rule, you
will
shouldn't embarrass yourself
dominate.
in front of your girlfriend. Like, as a general
I don't
rule.
need a
out
fucking
for
please,
20
calm
minutes.
down.
I feel like this.
Can I cage match Claw?
Couple notches down.
Cage match Claw.
I own this fuck.
Can I cage
finally
match
got
Claw?
You shouldn't
You
embarrass
mean your
yourself in front of a
girlfriend?
female. Okay, this is
That was a
pretty
little bit.
bad idea.
I'm so glad
really
she's
quickly.
drinking some of your rum and
So-
coke.
so Prime.
Kill your girlfriend
Prime.
to fuck. That's probably not a good
Prime.
idea.
Prime, really
I
quickly.
do whatever I
Yeah.
want.
You
Time
do?
hasn't even done me to
okay.
take
But you
control
can't
yet.
do
Oh
me,
my
baby.
God! Shut up! I can't hear Doobie. Doobie,
Okay, so
please.
Prime, to be fair to the Pizzagate shit, right? The actual pizza parlor that they were talking about was a pretty strange place with lots of strange people that attended it, right? I'm not saying that there was actually like child trafficking there, that kids were in the basement,
Yeah.
but there was a lot of sus shit going on with the owner of that pizza place, right? So just to be clear. So and I think that's what made the story like really ring true to a lot of people. Was the guy was like posting they had like pictures of like children with duct tape on their hands and like red asses on the walls and shit. Because it's a very sus place. They were inviting bands that had like the pedophile logo in their shit. The owner, his name was literally like Len Fantis or some shit, which means like the children. and who's posting weird shit on Instagram all the time. He's a very weird fucking dude. So I think that's why the story would ring true for somebody like Claw who has like 2 IQ. Okay.
Just so you're clear, I wanted to reiterate that all that I brought up when I brought up all that QAnon shit is that I'm saying I went all the way down that rabbit hole, found all that information out, and came out of it with a 401k, health insurance. I'm a normal home. I'm a normal dude, right? You
Congratulations.
Questionable.
Cool, right? You went down that rabbit hole. You found out similar information, not all the way. You
and I turned into a frog,
you pushed it out,
like
you pushed it
physically.
out. Congratulations, yeah. But
Frog
you informed
education.
us about the exact same things that I'm trying to inform us about, like exactly why people would fall down that rabbit hole, right? I'm trying to explain that there's literal stories from like 15, 20 years ago about the exact shit happening right the fuck now that's actually causing a lot of these people on Facebook that you're thinking are crazy psychopaths for they're following pretty normal fucking like logic when you think about it, when you read what they are reading, when you just hear what they're reading, you're like, oh, these people are crazy. When you actually
You can
read it,
convince anyone of
did.
anything.
Okay, but I read it and I read where this
You read
shit
it.
started from. I'm like, holy fuck, that's insanity. And like,
Fucking crazy.
I get why people could be pulled into that fucking matrix, right? I get it, but we have to know why. And
But definitely
how
not Claw, who thinks COVID came from a lab.
Yeah, no, because again, listen, you weren't there, I wasn't there. I'm trying to be a
True.
logical human.
There might have been
person.
an old lady there. It's really
Who the fuck
irresponsible.
knows?
This could have
Might have
happened.
been
It's
a
true.
rat.
Hey,
All
I definitely know-
biolabs have an
I
old
definitely
lady.
know
I
a
can attest
frog
to that.
wasn't there, because if the frog was there, we would have known about it. So I'm saying that at the end of the day, this fucking shit's more important, in my opinion, than the actual solutions to these things. And I have a super hot girlfriend. Continue.
The tweets from the anonymous person who secretly knows the inside government secrets and will never decides to come out and say actually who they are. You think that's more important than what we were talking about?
That has absolutely nothing to do with the QAnon story that
You
I
know
just
what?
talked about.
I'm-
That's
you know
we're
what?
trying to explain
You
to
know what?
It's
I'm
not
calling it
about
right now.
that. It's not
I'm
about
calling it
that.
right now.
You think it's a Twitter account? It's not.
I'm calling it.
No, it's
I'm
way
calling it right
deeper.
now. I'm
You
calling it
guys
right
are
now.
so stupid.
I'm calling it right now. During his disappearance off of Twitch, Claw obviously became a CIA asset because this glowy representation of batshit drunk, insane, fucking pure stupidity that he's putting forward. This is a fucking psyop right now to make everyone think that Q is crazy and to stay away.
You would think so.
Super clear, like-
What, bro?
Wait,
Claw.
is Claw living a happy life?
album,
Probably.
26-song album on Spotify right now.
Shut the fuck up, Glowy. Shut up,
Doobie,
Glowy.
Hey,
we-
Hold on, to be super fair to
You-
Claw.
Claude, you
super
were
critical, guys.
How you think he got all that money in a house? Fucking Glowy.
you
To be super fair to
were
Claude,
making
really
people.
quickly, I feel like I've been really mean to Claude. I want to be fair. Like, I only got involved in politics because like the government turned my family gay, right? So Claude, there's something to this shit. And maybe you're right. Okay.
Okay.
You only got into politics because I
okay.
made the Royale, which made you relevant. So shut
Okay,
the fuck
all
up
right.
for,
What the
okay?
fuck is a royale?
Okay. All right. Great,
Oh, no,
everyone. Everyone. So we're running out of time for this particular topic. We got to move on. Okay. So
Talk about guns,
this has
way less
been
violent.
this has been a weird one.
Oh.
But we're gonna
I'm
continue
glad he's
on. We got
getting
a
some
second.
food in him.
We have a second topic, so we're gonna go to that. Wow. Let's just take a breather. Let's relax. We'll make it past this, everyone. All right. But if you've been enjoying this content, if you just stopped by, right, hit that follow button. If you haven't done so yet, hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on, so you know I'm going live. We do this all the time. We love to have you here. So hit that follow button. Subscribe to the channel. Super chats help out. Subscriptions help out. All that good stuff. So support this channel. Hit the like button. All that good stuff. I'm saying all that good stuff a lot. I don't know why. It's kind of awkward. All right, so moving on. Also, hit us up on our social media. We have a Twitter where we tweet stuff. Hit us up on Twitter. Discord, where we have with the heart and soul of the community. Everything happens on Discord, so be a part of our Discord, please. And then TikTok, we post videos from here, like clips of interesting things. I think some of this will end up on TikTok. It'll be fun. Great. And then, of course, YouTube. Gotta spread the word. Hit us up on YouTube if you're not there already. All right. Like, comment, and subscribe. All right. So next topic. Oh, boy. During the Uvalde school shooting, police officers failed to take action against the assailant for about an hour. The result seems to have been an increased loss of life due to the department's incompetence. The police department accounts for around 40% of the town's budget. If the police have failed to perform their duties, should we reconsider the amount of funding they get in favor of alternatives? So yeah, I'm reading an article about this, talking about how just for many towns, especially small towns, that the police eat a just gigantic portion of their budget, a gigantic portion. This particular department actually did like lots of trainings like inside the school, right? They had like the school layout, they did like drills, they were supposed to be ready for it, and then they weren't. It's seemingly, right, this is still a developing story, but it seems like they just completely screwed this up, like even in terms of like basic police strategy. Now everything went wrong. So if that's the case, do they deserve that much funding? Would it not be better for us to look elsewhere? All right, so I'll open this up to the panel. First, we'll start with Sproticus.
So I think that we need to get rid of police unions. I think police unions are keeping bad cops as cops. I think that cops need to be able to be fired for when they do wrong things or when they prove that they don't have the capabilities of being a cop, and the police union is keeping them in the police force. So if you do not have what it takes to be a cop, you should not be a cop. Because this local police force not only fucked up and didn't take care of the situation, when the special weapons and tactics team came, the local police force didn't let them in. The local police force fucked this up 10 ways to Sunday, and there needs to be some heads rolling.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to blanking. Scott.
I wasn't gonna say it till you.
You lost some brain cells as a result of something that
happened. Yeah. So I want to start off first. To everyone on the left, all cops are bastards. To everyone on the right, let's use the term oath breaker, because every single police officer in this country is a dishonorable piece of shit because they regularly violate the Constitution based off of their oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. That said, these cops especially are fucking horrendous in their ability to be able to do or respond in any way, shape, or form. Sproticus touched on some of the points, of course. The fact that they didn't want to bust down the doors and they wanted to wait to get janitor's keys. The fact that children were, covering themselves in the blood of dead teachers so that they could play dead for an hour and 18 minutes while the cops waited to actually go in and fire and kill this guy with like 25 rounds. They finally went all in at the very end. In terms of solutions, I think it's very simple. We need to abolish all public schools, and we need to abolish the police state. The best thing that you could do is privatize public schools, privatize police, and then since we spend roughly $11,000 to $25,000 a year annually on putting children in school, all we need to do in once we get rid of public schools is just give parents $1,000 to $2,000 a month every single month for every school age child that they have, and allow them to homeschool or engage in private schools, etc. This idea of like, we'll get rid of certain portions of the corrupt police state and hopefully it'll get better. No, just fucking privatize it. Just allow schools to be private, allow them to have insurance, allow them to have private security, and deregulate this private security to the point that they can effectively act as security. And when schools fail, they'll be sued out of fucking existence, and we'll actually have a market and an insurance market that ensures the safety of our children. These police can't be fucking trusted. Communities and private companies are much better and much more efficient at being able to protect themselves, and that is what we need to do.
Okay. Jason.
Jason, you're muted. But I loved every word you said.
I love the idea that the solution was to price poor kids out of school, but but no, I think on this issue, the police did really fuck up. I think that definitely we need to look at how we fund the police. We need to look at how we're training, obviously. And I am firmly of the belief that we should defer funding to more public resources, that can help to prevent these situations instead of waiting for them to happen and having the powder keg blow up on us like did in this situation. So yeah, I'd like to see more community resources, more mental health, resources, things like that. I think those preventative measures are better than waiting for this to happen and then sending in a bunch of inept or lazy police officers that don't want to do their fucking jobs and letting fucking 21 people die because they just didn't want to walk in, even when parents were trying to walk in. Again, even when the special tactical units were trying to walk in, they're blocking these people from going in. It's like, fuck them. I'm sorry. Like, and yeah, they should fire most of those cops that were on the scene, if not all of them. They should be fucking fired. Like, no question. Like, what the fuck, dude? You sat there and waited for an hour? Get the fuck out of here. That's all I got on that.
Okay. Claw.
Yeah, I'm just going to do a complete 100% direct response to Scott, and that is that I am somebody that was completely homeschooled and pays for all of their security. So if you believed Scott, then you believe everything that I say is correct, and that I found my own schooling from home via the QAnon boards on Facebook. Next up.
Okay. Gnosis.
So it seems like people who are drawn to violence have a tendency to use and abuse that violence. So what I'm proposing is that we separate the people who use violence from the people who permit the
You're
use
going
of
in
violence.
and out volume-wise. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but
Is it better now?
yes.
better.
Mhm.
Okay, sorry about that. Must have been whatever. So my whole thing is that it's quite obvious that people who want to use violence will abuse any privilege they have to use violence whenever the option presents itself. So maybe we should separate the people who are allowed to who give permission to use violence and the people who enact that violence. How would we do that? Well, I'm proposing we have one social worker who's there to deal with the situation in a manner which does not use the legal enforcement and the legal authority they have been provided. If the situation calls for the legal any form of legal enforcement, such as violence or anything like that, then they would have a police officer present who only acts on their discretion, or unless the situation requires for it. Of course, situation gets too violent, police officer's gonna be there, detain them to deal with this. But the main thing is that the social worker is trying to figure out what the solution is and try and find a way that we don't get the law involved with this unless it absolutely has to. That's all.
Corey.
Yeah, so my meme answer is totally, funds need to be reallocated so that there's better training to send these cops to the Doobie School of Masculinity so that they're not cowards. But my actual answer is totally echoes a lot of things that Sprouticus said in terms of abolishing police unions, or at least making them better somehow, so that we're not retaining bad cops. And a lot of my, I echo the sentiments of Jason's Society, more funding for better community resources. But I also, so I'm all for funding access to mental health care resources, but I want to be careful in terms of yes, I'm all for funding access, but at the same time, let's not make the mistake of concluding that mass shootings or school shootings is primarily driven by mental health issues. That's a separate issue, but totally, we should fund mental health care access. Stop there.
Okay. Let's go to Smooth.
Okay, I just there's no world where first of all, I guess I'll start here. The police were absolutely wrong in this situation for not going in after that suspect. If you see someone walking, okay, they were originally, if I remember the story correctly, they were shooting with him, they were shooting at him, they were outside, and then he went inside and they didn't follow. There's no world where you see him go into a school and you go, well, I'm just gonna chill outside. That doesn't even sound right. That sounds like if you see someone running into a freaking, I don't know, a refinery with a freaking flamethrower, you're like, oh yeah, this is gonna turn out great. No, it's not. They're gonna kill people. They're gonna kill a bunch of children, and that's exactly what he did. He killed a lot of children. And two teachers, or one teacher, and then he killed his grandma on the way. It was kind of crazy. But I do want to respond to the fact of, if you already have an active shooter situation, there's no world where a social worker is going to do anything. There's no world. The person's already shooting. The social worker's job is for way before then. He already had a gun. It's over with. Like, it's the police job to neutralize the threat, and they failed. That's my talk.
Flamethrower in a refinery. You know how I draw a picture. Thanks so much. All right, Doobie.
Yeah, so it seems like these cops specifically might have actually violated the whole policy and their training, right? Recently, the Texas policy is to confront the attacker, right? And that includes even like ignoring cries for help from children, ignoring injured people, right? So you just go in and you confront the attacker, right? So they sat outside for like an hour and waited for it was like a border patrol, SWAT team, or whatever the fuck to show up. So it seems like they did violate policy. It seems like people might have died as a result of that. So I think there should be consequences for these people, absolutely. There should also be consequences for the people that lied, like afterwards, to try to put the cops into like a better light, right? They talked about that cop confronting the attacker before he went to the school. That's not true. Now it turns out he never confronted him. He was actually, that resource officer was actually driving around and was not on campus when the guy showed up. He showed up, was shot at, and left. Right? So he didn't attack the guy on the way, and he wasn't even there. Right. And I think that like this might be what I think is really interesting about this is we have a lot of people, typically on like the progressive or left side, who would say, hey, you shouldn't have cops on campus at all. Right. You should have a social worker to like talk the gunman down or some shit. Use a Jedi mind trick on him. But I don't know how we get to the point where like, I don't know how you like bridge that divide from like saying, hey, cops shouldn't be on campus. But now, when the cop wasn't on campus, now it's also a problem, right? Like I don't know. I think you got to like meet somewhere in the middle and say, hey, maybe there should be a cop on the campus with a gun, right? Even if that means that this cop might be an asshole, might abuse his authority. We might get more videos of kids being like pushed around by cops. Maybe that shit will happen. Raise your kids better. I don't fucking know. So I don't know. I feel like I don't think stripping their funding is a good idea. And maybe I think. Getting rid of the people that fucked up and replacing them with people that won't fuck up, and also having more cops in the school itself to address this kind of shit is probably the way to deal with it.
So I've got a bone to pick with Gnosis. Gnosis, it seems like you're just trying to pull out your like politically pointing in the right direction. I don't know what a therapist has to do with this conversation. I don't know what the majority of what you said had to do with this conversation. We're talking about a police force that, for one, didn't confront the gunman while he was going to the school. The gunman went unconfronted after he shot his grandma. He went to the school, entered the school unconfronted. And so the police force stood outside for an hour. When the SWAT team showed up, they weren't waiting for the SWAT team because they didn't allow the SWAT team to go into the school. This police force fucked up on all fucking levels. This is absolutely asinine. And the fact that they still have their jobs is absolutely crazy to me. If I was somewhat in charge of this police force, every policeman that was not in charge or did not object to their superiors as to going to the school or as to letting the SWAT team in would lose their job, because this is absolutely asinine behavior and it does not belong in the police force.
And Doobie, if I may, so like I take your point in terms of potentially some people are proposing the solution of more police presence or more armed presence on campus, but we need to be careful because here it gets like really tricky in terms of like a prescription without evidence is difficult, and a prescription with little evidence and the evidence is not so good, also difficult. But yes, many people naturally come to the conclusion that there should just be greater security presence in schools. But there's a little bit of evidence to point, not the greatest evidence, but there's a little bit of evidence to point that actually having an armed presence, you might be incentivizing school shooters, because having potentially more guns on site might be an incentive. You might be incentivizing also school shooters, and also given the fact that many school shooters, they also want to die. And given the fact that if they know that there's going to be an armed presence on site, then again, you might be incentivizing school shooters. In that, if they know,
Yeah, but
that there's an
how many of
presence-
these school shooting
Do you think-
situations have been in
do you think-
places where there are
What?
like armed guards who are shooting at the shooter? That's
do you
very rare.
think-
It's
So
typical,
I will
typically
link
choose
it-
places where that's not the case.
Yeah, so I'll
Do,
link
do you
it
think
in
that
chat,
like
but-
Israel is missing like some ability or capacity to educate their children?
Sure,
Because they
so-
require you go through checks with armed security and they don't have school shootings.
Yeah, so we
Correct.
can talk
Despite
about
being
They
in a
have
country that has,
mandatory,
like,
they have
serious
mandatory
issues with
military.
terrorism.
They have mandatory military testing, which is
Okay.
different than us. So that's
So yeah, we
That's
can
not what
talk
Scott's
about
talking
multiple
about.
prescription in terms of like
Fucking
yes,
what?
both metal detectors, armed presence, checkpoints, redesigning of schools. Like that's a separate. I'm just talking about.
You don't need to redesign schools. You just need to make one entry, one exit points. So where the public enters at one, the public enters at one point, and they exit during that same point, and you force it via locked doors. Of course, teachers and children are going to be able to go out because teachers have keys. They're going to be able to get in and out of other doors, and other doors are going to be open for emergency exits, such as you push the door and it's going to sound off an alarm. But with all that being said, it's one entrance, one exit, and then you add in metal detectors, you add in armed guards. It's a much more secure place than what it is right now.
Can I ask, did any of you guys go to a school growing up where they had metal detectors and gates and all this sort of shit? Because I went to schools where they had that, right? Like typical like really bad areas where they have gang presence and drug dealers trying to come onto campus. They'll have like gates and metal detectors, and sometimes they'll have like a dog that goes through the classroom to sniff everybody's pockets. Like did so you guys went, and I feel like separate from the other kids, right? Because there's like really heavy gang presence at the school that I went to, the neighborhood that I went to school in. But in terms of like feeling like there's going to be a shootout on the campus, I felt very safe knowing that wasn't going to happen because everybody had to go through a metal detector on the way into school, right? And the times where kids were shot, it was out in front of the school, right? So I really don't see like this is like I don't understand why we would think that having metal detectors, having an armed presence, having like double gates and shit, how that would incentivize somebody to choose that school if they want to do a school shooting.
I mean, like in the 50s and 60s and even up into the 70s, it was very commonplace to bring firearms to school, right? Like and we didn't have a massive issue with school shootings at that time. This is clearly something to do with the socio-political, cultural thing that has mass shootings as a major problem in America because we don't see the same statistics in places where there are firearms, and we don't see the same thing in our own country when firearms were more likely to be in schools. And I'm not saying this is I'm not like a GOP guy being like, this is proof that if we just had more teachers armed and more guns in schools, we would never have this problem again. What I'm saying is like, this is clearly a cultural, a mental health, a social, political, like there's something here that is a modern phenomenon that is causing this. The question is, how do we respond to that in the immediate, right? Because I don't think we can just institute some government policy that's going to just like fix our fucking culture.
You called it, bro. Homeschooling, right? That's what your solution was. You said homeschooling was the option. Get rid of all police.
Oh, I think we have a good.
I mean, that is my.
I don't think you can turn schools into mini prisons though either, and some of that is what this show sounds like. Like.
I think you're seeing that the wrong way. It's not a mini prison.
My solution is
if you want to put barbed wire up around the school too, like let's make it look real comfy.
That's not even it, bro. Like it's not that you're turning the school into a prison. You're just literally just making it a more secure place. If you can stop the public, which in this case, what happened? Someone from outside of the public came into the school, which shouldn't have been able to happen. If you can stop that from happening,
don't think of it like a prison. Think of it like think of it like a fortress, right? Like hey, you're protecting the people inside, not
door. And like your door just came down, even though you had a lock on it. Like, what would you do? How would you react to that?
This is the problem. Look at how many points of failure existed for this shooting to take place.
Right.
Number one, this shooter was in a school program that happened to have a private company that was tracking social media posts. They failed. Okay, no one did anything at the school, despite the fact that they were aware of the grandmother letting them know that a school shooting was imminent 15 minutes before it occurred. The school resource officer was not at the school. A teacher had propped open a door, and an entry that normally shouldn't be available was available to the shooter. The police responded and broke all protocol despite being 40% of the town's budget and despite having plates in their fucking vests that are rated for rifle rounds. They had all of the equipment that they needed to go in, and they waited despite the fact that children were calling and begging them multiple times for over an hour trying to get the police to come in. They didn't come in. They ignored SWAT, right? Like, there are multiple points of failure all over the fucking place. And what is going to happen is slap on the wrists. Some people will get fired, but most of the people that fucking suck won't get fired. And the institutions are going to remain with the same corrupt incentive structures that they have today. And it's going to move on until something else in the media cycle moves. My solution is very fucking simple, is that we spend $11,000 to $25,000 annually on every school-age child in public school. Give that money to parents instead of public schools, and let parents choose whether or not they want to homeschool their children or whether or not they want to put their children in private schools. It is very fucking simple. It is an easy fix. And once people are able to sue institutions, and once insurance is required to protect places, you will see that the market will be able to demand that these children are fucking safe.
It's amazing, Scott, how you can have you can literally collate all the facts and then arrive at just the most random place. But
it's amazing. It's amazing how your brain just trips and you can never engage with points and you just gish out.
I'd love to engage with it, but I gotta let Narcissus first.
You never have, and I've been on here a ton of times.
Don't worry. If you need me to kick your ass on school choice, I can do that. Anytime, any place, Narcissus.
All right, let's invite them all to the Royale, baby. No, I'm kidding.
You're muted, Gnosis. Still muted.
Yeah,
still muted, bro.
He's gonna say "fuck them kids" because they're not his. He's totally self-centered.
Yeah.
You're unmuted. I can hear you say yeah.
I'm better. No, I used the wrong thing. Okay. I figured out. I accidentally pressed my mute button. Anyways, so yeah, fuck them kids. But aside from that, my main thing is that, look, essentially, first I should clarify. Originally with Sprouticus, my whole thing was we should limit the use of police to specifically situations that call for violence, and then train them very heavily so they can properly deal with those violent situations in the most ideal way possible, whatever that might fucking be. I'm not a person. I'm not done. We should also probably find out what actually is the root cause of school shootings. And of course that's people that are very angry at the world will lash out, and people that are self-destructive will find a way to self-destruct. And when you combine those two with a little bit of vengeance and a gun and a school, you get a mass shooting, all right? But we should find out what encourages those things, and if we're not gonna make more school shootings happen, maybe we should do the opposite of that.
Are you Canadian?
What? Yes, I'm a very shitty comedian. But anyways, I'm not done. Kids, the main thing is that kids are obviously, with the way that schooling is structured, this is bound to occur. All right. If kids were taught in a more independent fashion, I'm not even saying private.
Wait, you're saying this is bound to occur because they're all in the same spot?
No, I'm saying how do I put this? The way that they are being taught is not beneficial for their mental health specifically. They are being
have a mass shooting without a mass.
No, it's not even that. They're confined into a classroom in which they are forced to obviously learn about the subject. To the US, though. But they are obviously going to be around people that are going to be bullying them. The social climate is not fluid. It doesn't change.
This was an 18-year-old that went into an elementary school. He wasn't part of the school. He wasn't in class and just decided to pull it out from his.
I'm talking about preventative measures, not
make a point.
Look, my point is that if we make it so that people can be exposed to each other, and we had specific institutions, and the institution that was supposed to properly deal with it, more specialized towards the violence it is meant to prevent and take care of, that would be better, and making it so that people are exposed and are willing to interact with each other, maybe we wouldn't have individuals radicalized.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you just said.
Why
I
do
don't,
we just keep everyone in
living in La La Land.
look metaverse pods, and everyone can just be in their little pods, and then no one can hurt each
yeah,
other?
yeah. I don't.
right?
I don't. I'm
That's
sorry.
what
I
we wanna
don't. I don't
go
get
to?
why. I don't. Help me understand.
I'll do a
this.
drawing. I'll come back to me in a second.
Show me a
He's gonna-
drawing. I
gonna
want to see
draw
a drawing.
something.
Okay,
A
I need to see a drawing.
Okay.
You
But
just-
Scott,
See the diagram. When
ahead.
If no one sees each other, they can't hurt each other.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
for
Let's go,
real.
Doobie.
Yeah, so I think there's many like issues here, but I think two of the main ones for me are I think we have a society that gives too much leeway to cowards wearing badges. Because of the thin blue line thing behind me, right? We say, hey, these are hero cops, and everybody was so eager to jump on the hero cop train. And we find out that they were lying to us and it was all bullshit, and they actually let these kids die and violated their own policies to do so. And on the other side, you have a culture that like treats mental health issues like quirky personality traits that need to be embraced and not corrected, right? I think these two things are a really bad fucking mix, right? When you want to deal with things like school shooters and people are going to go on like mass terrorist attacks and shit. I feel like we need to stop doing both those things, right? I think these guys should be arrested. The cops, by the way, should be arrested for a dereliction of duty. That they should have serious fucking consequences for everything they did. The guy that went on TV and lied to us to sell the hero cop narrative, he should also be in fucking jail. So I don't know what the fuck for, but just for pissing me off. I think all these guys need to have no power going forward, and there should be serious consequences for these people. And I think that the fact, like Spratica said, the fact they still have their jobs, there's even a question about it, is fucking insane. Right? They should have no business being anywhere near a position of authority.
so I'm assuming the flag you have is ironical.
It's ironic, yes.
Okay.
No, hold on. To be fair, typically I love cops. Right?
Typically I'm pro cops.
When they're doing the right thing, right? I don't think these cops did the right thing. I think they again
violated
their own policy. Violated their own policy.
Wait, Corey, do you say a lot of them, dude? Do you say that a lot of them did?
It looks like in that instance, it looks like a lot of the cops violated the policy.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying a lot of them were doing good. I'm like, wait, what? Sorry, I misread that statement. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think they violated their own policy, right? And they then their I think it's like their police chief or some shit went on TV and presented the situation as if the cops did everything correctly, when I'm sure he fucking knows that they did violate their own policy that they had training on recently, right? So the fact that he went out there and lied to everybody about them doing the right thing is totally unacceptable. He should lose his fucking job. All these guys should lose their jobs. And I'd be totally in favor of putting them in fucking prison for some kind of fucking liability to these kids' murders, because they allowed it to happen because they're fucking cowards, right? If you want to be a cop, I know it's extremely rare that cops actually like have to fire their gun, but there's a fucking chance, right? And if you're going to be a cop, you need to accept that. And if you don't want to take that leap, then don't fucking be a cop. And if you don't take the leap, then hey, there are consequences. You promised us when you took the job that we could count on you to do these things. You didn't fucking do those things. We're gonna put you in jail.
I think the simple idea that this had to do with the local police officers fucking up and not letting the SWAT team in and not following their own duties, not following their own oath of office. All of these things combined, and Justin Trudeau in Canada is applying a freeze on all handgun sales. I don't know where this gets miscommunicated along the lines to where this is a police department issue that happened there, and all of a sudden people are going to just yell, get rid of the guns, when this is a police issue and the police fucked it up 10 ways to Sunday.
We need to separate two things here, right? It's very important when you say dereliction of duty that what you're talking about is the specific policy that they were trained on for the active shooter, which I think Spraticus is doing just fine, right? But I want to be careful here. This idea that police officers have any duty to protect you is not true and is not part of the Constitution in any way. And police officers have a right in any one point in time to not protect you. 2005 Castle Rock v. Gonzalez, and 1989 DeShawnee v. Winnebago. The Supreme Court has ruled multiple times that the cops don't have to protect you, and they can choose to just let you scream and die in pain if they feel like letting you die. Their job is to enforce the law. It is not to protect you. And I think anyone, and Doobie, I think you'll agree with me here, even still. Anyone that's actually grown up in like a poor inner city community has experiences. I know I have experiences where shootings have occurred in my neighborhood. I've called the cops and then they say, cool, we don't go to your fucking neighborhood at night. We'll see you in the morning and do a report, because cops don't have any duty to protect anybody. The only duty they have is to enforce the law. And in that regards, like, it's important to understand that that is part of the problem, is that the incentive structure is placed in such a degree that cops don't actually have to do any of those things. Now, did they violate policy that they specifically had, which can allow them to be fired? Yes, but in terms of committing a crime, it's going to be very difficult to prove them of a crime, because the system as it is set up right now is one that police are not there to protect you. That's not their job. They don't give a fuck about you.
I'm sorry, before you go, Dibby, I just want to ask Corey. Corey, do you know in Canada, do they have that duty? I don't know.
I cannot say with certainty. And also, like, given that I'm Quebec, we have our own sort of unique police force. And so the rules are probably in Quebec different than the rest of Canada.
If you don't speak French in Quebec, you get kicked out. That's what I heard.
No, that's not true at all. I don't speak French.
Bitch, they don't speak French in Quebec.
But if you're part of the government or have a job, you...
Let's go to Doobie.
Je ne sais quoi.
So I saw some pushback in chat for what Scott was saying about cops not showing up at night in certain communities. A lot of times they're not going to say that directly, right, to be fair, but they won't show up for like
they've told me directly over the phone.
Yeah, well,
I've heard that before too.
They won't show up for 6 hours. They'll show up the next day, right? They just pop up randomly when you're not fucking expecting them, and everything's done, right? So yeah, they do that in some neighborhoods. Just to give some backup to Scott.
Oh, okay.
But again, I really want to hit on this thing. I feel like this culture again. So one issue is the thin blue line shit, right, that you get from conservative types. And another thing is on the other side, we have a culture that treats mental health issues like personality quirks. Right? Like, it's just quirky. Oh, he's cutting himself in the corner. That's just his thing. This kind of shit. Like, I think we need to take this stuff way more seriously, right? I think we've allowed people space to take mental health issues and make gender identities and styles out of them, and we need to stop doing that. We need to start treating this stuff seriously and have these people even mandate that these people need to see a fucking therapist.
At the same time, we don't need to re-stigmatize mental health issues. ADHD used to be extremely stigmatized. We don't need to re-stigmatize mental health issues. That's not what we need to do, because less people are going to go see doctors for mental health issues if the mental health issue is stigmatized, because they don't want to be diagnosed with it. They don't want to have to say they have it. If we destigmatize health issues but keep the severity of you do need to go see a doctor, you do need help for this, that is the best way forward, to not make them feel like something is extremely wrong with you and you're just a fuck up. You don't need mental health people who deal with mental health issues feeling like that. You need them to feel like this is okay. You're just getting help for something you need help with, such as if I had a broken arm, I'd be insane to not say, okay, I need to go see a doctor about my broken arm. Same thing. If you have a mental health issue, it's insane for you not to go see a doctor about your mental health issue. It's still your health.
I want to propose something. If we're going to keep this, okay.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah,
to Corey, then.
I'm not sure why you brought gender identity up, Doobie. I don't know if that was serious or not.
I think you do know why. I think a lot of gender identities are actually just mental illness. Absolutely.
Well, I'm not going to touch that. But like, do you think then that's contributing to school shootings and mass shootings? Then and also.
I think the culture that allows that is contributing to it. Yes,
it's a little the culture that you perpetuate as someone who it's very interesting to me that you want to address mental health issues since you think they are a large contributor to mass shootings or school shootings, and yet at the same time, in the same vein, you espouse that people should just man up. You should just take the hit that you get from your spouse or partner. It's people like you. That are preventing.
How do you connect? Me saying, "Hey, if your girlfriend smacks you, it's not always domestic abuse. And you don't always need to. You don't always need to make a victim of yourself, right?
Why do you think it's
how do you connect that? How do you connect that to hey?
Why do you think it's largely men? Oh God. Why do you think it's largely men that don't seek mental health treatment or even just go to the doctor? Period. Why do you think that is?
If there's not a difference between men
Wait,
and
hold
women,
on.
why does it matter what
What?
man or women differentiate between?
There
What?
is a difference
Corey?
between men
Oh
and women.
man, you're
Yes.
drunk.
What are you
Corey,
talking
no,
about?
Corey's
Claw,
point right here.
Claw,
No, no,
Claw.
just pick up, Doobie. He literally asked about gender identity and asked a question about man or women, but like that's the whole point, right,
Trust.
Corey?
You're drunk. You're being.
I'm not saying there's no difference between
This
men
has,
and
this has
women.
nothing to do with the conversation. Can we
Oh
like
my
maybe
Wait, hold on.
God.
So Corey,
like,
You're
so Corey,
so retarded.
Corey,
Go for it.
Corey, I'll agree with you, right? That toxic masculinity, quote unquote, is a thing, right? You can be too what's the word, machismo, whatever, right? I think I experienced a lot of it growing up from my father, right? Who would actively teach me to like suppress
Supposedly
emotion.
Mexican.
Suppress emotion. I'm not Mexican, by the way. I'm American. I'm a brown American. So who would teach me to suppress like a pain and emotion, right? So I get that's totally a thing. So the point that I was making in the last panel that we're on was that I think it's silly. Is that every time your girlfriend smacks you or pinches you or whatever is like, it rises to the level of physical abuse, and you're now a victim, and you now need to go on Me Too on Twitter and make like a Me Too post. I think that's fucking silly. I think people get physical in relationships sometimes, and it's not always abuse. So sometimes you're just fucking around. Sometimes you're angry, and you flick each other, whatever. Shit happens, right? It's not always like, you're not always a victim. No, it's not always a case somebody needs to go to jail for.
No one ever said that they have to go to jail. But go ahead, Scott.
I want to throw a bone to the bootlicking statists here that want to keep the public indoctrination camps while stealing people's money so that they can force their children into these prison-like mental health facilities. If you're going to keep these fucked system known as public schooling, and you just want to that fucking state dick all day long, what I would suggest is this. If you're going to be proactive about mental health, then you need to be proactive about mental health. And if you don't want to destigmatize mental health, then don't destigmatize mental health. And there's a very simple solution to that. What you do is that you mandate that every student, at least 2 or 3 times a school year, is taken out of class, and they, no matter who they are, no matter race, grades, gender, ethnicity, doesn't matter, you go before and you speak for a half hour or an hour, mandated to have a conversation with the guidance counselors. Yes, it's going to be more expensive. Yes, we're going to have to pay more money, but you want to fucking suck that state dick, like you might as well take a little bit more in taxes so that we can have every single person, so that we can have every single person given that they have an opportunity to speak to someone, that they can speak to someone that is a trained psychotherapist. But not only that, they can do so without anyone judging them and like bullying them, because it is a mandated thing that everyone does. So they can do so under the pretense that they're having a mandated conversation without being made fun of for having that conversation.
So
there's my
that
bones
was
in the
actually
States.
I thought that was actually a good solution on their
I
part,
think it's
right?
great.
Like I think
really like that
a
solution.
broken clock every twice a day. So that's
No,
wonderful.
always right.
Thank you so much,
I
Scott.
don't agree that he would even agree with that though. Like if that policy came down, he would probably be against it. I know for a fact he'd be the first one in line, being like, "Fuck these schools for telling us what we have to do for our 30 minutes a day." Like you would be first in line for like
For a
hating
fact,
on that.
I literally presented it. Shut the fuck up, you drunk.
No shit, bro. But like, you're also gonna be the same person that's like, dude. Even if it's not you, it's the exact same template. Like, what are you talking about? Bro, your whole mentality at the fundamentals. Is
Okay,
wrong,
bring it down,
man.
bring it down. Nasus, it's your turn. You said you're gonna have an amazing solution. I'd love to hear.
Nobody said anything about it being of good quality. All right, let's lower our standards here.
Yeah, but diorama,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, I have a shitty diorama. But yeah, look, and the center, it's school shooting. It's very shittily done. But yeah, this is what I was trying to explain. Like cops, they're the people who we've recognized are the people who are meant to go in and deal with the violence, usually through violence, in the case of a school shooter at least. My whole thing was we need to make them like properly fucking trained. It's obvious they aren't prepared for this situation. Like they are quote unquote trained. They understand what they need to do to some degree, but the actual execution of it, they need like at least a little bit more practice, a little bit more training, and we don't want them to use this violence in any other circumstances. So that's why I'm saying we should specialize it. And with the kids, again, we all agree there is also a mental health aspect to this. And why I'm saying we need like a more of a change of approach rather than just like band-aid solution. We just have counselors. They're forced to talk. That's gonna be one more costly, and it doesn't really address the problem that
literally your
children
Listen,
children are literally
Training?
incapable of like taking care of themselves, and that is
training
what
isn't
school
gonna
should
fix the
functionally be.
police
Go
being
listen to your
scared.
opening
Kindergarten.
Yeah,
statement,
of course,
bro.
there's
That
going
was
to
your
be a,
opening
like, a
statement.
larger-
You literally said that for your opening statement.
I'm a big
Yes,
fan of the
obviously, that's
kindergarten
why I did
program.
this.
I think what we really need to do is
Oh,
just
you
arm
said the
very
opposite.
talented children between the ages of 4 and 12 and teach them how to use handguns, rifles, and give them a rudimentary education on mortars and let them defend the schools.
Oh my god! Did you say mortar?
Teach them how to use
Honestly,
fucking
look,
artillery.
you're allowed to hunt iguanas.
Teach them how to
with
operate a
rocket
drone.
launchers.
It's
You're
basically a video
You are
game.
allowed to hunt iguanas with rocket launchers in Florida. That is how the fucking government should handle
The
it.
second,
You should be able to use nukes. You should be able to use nukes because of the Second Amendment, baby.
It's called the kindergarten program.
The Second Amendment,
You gotta stop
was
drinking.
not based. The Second Amendment was not
Right,
based
bear
off hunting.
arms, baby.
The Second Amendment was not based off hunting. And the fact that you think it is, I can tell that you are so far wasted. It's not even fucking funny.
Bro, I'm an infrared highs fan. Okay, that's who I.
That's
fucking
a problem.
What does
Okay.
that have to do with
A lot,
anything we're
actually.
speaking about
fan.
here?
I'm just joking. I hate that guy. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, Claude, it's like
I'm
my
a
first time
Zerko
talking. I
fan.
feel like we've been kind of like rude to you. But to be fair to everybody here, you're like an annoying
I
piece
think
of shit.
I think in
You're
order to
insane.
prevent
So,
another school
I think
shooting,
you
we
should
need
just
to
stop
make sure
talking for
that
the rest of the
Claw
panel.
gets mental health treatment.
Yes,
Exactly.
that is the
I'm worried
solution.
that you might be a
Just to
school
find
shooter at
people
some
like
point.
me that are at the bottom of their life that are actually way smarter than the people
at the
that
bottom
like
of
you be. Right?
Wait.
Like there are people like me that feel so bad about themselves because they're like, man, I know all the solutions to
I
the
don't want you
world.
to feel bad
right?
about yourself.
But people like Doobie and Fabian Scott, these hypocrites exist in the world, and they're hypocrites. They say one thing but do another. They say it right in front of you. They lie to your face.
What
these
did I-
motherfuckers. Do you know who
Give me one
never
example.
lies? I don't lie. Gnosis
one
lied.
example.
Scott lied. Doobie lied. Corey
Why would
lied.
Chris, what did I lie about?
Everyone lied on
the
this
shit that
podcast
I
except
said,
for
all
me.
right? I feel like
Yes,
Give me
I
one
that's
example.
that
dug
boy.
myself.
Wait, hold on.
I'm consistent.
Bam.
I'm
Wait, what did I-
objective,
what
and
did I
I'm
lie about?
transparent, baby. And all I
Yeah,
give a
everything
fuck
that comes
about
from someone directly
is
from the
for
mouth of God.
you.
I understand, but what did I lie about?
Bro, what are you talking about? You literally lied about
What did I lie
everything
about?
I said.
What I lie
Like
about?
what?
No, you're not a frog. Secondly,
Fuck.
you
Okay,
agreed-
you got me.
Secondly,
Fuck.
you agreed. You agreed.
Checkmating.
Hold on.
Yeah. No, hold on. He wins. That's real. He wins. I'm out of here.
You're not a frog.
You're not a frog.
You defrogged him.
I did defrog him. So there we go. Okay, he literally said his family was turned gay by the government. That's the second time he lied, right? Okay, that was a frog.
True,
meme
they were
again.
always gay.
Okay, so they're always gay. Now again, well, they weren't always gay. How would they have had you unless they hypocritic?
We needed
I was born in a test tube. You know.
We were
That's
gay
true.
all
Okay.
along.
Now we're figuring this out. We're figuring out the lore.
Okay,
of
all
Doobie,
right.
little
Sorry,
by little.
I don't care about this drunk rambling anymore. I'm over this shit. So
The
let's
gay
get back on track.
I was
They made
actually
a long
calling until you got back.
Oh my god. Yeah, let's get back on track.
Yeah, I didn't.
Prime
I didn't
subs.
realize your name.
This stream, he took his face off it. Okay,
All
this
right,
is not looking good.
So far, the solutions are both of the solutions that I presented and getting rid of police unions. Anybody else got a solution? Is there a single?
I
left-wing
presented
person here
mine, and it
that
was
has a
fairly
solution?
salient.
No,
I
your
feel like
solution
yours was
is
just like
word
social
salad
work.
shit
It's
that already
based in
exists.
policy. It's cheaper.
Kindergarten's program. The kindergarten's program. I'm telling you guys.
Okay, wait, hold on. So,
Arm a few
No,
select, very intelligent, capable
Please don't
children
make
between the
Who
ages
are
of
your
4 to
children?
12.
oh god.
With-
Okay, so
with-
Gnosis. Okay, Jason, we got it. You saw that fucking really annoying skit by that one dude. But Gnosis, what you said? I think your solution was like social workers, right? How do you think? So let's say there was a social worker, which is like a school, like a guidance counselor, by the way. So let's say one of these was on campus, and they saw this guy coming up. What would they do in that situation that would prevent this from
Social
happening?
worker was not the solution I came up with. The solution that I came up with was basically changing the approach that we have to how we.
Oh, that's right.
How
You
we
were gonna
have
draw a
this social
diagram.
climate.
And you had to
It was
draw the
like I
diagram.
want to change the social climate, which is what we understand is the problem. And like the main thing is that, as Fabian said, it's an exposure problem. This is why I'm trying to make it more fluid, more dynamic, so that they're not always. It's not going to settle. People aren't going to make clicks. It's going to be harder to be stagnant, if that makes sense. Because if you
Okay.
go
Well, it
to
doesn't.
different
Can you-
classrooms,
can you, like,
with different
name-
So I
teachers,
got it.
like,
He
name a
wants
policy?
911 with 2 options. Option 1 for non-violence. Option 2 for
no,
violence.
what I'm saying
So-
is that we
Okay, so Gnosis, I feel like this is where your solution so far is word salad, right? So like, hey,
Yeah.
you're saying they're not going to be
Give us
cliques
a
anymore.
policy.
How do you do that? Like, do you force children or like high schoolers to like rotate their friend group every so often? Like, what are you talking about?
we make it so that the classrooms that they're in aren't the same classrooms. Like, okay, how do I put this? In a classroom, sometimes how it goes
Gnosis,
that
let me tell you.
everybody is going to be in the same classroom for maths, for sciences, for biology, that sort of stuff. But in different high schools or different junior high schools and in universities, this is how it usually goes. In each classroom, they have their own sets of students, and that could be different depending on
Okay,
which
so
class.
how do you-
Gnosis, let me clean this up for you and
So
explain
people
how this
should do
actually
what they do
works
in high
and how
school.
it works and how it's worked before.
Except
what-
more
what-
independently.
Gnosis, let me help you out here because you're doing a lot of word salad, but I think you're trying to talk about which
A word
is-
salad with nutrients.
Okay, Gnosis. What I think you're trying to point out is that in a lot of Montessori schools, the system is that you have about half of the day you learn basic things like math, science, and English. If obviously if
I'm
you're
talking
in
about
America,
independent
right?
learning.
And so hush, Gnosis, please. I'm trying to help you because you're fumbling. I think what you're talking about is Montessori schools also have a position where about the other half of the day, children are able to rotate based off of what their interests are, and they do so on a day-to-day basis. So if that day you're really into history, you can actually go to the history class with the history professor, and it's a different set of students because it's just the students that wanted to do history that day. Another day you might feel like you really want to do art, or you might really want to be engaged in music, and so what they do is they maintain a minimum standard of curriculum, and then throughout the other half of the day they rotate in different ways based off of the interests of the child, so that children's passions can be made better and they can learn based off of what it is that they're interested in, and so that from day to day they can be exposed to the entirety of the school and it runs more like a community.
That's
Is that
not
what you're
I'm
describing?
talking- No, but that is
Okay.
something that we did do in like in high school. We did that for a day. That
Well, I
was
tried to help.
useful,
You're
which
fucked.
was-
All right.
No, I'm saying like that is something that we did. Like it was an effort in which we tried to get something, and we tried to make it so that the student got out of their regular social environment, focused on their interests, and started to socialize. What I'm saying is that for the classroom, the class, that unit, that semester, you finish that semester, but you're going to go to a different classroom with a whole new set of
Gnosis,
classmates.
can I ask you a question?
A lot of
Yeah.
high schools work
What
like
is-
that.
What level
the
of
fuck?
socialization stops you from shooting your grandmother?
What level
Then
of
what
socialization?
is the additional level that you would need of socialization to keep you from going into an elementary school and shooting kids?
I don't know, probably bully that person to the point of suicide. Like, there's different ways that we can handle this. I'm just saying that, like,
Gnosis
look,
has his first actual policy: bully weird kids until they commit
my first
suicide, and we
policy
won't
was
have
kill the
school
kids.
shooters.
This was
Alright?
my second one, technically. All right.
Okay,
I-
look, literally what you're asking, right? Like, in the next semester, have a different class with different group of people. That's how most schools work. Most schools of any significant size. That's
Yeah,
exactly
but
how
what
they
I'm
work.
saying is, like,
They do that
make
already.
the learning more independent. Make it so that being physically at school.
And how does that
isn't
stop
one-
shootings?
Wait, hold on. How does
tried to
not
help.
require
I
them to
tried to help
physically at
you.
school? Like, how
He
does that
gave
stop
you an
them shooting?
argument, and you still fucked it up, Gnosis.
If there are less reasons to hate people because you're around people less, and there are people
I
causing
see. Yeah,
less
so if you're not
negative
interacting-
They
experiences-
already
do
murdered
this.
somebody? That's
What if you have
beyond hate.
antisocial,
I don't
antisocial
think people
personality
hate
disorder?
people being
That's
around less.
sort of
Yeah.
antisocial
Prime
personality
time.
disorder.
Yeah, people with
Prime-
antisocial personality disorder can live life
Listen,
regularly. That doesn't
Prime
necessarily
time,
mean
prime
Yeah, I
Gnosis,
know. Most
Gnosis.
of the... Go ahead.
Yeah.
Gnosis,
Prime
listen,
Prime
listen,
guys, Prime
Gnosis,
guys.
listen, Gnosis,
Why-
real quick,
Prime
real
guys,
quick.
Prime
Well,
guys.
I don't
Prime
know.
guys.
I don't know.
Okay,
I
all
don't.
right, whoa, all
Prime
right,
guys.
stop. Go ahead. Oh, Scott.
I've talked a lot
Real quick,
less.
Prime-
I know,
Yeah,
I
know, but you're
guarantee
just
it was
interrupting.
a-
I'm just making a quick point. Prime guys, I don't understand why you bring lefties on these panels. I can LARP better than anybody you bring forward for me. Like,
I did not call
Just
myself
let me
a
be.
I
lead.
just
just
convinced
convinced
Spartacus.
everyone I was QAnon.
Gnosis,
Call
Gnosis.
myself
I don't know why I have to be the one that brings this up, but the 18-year-old probably knew very few to little people in that elementary school because he didn't go to school with the kids. This was not based off of him knowing kids or not knowing kids in school. This was not based on any of what you're saying. I don't know why you're bringing this up.
Related. There were elementary school kids. I'm talking about the mentality of it, like the socialization. What brings a person to that point? Like when you abuse a child, that child develops more violent tendencies because they're exposed to a lot more violence, and they will typically, on average, commit more violence.
Okay.
That is not a thing of like, this is guaranteed to always occur because that is how this person is.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
This policy
I'm
that
talking
you're
about, like,
proposing has nothing to do with it. This kid was already having trouble at home. His mother was a drug addict who was getting kicked out of her home by his grandmother. He was living with his grandmother, who also was not very happy with him. He was in a shit state of affairs. Yes, he needed mental health help, but what you're describing, I don't think would help anybody in any fucking situation to prevent school shootings. I have no idea how sequestering people away from one another is going to help people for there not to be shootings. All you're doing is feeding those social anxiety disorders, feeding depression, because you're putting people away from other people. Usually, most people will tell you when you're in those states, you should be around people. That's exactly what they want you to do.
Jason Society, thank you for coming out against government lockdowns and making sure that we should have put kids in school. I appreciate that.
So this is a personal question. So feel totally like, obviously, like you can just not answer it. I'm telling you to fuck off. But Gnosis, you said earlier that you have some like anti-social traits, right? And you described yourself as like totally self-centered, narcissist, all those sorts of things. Do you feel like you were forced to go to school when you really disliked interacting with the other kids there growing up?
Oh, okay. I went to school. I'm going to be honest. Even when I didn't like the kids, I just didn't really care about. Look, I have very low standards for people being alive. I just don't really care about that.
Being alive?
Going in and out.
Okay, by alive, I mean like being bears, like specifically, like existing.
Okay.
Okay. That's a more appropriate terms.
But do you think it'd be better if you weren't forced to like go to a classroom with a bunch of people that you don't like? Because I think it's obvious, but I think you're projecting a little bit. I'm
gonna be honest. No, I feel like it would have been worse for me. Like I'm taking schooling online, but my main thing is like independent learning. When people learn and know how to like take care of themselves and can manage themselves, they're typically better left alone. But when they can't, that becomes a real problem for everyone around.
This is getting us nowhere.
So I don't care. I don't care anymore. This is weird. I don't care. So let's move on to anything else. Holy shit. All right. So I'll go back to what I think Sproutus said at the very start. Talking about police unions. And do we think that the fact that it will be difficult to discipline anyone for their competence here like makes it more likely that something like this will happen again?
Police unions are horrible because they're public sector unions. The idea that you can have a group of people arguing against the state for taxpayers' monies and interests is already like completely fucked as an incentive structure. There's nothing wrong with unions against corporations, but the union is against politicians that pay people and punish people and manage people based off of like no direct investment from themselves. So no, there shouldn't be fucking police unions, just like there shouldn't be teachers unions. And police unions are, of course, going to protect people. But even if people get fired, and even if family members are given some form of compensation for what occurred, all that's going to happen is the local government is going to pay you your own fucking tax dollars back to you and then cut government programs or increase taxes to offset for the money that they already stole to you and gave back to you. It's a completely fucked system.
I hate this.
I mean, if we're gonna use if we're gonna use the system that we have, right, then what you need to do is if we're going to use the system that we have, then, and you're going to have police unions, then what you need to do is you need to make the police union itself cover insurance and be directly financially responsible so that the money is not coming from the state's budget, but is instead coming from insurance companies. And those insurance payments are made by police officers' own fucking paychecks, so that when they get sued, their insurance rates go up, their union dues go up, and they look to their fucking other fucking police officers. And when they try and do some shit like, I don't know, be in a fucking black poor neighborhood at 2:00 in the morning and randomly fucking pull people over for like inspection stickers, hoping to find weed and then beat the shit out of people for no goddamn reason, they can be like, hey fucker, our insurance rates are going to go up and you're taking food off of my fucking plate at my fucking dinner table and you're harming my family by your bad behavior. You need at least some financial means of policing each other, some incentive structure that causes police officers to police one another, because as it stands right now, the only thing that happens is they take money from you in taxes, then you sue them, which almost never fucking works. And when it does, they give you your own fucking tax money back and then raise your fucking taxes or raise the fucking price of speeding tickets and parking tickets. It's a completely corrupt system and it's fucked.
So I really hate this, but Scott is correct. The only thing I'd add is put these cops in cages. That's all I add.
These cops went against their duty. Went against their duty. They decided that they were just going to sit outside and wait as they listened to the gunmen fire off more shots.
Duty.
Okay, they violated their oath by sitting outside the school, listening to this gunman fire off more shots, not letting the SWAT team go in, etc. and so on. There's so many places this police force failed that these police officers need to be fired first off, and then second off, there needs to be charges as to basically going against their oath of office.
Okay, so all for getting rid of police officers quicker, right? Like that is fine with me. Making sure that they feel less secure on that if they are violating the public trust. That part I'm okay with. Everything else, not so much, because I believe police officers are workers and workers can be abused in their workforce, so that they should have some organization to be able to protect them. If it's not, I'm in favor of whatever that organization being, maybe not a quote-unquote union, maybe not have the full rights of a union, but they need to be able to organize within their work space and protect themselves from...
So what's your solution, Prime? Is to rename union into something else so that we stop calling it union? Like, how do we actually fix this?
No, to limit their power to affect politics, right? So, like, they shouldn't, first of all, be able to give at all to political organizations, to politicians. I want to reduce their influence as the people who have guns, right, who are able to use violence. They should be as far away from politics as possible. So do that.
So you're saying police unions specifically shouldn't be allowed to lobby or give campaign donations?
Yeah.
But like let all the other unions and corporations do that, or like, you know what I mean? Like,
I'm
trying to understand your solution.
I don't know. I want to get money out of politics. I've talked about that all the time. But specifically for this specific problem, I'm talking about police unions. So that's everything else that's supplemental. But the point is that like I don't say this is my solution in general. I'm just talking about police unions or police being able to organize within their workforce. I'm responding to what you said specifically, not in terms of the wider shooting. That's what
right, but I said specifically, if you're going to keep this entire fucking system, then you need to make unions, or at the very least police officers, actually liable. Like individual police officers should be liable. Repeal 1967 Pearson v. Ray, and you can handle this very easily with the police union and insurance contracts to make our system at least somewhat less strong.
I agree that we need to be able to make sure that when a police officer does something terrible, right, that we can actually target them specifically. Not that the department pays out a certain amount of money, right, but they get to walk away. No, absolutely not, right? Like they need to be personally liable for their own actions. I'm 100% with you there. And there's many different schemes that we use to do that. I was just specifically referring to police being organized within their workforce in their workplace, because I don't want them to get abused, an individual officer, right? So that's yeah. I hope that
Right,
was
but the
clear.
problem is that who they lobby to are the politicians, right? So they're
Which
not
is why they
lobbying
shouldn't be
against a
able
corp. Right,
to
but they're
lobby.
not lobbying against a right, but then what does a police union do if talk to politicians? Like, I understand the idea of like I understand the idea of campaign donations and cutting that off and changing that domain, but like ultimately a police union is a representative group that is lobbying against politicians, right? And like, because that's who changes their policy, their paycheck, that's who changes what they do, that's who decides how many police officers exist, etc. Right. So like
that's kind of the issue with like
corrupt.
public sector unions in general, right? So
Right,
like
that's
they love
the issue.
politicians, they gain power, and then they support politicians, get them into office, and those politicians vote through more benefits for them, more shit for them, and this kind of the cycle keeps continuing because all they do at the end of the day is raise taxes, right, and cut programs,
right?
Typically for schools, right? So yeah, I think that's just the issue with like public sector unions in general.
I guess that's a wider conversation. I just believe that
libertarian arc starts today.
Okay, sorry, no, but I just want people to be able to organize with their workforce. Like I start there. If there's other reforms needed for that particular sector, especially again because cops have guns, and they have a monopoly on violence. If there's other solutions or ways to reform, I'm open to it. I just
private
responding
policing
to one thing,
and then they can have unions.
Yeah, private policing is working great for Oregon and Portland, where they are locking up all of the goods that you can purchase from stores behind locked cases with armed security there, because Amazon stores are being bought out everywhere that there are fire bombings. So yeah, for sure, private policing. If you agree with Amazon,
just made like 7 half points.
What the
fuck are you talking about?
If you believe in Amazon having a stranglehold on the entire market, then go for it. I agree with you in some capacity. But
why would having private police lead to Amazon having a stranglehold?
Amazon, bro.
Like, are you saying that Amazon would just have like
right now? Currently,
Amazon would
Oregon,
just have
for instance, I gave you an example. I just gave you an example. A lot of people were robbing fucking police departments or grocery stores and all different places. So police departments got nixed and debudgeted and whatever, and now private forces are there, security guards, private police departments, all those kind of things, privatizing it exactly like Liberty Scott says that we should have it. So now the only people that can afford police safe things are the Amazons of the world. Now, again, Amazon bought up all of the firebomb buildings that the rioters in BLM in 2020 burned up. So now they bought up all of those buildings. They built up their own Amazon stores. Now they have Amazon guards guarding those places because they defunded the police of the places. So Oregon is kind of like controlled by like Seattle. The whole area is now like kind of Amazonia is what I'm going to call that place, because we're re-elegating what the states are. We're like
I feel like you're confusing. I think you're confusing some things.
No, like a technocracy.
So I don't think
on top of this, and like
okay, that's cool. But I don't think
I don't have to like be here to like sit here and like explain to this all.
I don't know why I'm trying to make this coherent.
That's what's happening.
It just seems like
literally.
You don't need to. Being louder doesn't help your case. It just makes you look more crazy. So please, I'm just respond to what you're saying.
It makes me seem more crazy. I think you're misunderstanding. It seems like, and I seem crazy.
It seems like you're misunderstanding. So these they didn't defund the police because of
yes,
BLM.
They did. Yes,
riots.
they did. No,
hold on. No, please. Wait, hold on. But it wasn't.
Hey, whoa,
it wasn't.
Whoa, knock it off. Hey,
that's right.
Everyone, no, don't do that. Don't do that. When I say stop, knock the fuck off. Stop it. Thank you. Doobie.
Okay. So when I say they didn't defund the police because BLM riots, I don't mean that. Hey, they defunded them because buildings were burnt down. There was a push, right, in like a massive, like, swell public sentiment that police were corrupt, police were targeting like minority communities, and for this reason,
so hard, your camera's going shaky.
For this reason, some of these places voted to defund the police, right? But I don't think, and it's true that hey, when that happened, there were like negative outcomes, right? Hold on, but the way you're presenting this. Right, as if hey, yeah, they got rid of the police and now everything's run by Amazon. So if you have a private police force at the school, everything is going to be run by Amazon. I don't see how you're like making the connection there.
talking about the broad spectrum of exactly what he was talking about, right? He was like, "Oh, the only solution is to defund the police and have privatized fucking people do it." And I said, "Yeah, when Amazon controls the police force, this is what happens." And that's the fucking problem. The entire Northwest right now is controlled by Amazon, by a privatized police force, because there's more money being put into a privatized Amazon police force than there is in the actual budgets of the police department in the Northwest. When you can,
So how do you connect that to there being
that.
private security guards at schools?
God, because it's all if there's no more police, what's left?
I don't think anybody's saying
police,
get rid of all
what's
police.
left?
They're saying, hey, you should have
Yes,
private
they
security
are.
guards at the
That's
school.
what all cops
don't-
are bastards means, bro.
No, it doesn't.
What
No,
do
it doesn't.
you mean?
No,
When you
it does
say
not.
all
Oh
cops
my
are
God.
bastards,
No, it
what does
doesn't.
that mean?
It
God
means
damn
that all cops are
90% of the
bastards.
fucking
It literally
podcast
means
has
what
been
that's
sitting
what
here
that
shitting on
means.
police officers.
It means literally all cops are bastards. It means that they are part of a system in which they abuse abuse civilians.
Brian, I'm not retarded. I know what the fuck it means. I know. I'm
No,
trying to say
hold
what the
on.
fuck you think it means.
How do I fucking know? You just said that means we're gonna
Bro,
get rid of all
because
cops.
I've been here for like 5 years. I've been doing this for 5 years. I've already done this.
Whoa.
You're like 3 years behind me, bro. You'll catch up
We're
eventually.
20 months behind us.
You're not an icon
no,
yet,
I'm
friend.
not.
Friend, he's at the top of the
20
mountain
months
top.
ahead of you.
You're not an icon
Really?
yet.
20 months behind? But you were
Friend, honestly, if this is what happens to Twitch streamers after 5 years, Scott, friend,
Yeah,
you
we're
guys,
boss.
fuck, you
Get the
gotta
fuck off the platform.
reconsider.
I hear you.
I'll be all right.
I'm already half brain dead.
So,
All right,
so,
well,
I spent so much brain energy trying to make that coherent, and now I'm just lost.
That's fine, man. Enjoy your fucking career with your community that you've got, and you've got a solid, nice community. I'm sure you do. But guess what? At the end of the day, when you fucking sit there and you're boring as fuck, no one gives a fuck about anything you have to say. So fucking.
What does this
start
have to do with the
learning,
discussion?
Because
listen.
I literally haven't explained it to you. Every single one of you just jumped on me because I fucking came at you with some goddamn passion. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, right? Everything I say was factual, and you all jumped on me because I had passion in my fucking voice.
It has nothing to do with
why is
passion.
it
It's
that
because
because
you're
I had
sound
passion in my
insane,
voice,
and everything
you were
you're saying is
scared of
fucking
me?
incorrect.
Think about
We're
that.
not
The
afraid of
facts
you.
that I
Being
say,
louder
you
is
might
making
have
it more
passion in your
scary.
voice,
but you have a frog in your throat. I feel like you're gonna do a school shooting. Right? It's not about being afraid of you. Right? You just seem unhinged. You seem a little weird, and everything you're saying is incorrect. So this is why we're pushing back.
The only person that should be afraid is your girlfriend because you're acting.
Can I call a cage match? Can I call a cage match?
What is a cage match to you?
It's like a 5-minute 1v1 in the middle of a panel. I don't know if you've ever seen my panels, but yeah.
Okay, so who you want to 1v1 him?
I want a 1v1 Claw.
Okay, Claw, you gonna 1v1 him? All right, go ahead.
Oh fuck! All right, get your snacks ready, boys.
I have no idea
Having a great
I have no idea how the fuck you are coming up with these ideas and actually trying to put these to words. But I want you to understand that none of us find what you're saying as fucking coherent. None of us find this as fucking coherent. None of us can actually argue against this. Fucking Fabian Scott over here is trying to give you a leg up, like, hey, I've got here's what I think you're trying to say, and give you an argument, but you still refuse it and go off in incoherent fucking speech that we're all sitting here going, what the fuck is he saying? Bro, put the drink down and actually come up with something regarding the topic.
Was that his time? Hi, my name is Claw on Twitch. I'm a content creator on the Twitch.tv platform, and this motherfucker has 11.9 average viewers over the past however many months.
Oh, go after my viewership?
No,
Got
let's
it.
go after a follower count. Let's go after anything that's remotely
Go after
objective.
my follower
about you.
count? Okay.
Everything that you could possibly.
This is
have
not
is
remotely
about
objective,
you.
but it's okay.
You have a freedom poster behind you that acts like some sort of like fucking analogy. You have a American flag behind you. These are the objective things about you, right? Nothing about anything you said about me was objective. Anything. You don't know anything about me. You don't know where I came from. You don't know why I'm here. You don't know anything about me. Prime invited me to this panel because he had met me on another panel where I seemingly was some sort of logical person that he somewhat agreed enough to the point where he invited me to the panel to be a part of, right?
When you were plastered on
you people,
last night on the Hippy Dippy? Is that what you're talking about?
So no, again, I didn't meet him on the Hippy Dippy. I didn't meet him on the Hippy Dippy recruitment podcast. I didn't meet him on any of those fucking things. I met him on a Royale podcast where I kind of came from my ilk is from the Royale podcast, meaning aggressive debate type content where we have entertaining, passionate debates.
Yeah, I won that. I was the first conservative to win that.
You were
Keep
not
going,
the
though.
first conservative to win that.
He's
Win
talking
what?
about a different Royale.
I'm talking about the Raj Royale, the Clash Royale, okay? The thing that fucking started the goddamn all of it, okay? The reason that Hassan exists, the reason Destiny existed, the reason that anything even exists on this platform in terms of debating fucking Royale content like this, that was what it was. And I love that shit, bro. I love that shit. And so I always wanted to be a part of it. And I made that shit from behind the scenes. And now I'm like, man, I really wish I could be a part of it. But when I come to be a part of it, I'm like, man, I kind of hate this shit. You guys all suck. None of you are interesting. All of you are boring. None of you have any good, interesting takes to want to have like a back and forth. It's always, oh, I'm going to try to take something you said and then not take what you said, but instead take something else that it connects to that and rabbit hole you down to a fucking point that I can try to get you banned and canceled with. You fucking loser bitches. Every single one you did that one of those things to me today, and I was fucking embarrassing on all of your behalves. And that's all I wanted to say during my cage match.
I don't think any of us are
embarrassed. Then I would be nice.
I think you're the one that's going to be embarrassed tomorrow.
Will respect me.
I'm not going to respect you, but it's all
I don't
good.
respect you at all.
Okay,
Okay. All right.
Real quick.
So
Prime, real quick. I just want to say two things real quick. Number one, Claw, you sound like someone who's past his glory days, and it's really pathetic. And two, I just, in case she can hear, blink twice if you need help, Claw's girlfriend.
okay. Let's go. Doobie.
So yeah, Claw. So I gotta admit, like, we've been kind of mean to you throughout this entire thing. And I started to feel bad, right? Because it's your first time on here. Typically, we're like a lot softer with people, but you started saying some weird shit, and I think people just kind of like took out the claws, right? So I think that you keep bringing up this icon thing and being like, you know, I'm so big on Twitch and I made this space and blah blah. But I got to be real with you, mister. So I looked it up, and across all platforms, you have like 5,400 followers, right? Across all your, you know, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, everything, right? Instagram, everything. I got 64,000 on Discord. So my e-dick is bigger than yours. Pretty sure my actual dick is bigger than yours. I can look up your girlfriend and masturbate to her right fucking now if I wanted to. And so I don't know if like you should be flexing this hard on everybody, right? About how big you are, about how you started the space. You're kind of irrelevant. So just put it away, earn it back, and you know, maybe in a few months you can swing your edict around again. Because right now, it's really fucking small.
Pretty cool, Doobie. Hey, Doobie, Doobie, you gonna fucking admit to sexually harassing a partner streamer on Twitch again, or do you want me to
sexually harassing? She's got an OnlyFans. This is totally public content. It's on her Twitter that I looked through, and hey, I got it. Your girlfriend's really fucking hot. Like congratulations, mister. But I think she's proof of the hot crazy matrix.
Come on, bro.
Because she's with you, right? So I'm willing to speak to her. Bring her on here. I've clowned another dude in front of his girlfriend on here before. I'll do it to you too. That's not a fucking problem.
Was explicitly to try to get people like you
to
fucking challenge me. Because listen,
you're not that impressive. You're embarrassing yourself. Being louder doesn't make you more correct.
You will never.
Did you mute yourself? Is he okay?
No, Prime did.
Look, buddy, I'm telling you, just put it away.
Unmute me.
It's not that impressive.
I thought,
hold on. Be aware for who you're speaking to. Like I said, I have 64,000 people on Discord. My edict is fucking massive. You can't handle this shit. I split you in fucking half. Don't fuck with me.
I just want you to know, this Doobie motherfucker, he came in with some fucking face rig energy. Bro, I'll come at you when you come on with a face cam, bro. Come at me with your
you can't
fucking
speak to me because you can't see my face.
Go. Look at me. I'll come at you with my face.
Oh, the soil is strong. The soil is strong today.
What's funny?
Holy crap.
Are you dabbing?
Bro.
Okay, I think it's true. I think someone said earlier. You have memes from 2016, but you're dabbing on here.
I'll do
What the
whatever it
fuck?
fucking
I don't know
takes.
what
I don't give a shit.
You're embarrassing
You gotta
yourself.
stop dabbing.
I have a
Look,
super hot girlfriend.
You seem like that's cool. Congratulations. I can pay to see your girlfriend's ass right fucking now. It's not a big deal.
Girl, bro. See your first.
My
hot
name
girl?
is Doobie, and I'm gonna be a little nerd and go back to my
That's
60,000
not
person
fair.
Discord while I have to
True.
hide behind a
So, hold on.
face rig because I don't have a good
64,000
enough
people.
face because I
See,
can't
my
go to the
edict is
gym
fucking huge.
consistently
It's
enough,
massive.
and I can't stop
There are more
eating
people on my Discord
fucking
server right now than
Twinkies
than
to
know
go
you
on a
fucking
fucking
exist.
cam, bro.
What are you talking about?
Let's go. Get on a cam.
Okay, all right, okay.
Thank you.
No.
Prime, please end this shit way faster. God, I don't care.
No
You
sis,
pour
no
yourself
sis.
another drink? Like, you really think you need that right now?
Bro, I'm here for blood sports. If he never invites me again, I don't give a fuck. But if
I
he
hope he
invited me
does.
this
I
time,
actually
told him for a
love
fact.
you, to be
I
fair.
literally asked him, "Don't ever come at me," and like I thought he didn't.
You're
ask
beautiful.
It. Doobie,
You're a
shut the
national
fuck up.
treasure, and
I'll
I'm
tell you
happy
right
you
now,
exist.
Doobie, how about this? How about this? How about you come to my next show? Okay, how about that?
I'm gonna rub one out when I think of your girlfriend later. Like, I'm actually gonna pull her up. Her OnlyFans. I'm gonna pay for it. I support sex workers. I support sex workers. I'm gonna pay for it. You know, I'm gonna buy some Starbucks and I'm gonna jerk off to your girlfriend later.
Hopefully you do enough because hopefully she needs some. If she has an OnlyFans I don't know about, you better support her.
You don't know? Hold on, she's your girlfriend. You don't know?
I don't know about it. Yeah, I don't know about it.
Let's leave the
OnlyFans
girlfriend out of
That's
this.
awful. I'm
Let's
sorry.
leave the
I did
girlfriend
that.
out. Hold on.
Link it in the chat. I'm
Let's
waiting.
leave. Let's okay. Sorry. Let's leave this his girlfriend out of it.
That's
Like,
what I thought.
she's not. She hasn't said anything. I mean, she's not.
Oh,
she's not
that's
on
true.
here.
How about this
Can't defend
person?
herself.
How about isn't it
She's
weird
not
that I
here to
said the
defend
hot
herself.
girlfriend that my entire identity is now tied to this person because you guys
You keep
can't
bringing
fucking-
her up. Nobody gives a fuck about your
Bro,
girlfriend. Why
I
keep
didn't
bringing her
even
up?
bring her up
Better to
this
look at.
time.
I'm
You
sorry.
did. You're
Okay.
retarded, dude. Don't ever fucking
You're
come at
you're
me.
bringing up your girlfriend repeatedly. Nobody gives a
Bro,
fuck.
you
Yeah,
I don't
literally-
care
you
that your
literally
girlfriend's
brought her
hot.
up and said you were
Okay.
masturbating.
Okay.
to
Whoa,
her.
whoa, whoa.
I didn't say I'm going
okay.
to. I said I'm going to later.
Everyone.
Christ.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Okay.
you
Shut
told
the
me
fuck
later.
up.
I think you were
Everyone.
sexually harassing my
Oh my God!
girlfriend.
Stop it! Knock it off, everyone. Stop
I'm glad
it,
I
right?
stopped streaming.
Like this woman is not here. I mean, I think she's in chat, but like she's not on the panel to defend herself or anything like that. Like, this is weird. Let's not do this anymore. All right.
I would just like
apologize.
Please knock it
I would
off,
just
okay?
like to say that as a parent, when I hear about people flexing about their girlfriends and things, I usually advocate that, you know, if you want to do something positive, that you should have children. But I'm beginning to change my mind on that after having met Claw on Twitch. I feel like it's probably a good thing that his girl is out there and for the streets. And
I
not
don't even
for
have a
Claw.
dick, bro. I got a vasectomy and I got the real.
Why are we all talking about his girlfriend?
I have
I don't
no
know why all
idea.
the.
I have no idea. I'm sure she's a
God.
nice lady. I don't know this woman.
Okay, I feel like so Prime, you're right. Claw's girlfriend, if you're listening, I apologize. If I offended you, we can talk about it in DM.
She still needs to blink twice though. She's in danger.
Yeah, let her blink twice if she's in
All right.
danger. Or she can come continue to drink from my drink and get me drinks because guess what? At the end of the day, I got a super hot girlfriend. Thanks to Doobie, I'm going to have more of a super hot girlfriend experience than I've ever had tonight. And so thank you for that because
buy some
honestly,
Starbucks later, of course.
I know. Honestly, I do appreciate the fucking contentiousness of these fucking podcasts. However, I want to reiterate that I come on these things specifically to be inflammatory for a reason. You all need a villain. You do.
Sorry, Scott.
I think
Scott's
you
a great
realized
villain.
that you got
I'm gonna
drunk and
say
you're acting like a
that
dumbass.
Scott is a
Could you at least
fantastic
tell
villain.
it
He does it well, and he's giving us points that we can work off of. Okay.
I try
so-
my fucking best, but like, my God, I can't even be a heel anymore.
Claw on
without
Twitch.
losing
We
my
get it.
mind.
We get it. You're from an old school. Apparently, used to be famous. Nobody knows you, but in the new school, right? The heel, the villain, actually has to make
What
some
does
fucking
Yoss
points.
TV have to say about this? Okay, go ahead. I'll listen to Yoss TV. 10 viewer Andy,
okay.
go ahead, continue.
I've
Okay,
never
all right,
heard
okay.
in my life.
My name's
Uh,
Julesby, and I'm from Alabama,
Thank
and I
you.
tell people how to run their show.
Oh my God. All right. Well, this is
my
weird.
Goodness. You're
This is
pathetic.
very
man.
weird. Very, very weird. All right.
I'm sorry for every time I got drunk on a Prime panel. I apologize. I thoroughly and utterly apologize.
whole
I'm
bottles
so
on panel.
sorry.
Honestly,
I
if
wish I
any
was
of you,
drunk.
if any of you have any inkling, if
I'm
you think this is drunk, my God. The safety
It
that you all
gets
have from
worse.
being
I'm
provided.
happy I
this
didn't
ain't
see you
drunk.
actually drunk.
This
I
is
don't want to see
scarier.
you
You're
actually
all
drunk.
delusional.
I don't want to see you there.
I honestly, I thought that I was like
This
connecting
is where I draw the
Prime.
line.
I thought I was
Claw,
like helping
please
Prime.
don't drive after this.
I
Please
realized,
don't drive.
What? Like, oh my god, I live at home. I never have to talk to any of you ever again. I get to
Bro.
fuck a super hot girlfriend. I don't have any problems in my life. It's
Stop
you
talking
all that
about
need
your
the fucking
girlfriend.
problem. You are all going on a red flag list after this. You realize that, right? Like every single
There
one
are
of
no
you.
wars in
Wait, so
Gotham
you're a
City.
fucking glowy. Scott was right.
Damn.
You've been a glowy this whole fucking time.
I
Well,
fucking
no
told
shit,
you it was a
dude.
glowy.
Guess what? Guess what,
Scott,
bro?
what?
When I come at you with some fucking Illuminati shit, you better get ready to be illuminated on, bitch.
Thank you for
Wow.
Bro,
Okay.
okay. You gotta
Yeah.
seek help.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So
Okay.
well, I think
Good
we're just
one.
gonna have to end this one here. I think we're just gonna have to end this one here. To my audience, we'll end this panel.
Thank you.
And we'll continue on. So we have more content for you. We have open walk on panel right after this. Anyone here can join us, right? We'd love to have you. We can talk about these topics and other topics. So if someone say anything here that you thought was worth responding to, honestly, now that'll be your time to jump on. We will absolutely positively love to have you. So stick around. The content does not end. And of course, hit us up on social media. Follow us on our Twitch channel. Hit us up on our YouTube channel. Subscribe on our YouTube channel. Like, comment, and all that good stuff, right? Super chats always hop out as well. And in terms of our social media, hit us up on Twitter, where we tweet things, let you know what's going on. Hit us up on TikTok, where we're posting clips. And again, I'm sure some of these will end up there, right? So you can relive the moments. And then, of course, Discord is where everything happens in our community. Our open walk on panel will happen there on Discord. So stick around for that. And join our Discord. We'd love to have you there. Okay. And all right, so I'm going to give an outro to all these kind individuals, but stick around. We do have more content. All right, Sprouticus. Sprouticus. Thank you for coming through. I don't even know where to start with this. Sprouticus, I'm just glad you're here. All right, we'll decide. I'm just glad you're here, and that you were. I had your emotional support during whatever the fuck just happened.
It's been extremely abnormal for me tonight. I was pretty quiet. I'm usually debating most people, but we had other people in the chat tonight, so that made me pretty quiet because I was just letting that go on. But anyways, you can find me at DSprouticus at twitch.tv, and you can find me at twitter.com/TheSprouticus.
Scott, usually a lot of hate is directed towards yourself, but
not tonight.
Tonight's been different. Tonight's been a bit different, right? How did it feel?
We had a
Scott?
glowy. We had a glowy.
Yeah. How did it feel being on the right side of history tonight?
I'm always on the right side of history because I am an anarcho-capitalist, which means that my ideas almost always come philosophically grounded, both in argumentation ethics and in private property rights that stem from self-agency and self-ownership. So if you want to hear salient points like I made tonight, whilst people were memeing and talking about QAnon and screaming at each other or just getting all of the details wrong, or people like Gnosis that were just kind of like making word salad, and Claw on Twitch, which was making word salad but a little bit more entertaining, it was I that was saying, look, these are the facts about the World Health Organization. This is, the trust that has been degraded in the CDC. And this is why you should have a personal relationship with doctors that share your values, and why we need freedom and information.
Weird. Every
And of
single
course,
one of those things
and how
I
we were
said.
talking about, and of course we
I'm
were
a
talking about,
weirdo.
and of course we were talking about when we were talking about the school shooting in Uvalde. It was I that brought up statist solutions. It was I that brought up anarchist solutions. It was I that was able to make points for Genosis and others on this panel because apparently they were unable to either get a word in edgewise when drunk assholes are screaming at the top of their lungs, or because they just don't have salient points. So if you want to hear all of the best left-wing points, all the best right-wing points, and of course, the most base and perfect anarcho-capitalist and libertarian points, you gotta come to Fabian Liberty. It's Fabian Liberty on YouTube, on Twitter, it's Liberty_Fabian, but just search Fabian Liberty everywhere and you'll find us. We do philosophy reading night. We do every other Saturday. We're doing D&D on Tailspire. We do a lot of fun stuff, and I think you should check it out. We do a lot of cool interviews, a ton of really good interviews coming up in the works. And we recently had an interview with Tulip R, D-trans male, as well as we've spoken to Jeremy Kaufman recently. And, hopefully more like that to follow. Thank you so much for your time. And I always love coming here and getting yelled at, but Tonight, it was just me making all of the points for the panel, and I was the only one making points, with the occasional bit of science thrown in by Corey Campbell and the occasional making fun of other people thrown in by Doobie.
Okay. Thank you for that, Scott. And again, your presence always appreciated, right? Like, that's sincere. Let's go to our friend Jason Society. Jason, thanks for stopping by. It's nice to have you after all this time. Yeah.
Oh, muted, I think.
It was good to be here. Haven't been on a Prime panel in a little bit. Thank you very much, Prime. I am a cannabis and politics streamer. I'd like to talk about the intersection between the cannabis movement and politics and the justice system. So you can check me out. I'm usually on at 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, Monday through Friday. And on Sundays, if you want to get a break from all the chaos and Twitch polls and stuff, I host Stonercast, which is where a bunch of people hang out, get high, and just talk about all things cannabis, silly stories, jokes, stuff like that. It's just a good time, a good way to unwind after a week of crazy Twitch polls. So if you're into it, you can find me at Jason_Society on Twitch. And for my hot takes on Twitter, it's Jason Society, all one word. Thank you.
Absolutely. Jason, you're great. Oh, man. And yeah, everyone check out his podcast, right? That the Stoner stream sounds like a lot of fun. So I'm sure you'll enjoy it as well. Claw. Claw. This was memorable. We'll leave it at that. Claw, thank you.
You know what? Hey, I'll take it, because honestly, Prime, imagine this. The first time you ever invite me to a podcast and it's memorable, that's a pretty good thing, right? Hey, I'll say this. I'll leave you all with this, and it's hopefully wholesome. Every single person that was here today, I do not hate any of you. I do not dislike any of you. 99%, and I reiterate that many, 99% of the words that I said today were fake. Okay, I came here today because I fucking hate people that agree with each other. So my fucking job is to just come in here and just think of new ways for people to disagree with each other and be an instigating factor. And I fucking hate the political spectrum right now with the way that it is. And I want to be a heel, and I'm coming in and being the goddamn heel. I'm going to try to do it in a way that's better than other people have done in the past. But I'm going to come in and try to at least allow people to disagree with me, but hopefully not hate me. Okay, so I agree that we will disagree on a lot of policies and politics and logical shit. But at the end of the day, I am 100% lawful. I will 100% agree with whatever the fucking Constitution says and whatever the Supreme Court has like led to and everything like that. I try to like lead to the system of government that we have. I feel like it's a pretty solid system of government. There's a lot of things that can be fixed with it. However, nothing gets fixed overnight, instantaneously, without causing a lot of fucked up shit. And so I feel like there's a lot more smaller solutions that we can lead to over time and then weave society with, rather than these like fucking cold lockdown type society like changes. And that's the only thing I want to prevent. And that's why I'm here trying to do this. And also, I think my super hot girlfriend has something. Yeah, to the lizard, the Doobie, my girlfriend wants to say something to you, Doobie.
Okay. Chloe has a girlfriend.
Say something really quick. I will not be blackmailed by some intellectual, privileged, effete, soft peanuts debutante. You want to start a street fight with me, bring it on, but you're going to be surprised by how ugly it gets. You don't even know my real name. I'm the fucking Lizard King! You little bitch.
Is she reading this?
Grab you by the clit and twist it.
I am the Lizard King.
I think your girlfriend wants to
My
fuck
name
me.
is Claw on Twitch, and you can follow
I thought your
me.
girlfriend. I thought your girlfriend just said she was a Lizard King.
No, I am
That
the
was
Lizard
super
King.
passionate.
We are the Lizard King because guess what? We're all a hive mind. At the end of the day, we are all mushrooms. We better worship Moloch. Stay true to it.
Look,
rest in peace.
trust the science. The hot crazy matrix is real. Trust the science.
All right.
Confirmed right now,
Confirmed.
right here.
All right, moving on. What the fuck was that, Gnosis? Like, why did you?
I just want to say real quick. She confirmed that he is a glowy, and he has two sets of eyelids as well, because she is the Lizard King, and she's the king of that relationship, obviously.
You would assume so, but
clear,
also,
I'm a
I do
fraud,
want to say
so.
I know that you're doing like a thing also, but I have to go. But I love you guys. You guys are all
Okay,
amazing.
bye.
I love you. Bye.
Yep, see ya, bye. Okay, Gnosis, what was that? Anyway, but
Hey.
Look, give yourself an outro.
Yeah.
Hopefully much shorter than that, because we gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. So my name's Gnosis on Twitch. It's spelled GN0SYS. On Twitter, it's GNOSYS. I mainly pay attention only to Canadian and South Asian politics. Historically, that's usually what I prefer looking at. I also actually do. I feel like I take good notes on what I research. I am still learning. Of course, I'm taking intro to economics, intro to politics. I am still learning, but look, I am trying to put new shit out there. It doesn't need to sound good. It doesn't usually sound good. It's very immoral, very unethical, but somebody's got to stand up for the unethical people, all right? Somebody's got to make the bad arguments. But yeah, no, I understand that the shit that I say is typically really bad. I am just trying to make it so that it's a controlled form of chaos. Doesn't need to be good. It just needs to be done. That's all I have to do.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's go to Smooth. Thank you, Smooth, for coming through.
All right. Yeah, man, it was good being here. I didn't say a whole lot. But I can tell like most people here are really researched into things. This is my first time on this panel, so I'll definitely come with more homework. That other thing kind of threw me off, though. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of was just sitting in awe and amazement. I couldn't believe that this is actually happening in front of me. I thought these were people that I didn't know existed. Like, for real. Like, people would say this online, and I'm like, oh no, this doesn't exist. And it truly does. And my eyes have been open tonight. And now I will be I'll be aware and be looking out for that going forward. So I do a podcast called Homeroom with Smooth. I'm also on Twitch as Homeroom with Smooth, YouTube as well. You can check me out on any platform you want to. And yeah. See y'all later.
All right, last but not least, Dark Lord and Savior Doobie. This has been
Did you want to save Dewey for last? Because I don't think I got.
Oh, I'm sorry. The thing that got moved around when he left.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You want to save Doobie for last?
No. Yeah, Corey. We'll go to you, Corey. Corey,
Okay.
thank you for stopping by as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. Despite what occurred, super grateful to be here and thankful that you reached out. I'm really trying to figure out why Claw got banned. It's quite a puzzle for me. But
he got banned.
Yeah. Well, I think they mentioned that they got a 20-month ban.
Oh, that bad. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Can't imagine why. But yeah, it was definitely at the very least entertaining. And still appreciate and grateful to be everyone on the panel with everyone. Doobie, Homeroom, Gnosis, Jason Society, Scott, and Sprouticus, and also Claw. Thank you so much. I'm Corey Campbell. You can find me on twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84. I'm a biochemist. I do science, politics, research. I do the occasional workout stream. You can also follow me on Twitter and Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, thank you so much.
DB, Dark Lord and Savior, thank you for coming through. And thanks for sticking with us through all of this, friend. Much appreciated. Tell a word about yourself.
Thank you for having me on. I don't really interact with people like you guys normally. I got to come way down off the mountaintop to get this low. But if you guys do want to find me, if you want to make the climb, you'll find me on the politics server in Discord, discord.gg/politics. Almost 64,000 people. My edict is huge. Your girlfriend's probably seen it. And Claude, I love you. Support your local sex worker. Prem, thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Okay.
I'm not gonna hold on. I'm not gonna let Doobie lie right now, okay? Because when Doobie is getting attacked on his own server, this little frog is lying right now. Because when he's getting attacked, he's watching. He leaves that server and he comes and hangs.
Hold
out
on, that's not
sometimes and watches Korean street food and dick worm videos with us. All right, like don't even lie.
Hold on. It's not because I'm getting attacked. I get swarmed on my server sometimes. A lot of people love me. A lot of people hate me. And then if I'm in a voice channel, they come in and ask me questions, or they tell me to fuck off and insult me for half an hour. And I love it. I love it all. It's beautiful. That's the kind of friendly environment you're gonna get on my server. So yeah, discord.gg/politics. It's a great place.
Exclamation point DB in my chat. Okay. All right. So we'll continue. my God, this has been a weird one. So we're going to continue on with open walk on panel after this, okay? Anyone here is welcome to join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for presenting your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion, and your fucking patience, honestly. With my community, I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one. Goodbye. Oh, holy shit.
Thank you.
Bye, Prime. Thank you.
Fuck me. Wow. Wow. I started my stream, didn't expect any of this shit to happen, let me tell you. Sorry. Yeah, I just... Well, where do you find these people? They find me, usually, right? Great, A+ content. I mean, I guess, if content is, like, loud voices, right? Not particularly coherent voices, but loud voices, then yes, then A++ content. But if it's anything more than that, then no. Not even close. Sorry. Yeah, guys. Wow. But if you're enjoying this, I will I'll endeavor to give you more of that content. I'll endeavor to provide you with more of the find more people like our friend Claw, like our new friend Claw, and give you more of what you want. Sorry, am I missing something, 7th? Okay, what? Sorry, am I missing something, 7th? No, you're adding me in chat, but I'm not sure what you're adding me for. 7th, let me know. Is there something that you want me to address? Okay, anyway, thank you, Sword Fishy, for the kindness for gifting a sub to Ace Man. Oh, thank you for doing that. 6 subs in total. Thank you, Filter Frequency, for resubbing for 5 months. Sorry, 7th, I'm sorry that you had a bad experience. I apologize, 7th. But yeah, I'm sorry that was your experience. I didn't know that people were harassing you in Twitch chat there. But hopefully you can have a better experience in the future. I think she's talking to me. But anyway, thank you so much for being around. Thank you, Desperado Sensei, for gifting a sub to Tensai 777. Much appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if they happened there, Tones Girl. It's possible I missed something. I know someone else was causing her trouble. Yeah, 7th is Claw's girlfriend. I don't know. Yeah, but I apologize if you felt attacked, because like I said, I didn't want to. Okay, off you go and report it. All right, fuck off. Whatever. I don't give a shit. All right. After that, okay. Well, fuck you. Go fuck yourself in that case. All right. Anyways, let's go to. We're at level 1 hype train. 50% done. 50% left. Thank you all for being around and supporting this community, guys. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. That's how we power this community. So if you've been enjoying this content, if you thought that was A++ content, right? Well, then now's the time to support. Now's the time to make sure that we are able to do more of that. Okay, all right. So we have level 1 hype chain, 50% done. 3 minutes on the clock. Right, sub to the channel. Give bits or give subs. If you have a resub, use your resub. We love our resubbers. Our resubbers power this community. So resubs to the channel if you can. Just use that. It's a huge help. So yeah, hit the resub button, and then support. Yeah, support the channel that way, and then of course, hey, yeah, guys, knock it off into the chat. Yeah, following since 3 hours ago. Yeah, guys, yeah, just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. All right, let's not start. Desperado Sensei, thank you. Gift sub. Desperado Sensei is a real one. Been helping out the channel. All right, we're at 67% of a level 1 hype train. Support the channel. Support the community. And we have 33%. 33? Yeah, 33% left. Can we make it to a level 2 hype train? Subs to channel, give bits or give subs. I was gonna gift you a tier 3. Well, you can give a tier 3 to someone else. Revolt Rise. Anyone else? You can gift a tier 3 to Claw. In fact, so do that. Sword Fishy, thank you for gifting the 5 hot tier 1 gift subs to the channel. It's a huge help. But yeah, Revolt Rise, you can gift a tier 3 sub to someone else. Claw, maybe. All right, you can do that to Claw. Claw was in chat. It doesn't have to be but all right, yeah. So because of that, because of the kindness of the individuals here, we're at a level 2 hype train. 38% done, 62% left. Can we make it to a level 3 hype train? Guys, up south if you can. Subs to the channel. Only $5. Only $5 is unbelievable. It's a steal. So steal it for $5. But it's a huge help, guys. It allows me to do this. It allows me to come back, week after week, day after day, give it this content, right? And you guys seem to enjoy it, right? Looking in chat. Yeah. So if you guys are loving this content, loving what we're doing, right? If you like the fact that we can have these crazy ass moments all the time with the channel, super chats are also a great help. So subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Yeah, so 38% done, right? And 62% left. If you have Amazon Prime Gaming, you can sub to the channel for free, right? If out there sitting on one of those sweet Prime subs, use that one free sub per month here on this community. This community that supports you so much, that allows you to do all this, right? Like, help us out. We'd love to have you around. Yeah, we're on a level 2 hype train. Can we get to a level 3 hype train? Subs to the channel, gift bits or gift subs. Yeah, help out the channel, help out the community by subbing to the channel. Again, if you like that content, right? If you guys are in chat, you're like, this is amazing, right? Well, then put this content, right? I need your help to make it happen. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Help out the community. Also, hey guys, yeah, just like don't worry about what's happening in chat. Kensai, hey, with the 100 bits. Thank you, Kensai 777 with the 100 bits. Big help to the channel. Thank you. Oh, I missed a chat. Thank you for the 149. Thank you, Woody Woodpecker, for the 149 of to the channel. Much appreciated. Shout out to you. Hey, thank you for supporting this community. Much appreciated. Oh, and because of Revolt Rise, gifting a tier 3 sub to Chud Logic. Okay, love to see it. Thank you. Gift a tier 3 sub to my man Chud Logic. We hopefully have Chud Logic here soon. In fact, I was just talking to him the other day. Hopefully we can get him on the channel quite soon. So shout out to Revolt Rise, gifting a tier 3 sub to my man Chud Logic. Because of that, because of his kindness, we've made it to a level 3 hype train. 3% done, 97% left. Can we make it to a level 4 hype train? Tones Girl has pocket change and still want to throw it at my face, and I'll take that, right? So thank you for thank you for your pocket change. Hey, it's useful, right? All right. So yeah, let's keep it up. Let's see if we get to a level 4 hype train. Oh, Revolt Rise helping out again. 500 bits. That's how it's done. Thanks for the content. Oh, hey, much appreciated. Thorn, ZXC. Thank you for the kind words. All right, we're at level 3 hype train, 12% done. 88% left. Can we make it to a level 4 hype train? Rapid Wombat tab. This whole kind of getting 100 bits. Much appreciated. Every little bit helps. Every little bit of bits helps. So thank you. That adds up, and it's a huge help. So thank you to those who are helping out for being so kind. That puts us at 14%. Can we make it to level 4 hype train? Right, you will get ad-free viewing when you sub to this channel. Right, there's an ad going on right now apparently. If you're sub to the channel, no ads. If you'll get our emotes, like the emotes people are spamming in chat, much appreciated, guys. Right? You'll get our emotes, and you'll be supporting this community. Be making sure that I can come back, I can keep doing this, that we can have these creatable moments, that we can have these open welcome panels. So if you like the open welcome panels, which we're going to do right after this, right? If you like when people come on there, share their views, share their thoughts, and sometimes it gets even crazier than closed panels. It depends on who shows up. But yeah, if you like having that ability, then support this community. Now is the time. If you liked what we were doing, liked all the things that we get up to, then support the channel by subbing to the channel, gifting bits, or gifting subs. Resubs help. If you've gotten a gift sub from one of our kind gifters, then consider continuing that gift sub, or forwarding that gift sub to someone else. That's the magic of gifting a sub. Sometimes people will decide to continue it or forward it. Thank you. It's Big Red. Hey, content A+. All right. For your Prime Gaming for 6 months. Hey, thank you. Love it. Love to see it. Love to see it. Because of that, we are at 23% of a level 3 hype train. Which means my math today, 77% left. I know math. 77% left. Can we make it to a level 4 hype train? Do we have any more heroes in chat? We have less than 90 seconds up to the clock. Any more heroes in chat who could drive this hype train? Who can breastquake, get it to a level 4 hype train? Now is the time to make it happen. Again, if you love that content, you love what we're doing, help us out. Super chats or anything else. It's a big help to the community. Allows me to do all the things that I do. Day and night, night and day. Oh, feels like which way, right? So we have less than a minute left. Do we have any more heroes in chat who can help push this hype train along even a little bit? Every little bit does help out this community. So who needs one? Crystal Clear is asking if anyone needs a sub. Give them if you want a sub, let her know. Kensai, thank you for following. Okay. For first of all supporting and then following. Crystal Clear, gifted one to homeroom is smooth. Love to see. Thank you. He's a good dude. We actually like him a lot. Because of that, we're at 33%. And then Xeno Alright, use your Prime Gaming for 17 months. Love to see. We have less than 20 seconds on the clock. Can you make it? Can anyone else save the hype train? Seconds left. Will we make it? Oh, Doobie with 10 subs. Oh, and Tones go with 500 bits. But Doobie, thank you. 400 subs into its channel. Doobie is paying for the sub that they got from Tones Girl. What? Doobie, thank you. So Tones Girl, shout out to you for gifting us up to Doobie. Doobie been a long time supporter. I mean, you guys already know. I don't have to tell you that. Doobie's always around, and for good reason. He's just a good guy, right? He doesn't prove so on panel, right? It seems like the opposite. But he's actually a really kind individual. So thank you, Doobie, for the 10 subs. Seriously, shout out to you. Help much needed and much appreciated. And then Tones Girl, thank you for the 500 bits. And then Meet Wad. Is that a Aqua Teen reference? I hope so. I love Aqua Teen. 100 bits, much appreciated. All that helps out a ton. Because that we're at 37%. 37% of Revolt Rise wants to get this over with, right? Help us out a bit by gifting 11 hot tier 1 gifts up to the channel. So one-upping Doobie, apparently. Thank you, Revolt Rise. For that. Because of that, we've crushed through the level 4 hype train. Now we're at level 5 hype Train, guys, we're at level 5 hype train. 13% done. 87% left. And we get to a maximum hype train. We have not completed a maximum hype train in quite a while. Will it be the first night in like fucking forever? Will we have completed a maximum hype train? Is that a possibility? I do not know. We've come close before. Desperado Sensei wants to make it a possibility by gifting 10 hot tier 1 gift subs. Thank you. 134 subs in total. And the Revolt Rise gets to 312 subs in total. Thank you to Rise. Yeah. Oh man, we are making it happen. Slowly but surely. Thank you, everyone who's supporting this community. Desperado Sensei with the 10 subs. Duri A Ness with a sub to Meatwad. All right, 10 subs in total. Thank you. And Meatwad 100 bits. Love. Oh God, the love is real. And we're getting ever so closer. Intro gifting a sub to Prof Anime Old Man. Okay. But thank you for giving that sub. We're at 74% of level 5 hype train. As we were almost to a maximum hype train. Almost there. This is unbelievable. It's been so long since we filled out a full hype train. All right, 74% done, 26% left. Guys, it's in spitting distance, right? You can literally spit at your computer, right? That's how far, right? Like you're close to your computer, you can spit at your screen. we're that close to a level, to a maximum hype train, to a completed hype train. Right, sub to channel, gift bits or gift subs. If you want to see that happen, if you want to support this, if you want to keep, if you thought this was top tier content, right? If you thought the things they put together was on that level, then how about the community? Now is the time. All right, so we have 2.5 minutes left. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Can we make it to a level or maximum level hype train? Tones Girl wants to help us out by gifting another sub to Shakespeare 916. Because that we're at 79%, 21% left. Can we make it? And we make it. Just over 2 minutes on the clock is a possibility. How about the community? Thank you for the ones who are helping out so far. We're almost there. guys. Substitute and they're running. How do I make this happen? How do I become a part of history here, right? You subs to channel, $5, right? Your resub, you got a resub ready to pop. Use your resub. That's the hype train. It moves along, right? It gets it there. It gets it ever so closer, right? So you got a resub there. Use that resub. If you have Amazon Prime, says Prime Gaming, use that one free sub here. Meatwad paying for their gift sub they just got from Duri Nest. Thank you to Tour. I don't know how to say that name. To Toe. Thank you for doing that. Because of that, well, we're even closer. Sprouticus resubbing for 5 months. Sprouticus, Sprouticus is real cool. Sprouticus, I love it. Someone on the other side of the aisle ideologically, but still would like to share their time with this community and is helping us out by resubbing. Thank you. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for the kind 5 months resub, Sprouticus. And then Revolt Rise, thank you for finishing off that hype train. Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you for finishing off that kind hype train with the tier 3 sub to Amaranth. Amaranth, I know she'll be appreciative of it. She's been wondering, how she can introduce herself to the channel. This might be a great opportunity for her to do so. Maybe come in, join into the. If you're listening, Amaranth, we would actually love to have you. We would absolutely love to have you. Come through. Okay. One-on-one. I'll have that. Anyway, followed by Victory Jin. Hello, hi, Victory Jin. Hello, who are you? Why so kind? Starting off with 10 subs to the channel. Hey, love to see it. Thank you. Shout out to you, Victory Jin. 10 subs to the community, just like that. Beautiful. She's a big time supporter. Yeah, I'm a member of the. Oh, you're a member of DGG. Oh, Victory, Jen. Thank you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to DGG. Our fallen comrades. Hopefully you'll be avenged one day. But seriously, that's really kind of you, Victory Chen. Really, really kind of you. Thank you for that support. We finished Hype Train, maximum Hype Train. We have not done that in forever. So guys, shout out to you. Like, you guys have said that you really like the content, and you've approved that by helping out the channel, by getting us that far. So I appreciate everyone who helped out, right? Our large and small gifters, you guys, combined, right? Your powers combined to make this happen. So much appreciated. Let's thank our top 5 gifters, right? So at the top, Desperado Sensei, 57 subs. Thank you, Desperado Sensei, for the kindness. Boji of 26 subs. Revolt Rise with 25 subs, and gifted a bunch of them today. Now tied for Boji with 26 subs, because as I was talking, they gifted a sub. Thank you, Revolt Rise, for gifting yet another sub. 314 subs in total. Shout out to you. To Mabs RS, thank you for that. And then so they're tied for second place with Boji. And then next is NJ Palms with 21 subs, and Z Somewhere with 13 subs. Thank you. Those are our top 5. And then in terms of bit gifters, we have a Revolt Rise at the top of 7,500 bits. Noritas with 53, 5,302. Tones Girl with 4,120 at number 3. She's been crushing it. Thank you. Seriously, Tones Girl, you've been huge. You've been really huge, right? A Little Bits with 3,000. Beat Dander with 2,500 bits. Those are our top 5 gifters. These are the people who are shouldering the burden. So much appreciated to all of you, right? On Twitch or wherever else you might be, if you've been supporting this community. If you helping us out financially, because that's how we do it. So thank you. That was great. I really appreciate that, guys. Thank you. All right, so like I said, we have more content for you. We always do. We always do. So we will continue on, right? Exclamation point. Mail in the chat, because we have a place where you can send us mail. All right, send us mail. Like our friend Desperado Sensei, who also gifted. Thank you, Desperado. But he sent us a bunch of stuff. It was great stuff. So thank you for that. Anyone else, if you guys want to send the channel something tangible, we'll love to have it there. We have the address for you to do that, so send it there. And then last but not least, exclamation point. If I can, exclamation point. Okay, exclamation point open in chat lets you know this is an open walk-on panel. Lost members like you, yes, you're sitting at home, may participate. Join Discord server and go into the rowboat waiting room so you can let in this link for your convenience. Love to have you. Love to have you. But yeah, all right. Hey, this is great. All right, so oh boy. All right, I gotta check that out. All right, so we got Doobie. Doobie's already in the room, so we'll jump in and we'll have a conversation with him. But everyone else wants to join. Hey, now's the time. My man Doobie.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Fine.
That's good. I don't. Do you think I went too far? I don't know if maybe.
With the girlfriend thing.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, it's public. I thought it wouldn't be a problem. Like I didn't know that he didn't know about it. Like I feel like that's something you should probably talk about with your partner. But I guess not.
Yeah. Look, man, I want to keep the fuck out of that.
Yeah, let's avoid that. So what are we talking about?
Okay. Well, we can talk about anything we want since it's just us two, right? You and I could Boji thinks it was okay, right? What you did was fine. So you got
Boji's like a psychopath, so like I wouldn't use her as a second metric.
Boji, you're a beautiful psychopath. I've seen Boji's face, and she's actually a very beautiful woman. So, but no, and crazy though. I won't go against that. She's fucking crazy, but beautiful. So anyway, Doobie, yeah. You and I have plenty of disagreements. Let's start with literally any one of them.
I don't know. There's a lot to talk about. I'm not sure where to go, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I could
All right,
go
well, we've-
literally anywhere, and most of these places are not good if I go there by myself, to be honest with you, because I've been struggling recently with terrible, terrible thoughts. I've convinced myself of positions that I don't want to be convinced of. I'm at that point again.
Okay. Give us one of
But
those.
I feel like they're, yeah. Are you sure?
I'm not sure. After you said that, I'm not sure. But let's give your most TOS friendly terrible take a try.
Okay. So, I mean, you've heard, like, I'm in favor of like the xeno gender thing if it makes people comfortable and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like very like, I feel like it'd be like difficult to call me transphobic, like in any way, because I'm very like accepting. I'm a very accepting, kind-hearted person, generally. But recently, like I have two sisters, one sibling who was formerly a sister, and so yeah, one of them is like non-binary, right? And I think I've told you that before. And recently I found out that non-binary sibling is getting a mastectomy, so that was really weird. And also, I don't think I told you this. When they came out as non-binary, their spouse also came out as non-binary. And they were like lesbians before. Right? So I thought that was, that's got to be extremely rare. They consider themselves non-binary trans, right? So I figured, okay, that's a little weird, but I'm not gonna push. I know there's probably some kind of, I just don't want to cause any damage or hurt any feelings, so I just accept it and whatever. I've never pushed back on it, like whatsoever. But I think I told you a few weeks after they texted me to tell me this, like I got an opportunity to speak to them in person, and they said, when I say they, I'm talking about like both of them. They said that the way that they like arrived at that realization, because I asked them like, hey, how did you come to realize this, right? Like when did this happen? And they said that they were taking like a gender studies course. And in the middle of the gender studies course, they realized that they don't really identify with a feminine gender or whatever, and they just want to detach from it entirely. So I thought it was like a philosophical thing, but then when I found out about the mastectomy that they're getting, which is like for people in chat, it's like removing breast tissue.
Mm-hmm.
Like I thought, okay, well if it's just like a philosophical thing, they just don't want to be attached to the idea of gender. Like why do they need to get a mastectomy to like identify in that way? Now that seems weird, because it would be like, if it's not gendered at all, like why would it be gendered to have like breasts, right? So I didn't understand, but again, I feel really uncomfortable even asking my sibling questions about it, because I don't want to hurt any feelings or cause any like pain or anything like this, right? I want them to feel accepted, because I do accept them and whatever's going on. So I went in like I went down a rabbit hole over the last like few weeks. And it started with the panel that we were on. It's your fault, actually. The Libs of TikTok panel that we were on. When we were talking about that and talking about how this person is posting like school teachers talking to children about gender and all this kind of shit, and trans kids and all that kind of shit. So after that, like, and this was really like reinforced by the mastectomy thing, I went like a whole fucking rabbit hole reading like advocacy articles from like activists to explain the non-binary thing. I watched a lot of like personal like transition stories about people who are like becoming non-binary and how they work through this process. Read a lot of shit, looked up a lot of studies, and then I started to realize something that I thought was really strange. A lot of the parents of children who are identifying as like genderqueer in some way, non-binary, trans, somehow like out of the norm, right? We're also trans or genderqueer or LGBT in some way themselves, right? So I thought, okay, given this like a pretty tiny percentage of the population, right? So it's got to be really, really like rare that you have a trans parent and a trans child if this is happening like naturally, right, quote unquote, right? So I looked into like what percentage of the population is LGBT, and LGB is like 3.5%, and then the T is like 0.5 to like 1%, depending. There's a more recent thing that came out that says it's like at like for Gen Z, it's at like 7% of the population. It's not trans, but like LGBT in some way. So it's like increasing. So I thought, okay, well, but I haven't like looked into like how that breaks down, that the more recent one. But either way, it's like a very small percentage of the population that's actually like this stuff, right? So it's like, okay, well, that's it's weird that like these parents are having children that are expressing that are like getting gender dysphoria or becoming like trans or whatever. If this is something that's like happening like internally and not like being influenced, right? So I looked into whether there are studies about like LGBT parents and how common it is for their children to be LGBT in some way, right? And what I found is that it's extremely common, way out of the norm for the general population. It's like and it depends a lot on what the combination is, right? So if they're gay or bi or lesbians or whatever, the highest percentage that I found was if they're two lesbian mothers, there's anywhere from a 33% to 57% chance that the children are going to be LGBT in some way. Which is extremely fucking high when you compare that to the rest of the population, right?
Let me stop you there. Is this where one of the parents is a genetic parent or adopted?
It doesn't matter. It's in both cases. The thing that I looked at was a meta-analysis of 10 studies that looked into this, and they attempted to like bias it in favor of the null hypothesis, right? There be no influence, but even still, they found that when you have LGBT parents, it's way more fucking likely that the children are going to be LGBT in some way. I'm not saying they're all being trans, right? But in some way, right? Which is like interesting. So then I thought, okay, well, what we know about like gender, sexuality, all this stuff, right, is that it is socially, like gender is a social construct. Even the way that we express our sexuality is a social construct in some ways, right?
Okay.
So it makes sense that it be influenced by our surroundings and by our parents and by the culture and all this kind of thing.
Okay.
So if that's the case, right, and like I worry that the conservatives are correct about, and I think I kind of hinted at this on the panel, right? People treating mental health problems as like personality quirks and like gender identities. And I worry that there's too much acceptance right now in some spaces, right? And in those spaces, children specifically are being pushed toward identities that they wouldn't have adopted otherwise, and which would be fine if those identities didn't also come with like a ton of like comorbid mental health problems, personality disorders, et cetera, right? Because like even in places where where they've done studies about trans people who feel accepted by their family, by their friends, by the society, and they feel like they pass, they go through all these checkpoints about like suicidality and shit like that. Even if they meet all those like checkpoints, they have all the positive things, the family accepts them, they feel like society accepts them, et cetera, et cetera. Their suicidality is still way out of the norm for the general population, which makes sense, right? If you're like feeling some kind of like internal conflict about what you feel like you should look and what like you actually look like, right? And so that, I think that makes sense. So if we know that children are influenced by this stuff, by the way that gender and sexuality are expressed around them, and we know that some of these children are more likely to kind of fall into one of these gender identities or whatever if they're around this stuff, why doesn't it make sense not to restrict it and to say, hey, we can't show this stuff to children because it's actually harmful? So that's where I am.
Okay.
Like, why wouldn't it make sense to say, hey, until high school, we're not going to get into gender identity and all this stuff?
All right. So we're gonna go in this direction. Not a problem.
I'm telling you, I don't want this to be true, right? This is like the bad space that I've like stumbled into, and I've done lots of reading, looked into lots of studies, read through lots of like ally, articles and shit that kind of explain the stuff. And yeah, it seems like this is the case, and I don't want it to be. So I was hoping someone could convince me out of it, basically.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I think that I think the suicidality, as you've already acknowledged, right, is because of how society treats them, right? So like, look, it's one thing to be accepted by society. It's one thing to say that your family thinks you're a-okay, right? And that even your general community around you thinks that your lifestyle, your choices are fine, maybe not even abnormal, right? Treats you perfectly. But it's not like these people aren't exposed to wider America, right? Even if your society and your friends group believe that you are a non-sinner, right? They believe that you are a regular functioning person of society and treat you as such. That doesn't mean that you don't hear messages from the rest of society, especially now at this point where our trans brothers and sisters are constantly being attacked, where we have laws being passed threatening the very existence of trans individuals. Now and it's not just the kids now, right? Before it's just about trans kids in sports and whatever the fuck. Now they're coming after adults. Like they're talking about doing legislation that targets people who are up to age 25, saying, "Oh, not even you can get gender affirming care." So they're moving in that direction to eventually just ban these procedures outright, completely, right? And as a person, or going back to this particular topic though, you absorb all of that. And also it's just tough because your wide society may accept you and think, yeah, you're fine, but do they want to maybe date you romantically, right? This is the thing. I talk to trans women, right? And so like I'm talking about trans women in particular because I happen to know quite a few trans women, only a few trans men, and I've never had like heart to heart with them. So that's why I'm using trans women, but I'm not trying to invalidate the experiences of trans men. But for trans women, they'll talk about like, yeah, it's tough dating, because there's still a stigma around it. So even if you are accepting, you're like a liberal guy, right? Very liberal guy, and you would never make fun of a trans person. You would never try to denigrate them or anything like that. And you think that they should be able to love who they love. Does that mean you will get over that stigma? Right? It's a different thing when you have to take this person home to your parents, right? Are you going to deal with the social consequences? For a lot of people, they say no, right? That's another thing that weighs on an individual. So I am not ready to believe that the trans identity itself is harmful in any way, rather than it's still our society. That I haven't seen the studies you've seen, but I'm going to go off your word, right? Talking about how they've controlled for much of the stigma. It just seems like it's impossible to control for all of it. It's completely pervasive in our society, especially at this very moment, this cultural moment. So yeah, I'm not yet convinced. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it did. And I think that so I think that if there was no if it were the case that what I think is true is not true, right? So that being trans came with no inherent or mental health comorbidities or personality disorders or any of these things. If that were the case, then I think I'd be more okay with it. Though it's still problematic, right? Given the struggle that a lot of trans people need to go through, right? Just like even separate from all that stuff. But I feel like right now, like everything that I've seen points to it being true that, you know, that it does increase all these other things, just with like the internal strife, even separate from what society thinks of you. And this kind of like led me into like further into like the puberty blocker shit. And I went down that rabbit hole because I found out that recently, like Sweden's like national health board or whatever is massively restricting who they're giving puberty blockers to. Right? They're reversing course on like that topic, like massively, because they've had like a lot of issues with people desisting or saying, hey, or finding that they're actually not trans in the puberty blockers. And there are a lot of people say that there's no like long-term side effects, but it's just not true. There are long-term side effects that they found. And because of that, Sweden's like health board, and Sweden's very accepted. I can't even say the word. In Sweden, they're very accepting of like LGBT shit, right? So like they were like at the forefront of the trans kid thing. So the fact that they're reversing course, and then there's an article from The Cut in 2016 that goes through like multiple studies about like desistance in trans children and how it's like it might be like up to like 90% of children who identify as trans aren't actually trans. And there were like social or cultural factors that kind of push them into thinking they're trans.
Sorry, what was that
And
that number? How many people?
it's up to 90% of children who identify as trans. So not children that have gender dysphoria, to be clear, but children who identify themselves as trans. Right, and there are a lot of activists who would say, "Hey, if your child identifies themselves as trans, separate from any diagnosis of gender dysphoria, they should be given access to puberty blockers until we figure out, whether or not they're actually trans." And the reason they're doing, I don't think they're like malicious, right? I think it makes sense. If the child's actually trans, passing is going to help them a lot later in life, right? Getting them on puberty blockers early is going to help them pass. It's gonna keep them from going through this very mentally damaging or straining puberty in like the gender or sex that they don't want to feel connected to, right? So if it's true that they're trans, it makes a lot of sense to like give them like this kind of stuff, right? But if almost 90% of them are not actually trans, and we're giving them puberty blockers to have like long-term health effects, and we're finding this this is another thing, the social contagion thing, right? That this is kind of like a dirty word this topic, right? I think there's like a meme phrase for it that people like shit on. It's like rapid onset gender dysphoria or whatever the fuck. I don't think like that's true. I don't think these kids actually get gender dysphoria. But I think it's based on everything I've seen, it seems pretty likely that because being trans is like in some spaces kind of like a new hip thing. And I think this is a lot probably why you have a lot of like xenogender people popping up, and all their weird ass pronouns. A lot of people will say, hey, this is my identity now, because they want to feel different, they want to feel unique, and they're being teenagers, right? And I don't know, I worry that too much acceptance or too much of too much exposure to this stuff in like with like young children is going to lead to people going down one of these roads when they don't need to, and it feels like we're pushing this onto people. I mean, the fact that like 57% of kids, up to 57% of kids raised by lesbian like parents are ending up LGBT in some way, like that's kind of crazy, right? When you compare that to the general population, that seems like pretty like clear proof that there is some social influence there, and it makes sense based on everything we know about sex and gender, that social cultural influences are a thing that affect this thing.
Okay, so I think there's a lot of things you presented here. And I think now all of them are completely related. But you understand that. And we'll try to take them piece by piece. So when it comes to the social influence of being LGBT, I am willing to say that. And in fact, I've talked about it on this channel before. I've made this argument. We've stated that the movement saying that you were born gay, that I was born this way, right? That slogan is a political slogan. It comes out of a very specific cultural moment where our LGBT brothers and sisters, well, LGB really, but brothers and sisters were fighting specifically for gay marriage, right? Fighting for that ability to be acknowledged by the state for this very specific act, right? And the response to them was that this was an unnatural thing to be gay. That this, the act itself is sinful. It was a gay lifestyle, and because of that, they were choosing. They could just be straight, they could just be regular, like all of us, right? But they're choosing to be this way, and something nefarious must follow from that. And as a response, people say, "No, I was born this way." And I think for many of them, it's absolutely true. Yeah, they were born this way. They've always known. Like we talk to some of our gay brothers and sisters, and they'll say that, yeah, when I was a child, I definitely know I was into a person of the same sex. It was no doubt about it for me, right? Like I maybe have been conflicted about letting the world know because the world fucking hates me, but I knew what it was. So yeah, it became the narrative that we were born this way, and then specifically became the antithesis of that narrative is that you can't be influenced this way, right? Because another thing was them saying that the conservatives saying that gay people were going to influence our children, right? They're going to spread their gayness all over over in elementary school or something, right? And then you'd have lip-wristed boys like skipping around the schoolyard or some shit, like whatever fucking fever dream conservatives are having at the moment. But that was the thing, and so and this plays off of a long-standing thought that our gay people were dangerous to children, right? Like it plays off of that they will somehow be up to no good with your child to begin with, right? But the more PC, the easier thing to say was that, they'll make your kid gay, right? Rather than attacking children, they'll just make them gay, which is also saying they're gonna have fucking sex with them, right? That's the point of that. So yes, you have the slogan that you're born this way. However, you can be influenced. You can be influenced. I think absolutely. People who are totally straight have gay moments, right? They have points in their life where they find themselves attracted to someone of the same sex, right? Where they otherwise would never have. You can, or maybe you're not even attracted initially, but you have an experience with this person, right? Some sort of powerful experience, and you like it. You're like, all right, well, I thought I wouldn't like this, but I did like it, like a lot, and so I'm gonna continue on. I'll do a bit more of this, and all of a sudden, maybe you won't take on the bi name, but you're everything. You fit that category perfectly. So I think you can actually be socially influenced. I could see that having gay parents and having role models who are gay, are open to that lifestyle and certainly won't judge you for taking part of it, right? Means that kid won't have that stigma, right? The rest of the population is working with stigma. Even again, if you come from some liberal home, and I'm sorry, I've been talking a lot, so I'm gonna let you in.
No, go for it.
Okay. So yeah, even if you come from that super liberal home that's accepting of gay people, there's still a social stigma behind all of this. And so that keeps people from acting out on their desires. Having gay parents would go a long way. Go ahead.
So that's where I went, right? So because the counter to the, they're being influenced into being gay by, having LGBT parents is, well, hey, these homes are probably way more open, right, and understanding. So if these children are going to end up gay or whatever, then it's more likely that they will settle into these identities because they're not getting the negative pressure from the parents, like, to not be gay, to have, have kids or do whatever the fuck, right? But I think that, like, that argument, I think, holds some water, but what kind of blew that out of the way for me was the rate, right? So again, for like lesbian parents, when they're raising a child, it's from 33 to 57%. That's like, I feel like that's way too high for it just to be that these people would, like, naturally, end up gay or whatever, right? Like, that to me, that speaks like influence of the parents being like a very strong factor. And I don't mean that the parents are like molesting the kids, of course not, right? I just mean that, growing up in a place where, you've got two moms or two dads or whatever, or like you've got genderqueer parents, whatever the fuck, I think you're less likely to settle into the cis het norm, right? Which I think is fine, if there's no damage that comes from whatever identity you settle into. And so far as I know, there's no like mental illness comorbidity, there's no personality disorders, etc., associated with being bi or gay or like a lesbian, right? But it does exist for being trans, right? Those like, and again, it could come from the social stigma. You're right, but I haven't found anything that indicates that it's just from that. It seems like everything I've seen is talks more about like the internal strife associated with it, right? And when I say that the rates are higher, I mean, like, depending on the study you look at, with like personality disorders, for example, like cluster B personality disorders, which is like being like NPD, borderline personality disorder, et cetera, et cetera. I think the general population is at like 3%, if I remember correctly. No, it might be higher. I think it's like 8 to 9%, if I remember correctly, for like across all those disorders. But for trans people, depending on the study, it's either like 30% or 60% or 80%. It's way higher, right? And you're right. Hey, maybe this comes from them existing in a very stressful society that's treating them like shit. If that's the case, if we get rid of that and it fixes the problem, then hey, fine. But it seems like that's not. It seems like some of it does come from the internal strife, right? So I worry that, like, if there is a chance that like having like a trans parent, two trans parents raising a child is going to make them more likely to be trans and then get all the negative outcomes that come with that. Maybe it'd be a good thing not to allow that.
Okay.
And now, to be clear, I'm not like saying, hey, don't let trans people raise kids. Like, I've got like a non-binary trans sibling, right, who wants to raise kids someday, right? They want to adopt, right? So I'm not like, I want this to not be true. But like, this is just where I've landed, I guess.
If it's all right, Doobie, could I ask you just an open-ended question? I'm legitimately not familiar with all of the data, so I could totally be wrong here. But the really, I think the really important question that I would ask to you would be something along the lines of, do we have any way of figuring out if these kids being raised by trans parents would have had similar levels of mental of some sort of mental illness going on that would have manifested in some other thing? If it's the case that being raised by these parents uniquely caused them to have any kind of mental problem, or if it rather took the form of like gender dysphoria.
I was reading something stupid in chat. I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part again?
Yeah, my central question is, how would we distinguish between a child that would have had mental problems no matter who they were raised by?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So to be clear, I haven't seen any studies on like children being raised by LGBT parents having ending up with like mental health issues, right? So I haven't seen those studies. The study that I'm referring to is about comorbidity and like mental health issues with separate from gender dysphoria in trans people, and also like personality disorders in trans people. So I don't know if it's true that like, hey, being raised by like LGBT parents is going to make you more likely to have a mental illness, and then it might express itself through like gender dysphoria. I don't know if that's, I haven't seen anything to suggest that.
Okay, because yeah, that would be, I think that would where would that question is where I think a lot of people their decision would come down to, is whether or not we can say that this is like uniquely creating harm versus like when this harm manifests itself. If you're being raised by trans parents, it's gonna, or just LGBTQ parents, it's gonna be manifested in this way.
Prime, you said something earlier that was interesting. So if it were like demonstrated, so that it was like crystal clear that being raised by, let's say, lesbian parents, right? Because the study that I looked at, so that looked at all LGBT people, but the highest rate was among lesbian parents, and it was high across the board. It was like, I think the lowest was like 16%, and then it went up from there depending on like the mixture or whatever. But so 2 lesbian parents are the most likely to have LGBT kids in some way, right? So if it was found that this is absolutely the case, and we knew for a fact that ending up like a lesbian comes with mental health problems just like inherently, right? Somehow, right? Would you say that we shouldn't allow lesbians to raise children? Because if we know that it's going to do some damage to them if they end up, if there's like a 50-50 chance they're going to end up lesbians.
And you mean that the mental illness is caused inherently by being gay somehow,
if we knew
and not
that,
by
like,
society.
Yeah, not society. It's just if you're a lesbian, it also comes with this package of mental health problems, right? And we knew this to be a fact, like 100%. So, and we knew that there's a 50-50 chance. It's like up to 57%, right? It's 33% to 57%, but I'm going to call it a 50-50 chance that when 2 lesbian parents are raising a child, their child is going to end up, LGBT in some way. Would you say that we should allow that if we know that, or it's like a coin flip as to whether or not they're going to get these mental health problems?
I would say that we should absolutely allow them to have children, because we don't control for that anywhere else, right? Like,
right.
There are all kinds of ways that parents fuck up their kid, and not to be clear, neither Doobie and I are saying that growing up with gay parents, it fucks up your kid. But going on with this hypothetical, there's all kinds of ways that we could do that. I don't know why we're making a specific exception here, and the social cost of first of all, stealing the kids of parents, right? Like their biological children, like.
Or what about like just like not allowing them to adopt?
Not allowing them to adopt. I don't know. Like, I'm wondering, like, is it worth it to engage with this hypothetical? Because when it comes to mental health, right? So much of the population has mental health disorders any which way. They weren't raised by gay parents, but they got fucking mental health disorders. Life gives you that. And or your parents give you those mental health disorders by being parents, or by being assholes, or by for whatever reason. I wouldn't pick out our gay brothers and sisters specifically because of that. Specifically because there's a possibility that they could screw up their kids. If that was the case, then no one should be able to adopt, right? Like, absolutely, we can't trust them with anyone. Thank you, Meatwalk, for the 100 bits. Awfully kind of you. He says, in Doopie's model, is there a zero genetic component of homosexuality? Yeah.
No. Wait, hold on. So to be clear, no. I wouldn't say there's zero genetic component. I think that everything I've looked at says it's like 30 or some shit. Or they don't know, right? To be clear. They don't know how much of it is genetic, how much of your sexuality and gender expression is genetic, how much is cultural, how much is like, so like they don't know. So I don't know. And I do think that some people are born gay or whatever. Like, absolutely.
I was kind of gonna go in the same direction Prime was with this. It's like, well, there are people with mental health issues that are raising children all the time, and why would we single out based on this one, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense. And like, if we were to start going down that path, we would have to start really scrutinizing everybody's mental health and whether or not they're fit to raise children, either adopted or otherwise. That kind of gets us down the slippery slope path, right? That doesn't even if you're not going to go fully down the slippery slope path, you're still singling out people based on one type of mental health issue that largely isn't that much of an issue if you're going down the path of treating it and living a life as well, like I have dysphoria, right? And so I'm going down the path of doing things that help reduce the negative effect of dysphoria on my life. And so in a way it's kind of like it is treatment, like the HRT that I take, etc. That is a form of treatment for my dysphoria. There are plenty of people who have mental health issues who are raising children who are either able to cope just fine with their mental health issues, occasional setbacks here and there, or are pursuing treatment for it and have it minimally affect their lives. And we see them as being fit to raise children, or at least not being unfit to raise children based on that mental health issue.
I think sorry, go to me.
Yeah, but I think that so we say, hey, a lot of people have mental health issues, right? But I feel like we're like minimizing like what the difference is. So I gave you a hypothetical, right? But I'm gonna be specific. So with trans people with gender dysphoria, right? I know that not all trans people have gender dysphoria. The rate of like cluster B personality disorders is up to like 80%. Whereas with the general population, it's 1 to 6%, depending on what the study is like looking for.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge difference, right? So if we knew
also
that
a very small sample size.
I don't think it's a small sample size. There are multiple studies that have come to find that with people that have gender dysphoria, the rate of personality disorders, frequency of personality disorders, is way out of proportion with the general population. And it's not, they don't all have the same ones, right? Some will have like a narcissistic personality disorder, others have like histrionic personality disorder. It depends, and the rates at which they have those are like also like varying. But that's why I say like cluster B personality disorders in general. So if we knew that, hey, if we allow two trans parents to raise a child, there's a much higher chance that this child is going to end up trans. They're going to end up with gender dysphoria. And we know that having gender dysphoria is very likely to lead to them having this other personality disorder. Like, doesn't that seem like we're damaging the child?
Well, Revolt just said that you're using a study of 70 people from Iran who were their forced reassignment on gay people, which is true. That is a thing over there.
I can post the studies. There are multiple, right? The lowest that I found, where they found is like I think 30 or 40%, and then the highest is like 80%.
I know that it's a new thing that's been researched about the cluster B personalities having a high rate of cluster B personalities among trans people, but I know it's also very inconclusive right now, and so there's also been research pending, or maybe that's in progress, that I haven't yet seen results of, about how cluster B personalities may be more the thing that is causing, because personality disorders, well, depends on the personality disorder, but a lot of personality disorders also come with identity issues, right? And like identity confusion and such. And so it's also speculated that it may be the other way around, that some cluster B personality disorders have a high have a higher likelihood of causing an individual to have identity issues that cause them to go down the path of seeing them, or at least identifying and expressing as a gender other than what they were assigned at birth. So it's not necessarily, so that could be the personality disorder itself for some of those people. And I know that this is new information, so it's not well researched, so it's hard to actually use it for anything.
So I wanted to, before we go further down on this path, and I do want to explore this, I want to give our newest friend here a chance to speak. Hello, Zero Alms. Very nice to meet you. Hi.
How you doing?
Fine. So you jumped in. Do you have anything like to
add? So I have a cousin, my wife's cousin, who is a transgender male. And I've known him for roughly 10 years. And I don't get why this conversation, I don't know why I guess this is for Doobie. Why are you scared? Like, I don't understand what's so scary about it.
So there's a combination of things. So the most personal one is that my sister is a non-binary trans and is getting a mastectomy, and I worry that it's a result. And to be clear, they told me that they realized that they're non-binary trans after taking a gender studies course in college, and their partner also came out as non-binary trans at the same time. So I think that's if they're actually non-binary trans, it's extremely unlikely that they both come out and realize this, and they're both actually non-binary trans, and it hasn't been influenced upon them by whatever they were exposed to it in college.
Right? So you're saying college, right?
Wait, hold on. So that's thing number one. Right? I worry that my sibling is about to go through a very serious surgical procedure, because they've been influenced to believe that they are something that they are not actually. Right?
But they're fully consenting adults. It's different for little kids, right?
Hold on, but that to be like, I don't care that they're fully consenting adults. If they decided to cut off their arm, I'd still be upset about it, right? Which is why I was.
But this isn't an arm. This is their identity.
Okay, but again, the fact that they're getting a very serious procedure, I think that there might be like an indication there, right? For me, if they were pushed into this identity or like influenced into this identity by what they were exposed to, by whatever arguments or things they were taught in college, I feel like that's very serious. I think it's troubling to me. I don't want people being influenced into being like non-binary or
so
trans.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Right? So further and further, just like, so that's like the personal like issue. But secondly, if it's true that a lot of children who identify as trans are not actually trans, and like 90% of them, later in life have found that they're actually just gay or something, or straight or whatever, then I worry that, hey, how does that fucking happen? It seems clear to me that there's some social influence there. I think there's some social contagion happening. These children feeling like they're trans where they're not trans because they're exposed to this kind of stuff in the media and in school, and now we're teaching it to them, apparently. I worry that we're doing damage when we shouldn't, especially when you have a lot of trans activists, a lot of LGBT activists advocating for giving kids puberty blockers the moment that they think they're trans without any diagnosis of gender dysphoria. So and then you have like the gender affirming care thing on top of it, right, for children. So I worry that this fucking we have like a salad of shit that's really damaging and we're presenting the salad to children, right, without considering what kind of damage this could be doing to them in the long term.
I mean, I get what you're saying, right? I even have some examples of that in my own life. I have my cousin's daughter went all through junior high and high school saying she was gay, and then leaves high school and now she's married to a guy, right? So I get what you're saying, but it can be the whole popularity thing with Gen Z, but I can't accept a 50% increase in numbers. Like, I'd have to see more
I can
data.
send you that. So I'm not saying that like half of them. I'm saying that what I've been able to find, when two LGBT parents are raising a child, right, the chance that child is gonna end up LGBT in some way is way higher than the general population. And for lesbian parents, it's up to 57%. So I'm going to post it. What I was looking at was like a meta-analysis.
Okay, let's just
10 studies
assume that is true. That doesn't make them any less human. Like,
I'm not saying they're less human. I don't want to like kill these people.
Yeah, no,
We're just saying we should like think about this.
Like, we're all people. They're making a social. I mean, they're making their own decisions. Like,
wait, no, but with children, they're not making their own decisions. Children are very malleable, very like impressionable, and if they're getting class credit or teacher credit for questioning their gender identity when they're very young, I worry that it's going to lead to more children doing this because they want the attention, they want to feel like they're special, all this kind of stuff.
No,
right?
I'm completely.
And if further, you have people pushing puberty blockers for these children, who are being infected by the social contagion, right? I worry that we're going to be doing damage here. Right? That's where the concern is.
So I 100% agree. We shouldn't be giving drugs to children of any kind, unless they're needed, right? But that's up to the professionals to decide that stuff. Sure, it's up to the parents too. Now, this whole thing of kids being able to decide without their parents' consent, I don't agree with that. The parents should be involved 100%. Now, does that leave out some people that don't want to tell their parents because they know their parents aren't going to accept them? I get that too. That's a whole other argument and a whole thing that's just, there's really no easy way to fix that. But to just say give kids drugs because they want to take these blockers that may harm them in the future, like we don't.
But I feel like, so from the leftist argument here, it's not even a left-right thing. I think it's like it's more complicated than that. So the argument on the other side would be, hey, these children are, they're saying they're trans. We need to believe them, right? And if we don't believe them, we don't allow them access to this stuff, well, you're being a transphobe, because we know that them getting access to this shit, if they are trans, is going to benefit them hugely later on in their life. It's going to make their lives much fucking easier, right? If they're actually trans and they get access to all these things. So you're saying, hey, we need to get the parents involved and we need to like not give it to this shit unless it's needed, yada yada. A lot of people would call you like anti-trans or like transphobic for saying something like that, right? I wouldn't, to be clear. Right, but I'm saying it's way more complicated than you're making it out to be. And I wouldn't say that you want these people to be killed or you think they're not human for not providing them with this stuff.
I think people just need to be people. Like when someone says something, you need to listen to them. When a kid says something, you need to listen. Like, everyone just keeps getting stuck in groups, right? Why the groups? Why the labels? Why can't we just all be people? And treat people how you want to be treated. I get it, and I get that's how our society is, right? This is just a thought process, right? But
I don't think he's saying. Okay, so I've talked to Doobie a lot and interact with him. He's not a person who denigrates gay people or trans people, right? This is not where he's coming from. This is not the basis of his argument. Though I get why you might be a bit confused on that point, right? It's less that he's focused on the labels. It seems, but and correct me if I'm wrong, TV, that he's focusing on the outcome, right? That yes, a person going down this path of of being trans, of transitioning, that there might be something inherent to that, to this process that might cause additional harms, right? Beyond what society does to them, which is terrible. But beyond that, there could be additional harms, and that we as a society should look to see what is the root cause of that. If that's the case, if that is indeed the case, then what is the root cause of that? And if there is something inherent to this path, then maybe we should somehow rethink how we're tackling this. That maybe the leftist talking points of simply accepting a person as a transition with zero resistance to that might be incorrect. Did I get any of that wrong?
No, you're correct. And I think with the children, like specifically, it's more about what I'm worried about there is a social contagion thing, right? So they're being I'm not saying, hey, if you let a trans person around children, oh God, they're all going to turn trans and it's contagious. That's not really what it is. It's more like the cultural response in some spaces where it is like not encouraged, but it's like it's children like attention. Children are trying to figure themselves out. It's very going through childhood is very complicated, trying to figure out what the fuck you are. And if you have a space where people are like saying, hey, oh yeah, it's okay to question this, and oh yeah, hey, if you identify this way, you're gonna get a flag, and you're part of this group, and you can change your pronouns and all this kind of shit. Like, I feel like a lot of children are gonna be attracted to that. And for me, the fact that according to those studies that I referenced earlier, right, there's a really good article on thecut.com that I can link you that goes through the studies and then goes through the challenges to the studies and then gets the responses from the researchers, right, to kind of figure out what's the truth.
Are you more
and what they
concerned
ended
about
up
schools?
is it's everything. And what they ended up at is like almost 90% of these kids aren't actually trans, right? So how do you get to a space where like 90% of children that are identifying as trans aren't actually trans? I think that's indicative of there being some influence, some social contagion happening where they're identifying this way because they're getting rewarded in some way by their friend groups and yada yada, right? So it and I said earlier, hey, there's like a more recent a poll of like how many, like what percent of the United States is LGBT, right? It's at like, I think it's at like 9%. Where if you compare that to like previous polls, it was like a 3.5% for LGBT and then like 0.5 to 1% for like the T. Right. So if that's doubled. Like, so is that all? Hey, it's just we're just more accepting now. Like, I don't know if that's.
Help us out by providing us with that study. That'll be quite helpful.
Okay, I'll post the stuff that I'm talking about.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. And I want to hear from also other two people who are on the panel. I want to give them space, Flo, Trace, and Zonia, to ask questions as well.
I'll admit that my painkillers just kicked in a little bit, like right before I jumped on. So I'm a little, I'm going to get pretty drowsy pretty quick here, so I might not stick around.
Okay.
But yeah.
Oh, you know what? In that case, why don't you go first? Do you have anything you want to say now?
You know, the social contagion thing is in, like, I feel like it's a very selective thing to bring up because we don't really seem to care all that much about that with a lot of other things. And I don't know, maybe I was thinking about kind of engaging with you, Doobie, on that and talking about it a bit. And I know you're not trying to like demonize, but like everything in our lives is there's some influence from around us, not just from our parents, but all around. And I know that you point to things like how many people are identifying as being something other than the gender assigned at birth and such, but don't your concerns lie more with the more difficult aspects of being trans, like having dysphoria, right? And dysphoria is a much more specific thing, and it's not something that is like diagnosed among it's more specifically diagnosed, right? So it's a smaller subset of the trans community that is diagnosed with dysphoria, and that tends to have much more extreme symptoms and of course some consequences to those symptoms if not treated, or when living in a community that is not supportive, or even worse is disparaging toward people who struggle with dysphoria. So in dysphoria, now obviously some doctors can make mistakes or can too readily diagnose something prematurely, but because of the fact that dysphoria itself is far less frequently diagnosed and is a much more specific thing, that's sort of like where I don't know, would you say like the majority of your concerns lie is among trans children growing up with dysphoria and struggling with both the effects of that as well as the societal backlash of that. Isn't that more where your concern
So
is?
it's that, but it's also if it's so I put some of the stuff in VC chat, by the way. There's more, but I'm gonna find it as I go because I didn't like bookmark the stuff. So it's, yeah, it's the dysphoria, but it's also if there are like other comorbid mental health issues, right? And if the personality disorder thing is as massively different as it seems. So if being trans comes with all these like much higher rates of all these things, then it seems like a negative thing for children to be trans, right?
So I don't know if there's enough data on it right now to say that dysphoric people are a higher rate of having personality disorders. I think that's still way too. I think that's something that just hasn't been studied enough right now, as far as I know. But dysphoria isn't something, as far as we can tell right now, doesn't appear to be something that you can just kind of induce in somebody through influence, or as you put it, social contagion. Dysphoria is a much more specific thing, and that's where a lot of the negative social aspects as well as psychological aspects of being trans are, right?
So do you think so to be clear, if somebody, so you don't think that you need to have dysphoria to be trans, do you?
No.
Okay, so if a child had was identifying as trans, whether it's non-binary trans or some other version of trans, and they weren't diagnosed with dysphoria, do you think it'd be reasonable to allow them access to things like puberty blockers?
That wouldn't. Well, that's a tough call because I don't know. It's hard for me to say, to have a position on that without knowing more about the individual and what they're going through. I would say probably no. I'd probably lean more toward no on that one because it doesn't make a lot of sense in that case. That's just like, for instance, when you've got a child who just tends to be a little bit more free spirit with how they express themselves and dress and present, that's something that we wouldn't necessarily consider to be transitioning or the need to change their hormonal makeup to compensate for it. That's just them having a more free-flowing form of expression to themselves.
Well, that's what I thought non-binary was too, right? But then I find that some of these people are taking like hormones and getting mastectomies apparently.
Well,
so, like,
it depends.
I feel like it's more than that.
It depends. So like some non-binary people are non-binary because they feel that they don't fit either end of the spectrum, right? So, and they themselves see themselves as being somewhere that's more androgynous and would like their body to reflect the androgyny that they feel, right? So there are some people who do that, though. From what I understand, they're pretty rare, even rarer than.
Yeah,
but if even separate from dysphoria, right? A child feeling like they're non-binary or trans and not having dysphoria, but still feeling like they want to, their body as is isn't what they want it to be, right? So they feel like they need to get some kind of surgery or take some kind of medication to fully feel comfortable in their own body. I feel like even that's like problematic. Like, what I wouldn't want kids to feel like they need to get surgery and take medication just to like exist comfortably.
If it's puberty blockers, it's not that big of a deal, right? Because you can delay puberty for a while. There's a window, obviously, where you have to at some point make a decision and either continue through puberty as you're, as you're assigned at birth gender, or move in another direction at that point. But puberty blockers overall aren't that big of a deal.
Are. Well, so, I think so I'm gonna post.
There are some social setbacks, obviously, to those who don't develop, particularly for assigned male at birth people, because you tend to you tend to develop in ways that, like for instance, your voice would get deeper, right, when you start entering, puberty, and that would be something that could be a social issue for you if you were to suspend that
One
for an
second.
extended period of time.
I need to thank Rob Noor. Rob Noor, thank you for the kind raid. Awfully kind of you. I'm supposed to meet beforehand. I DM'd him to thank him for that. But Rob Noor, thank you for the kind raid. I hope you're doing well, friend. I mean, we hope to have you on here soon to raise my fucking blood pressure. But you have a fantastic night. And seriously, thank you for all. If you just coming with the raid, hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. We do this all the time. Don't want to miss out on any of our content. We got plenty of it for you. Also, Exploit Social to hit us up in chat, right? So Exploit Social for all our social media, Twitter, Discord, TikTok, YouTube. Hit us up there. But yeah, thank you for coming in for that raid. Have a great night, Rob. I'm sorry for interrupting you. So yeah, please continue.
Well, I was just really quick. So the puberty blocker thing is a big deal, right? I think that there are a lot of arguments from like activists or advocates who said, hey, we can delay puberty for a while and there's no real like long-term side effects, etc. But they've actually found them to be not true, which is why recently Sweden, their like national health board has like so they're going to like massively restrict puberty blockers for people under 18, even if they have gender dysphoria.
There's some risk to it and some setbacks as well, especially the longer you delay entering puberty. The longer term you're going to have puberty related issues, like for instance not fully developing your body in one way or the other, however it would have been. You can have other things like bone density issues earlier on in life and such, but overall it tends to be a fairly safe option, as long as I would agree with you if we were excessively prescribing these kinds of things. Like if we're finding children who aren't who don't really check all the boxes for a diagnosis of dysphoria, but we're putting them on puberty blockers anyway, just in case, and like this is something that's happening broadly across the board with a lot of different kids, then I would probably agree that okay, yeah, we might be running into an issue here where we are sort of artificially setting back the physical development of humans, because not just children. At some point they'll be adults and continuing and will be physically set back. I would agree. Like then we're getting into a point where we're just like excessively prescribing these things, especially when there's not a positive diagnosis of dysphoria. But we don't have that problem, and I don't see I would be very hesitant to try to make these kinds of leaps and set in these kinds of basically to try to prevent something that hasn't even happened yet at the consequence of holding back the the successful treatments of trans people with dysphoria, right? It's like you don't want to just go and say, oh, well, this could happen, so we can't do this thing. We don't really want to do that with most things.
But what we do know, or we do have, is that 90% of these kids aren't actually trans, right? Which is the reason Sweden, some of the reasons they give for massively restricting hormones and puberty blockers for people under 18 is that that they're that they might just have if they have autism like if they're following the autism spectrum, they tend not to adhere to gender norms.
Yeah,
they might misattribute their experience is like being transgender, right? They might even exhibit gender dysphoria and have some kind of distress about that, but that doesn't mean that they're actually trans. And because there's the rates of desistance are so high, if we're allowing if 9 in 10 of these kids are not actually trans and are getting puberty blockers, we know that being on puberty blockers and hormones does have long-term side effects. It feels like a trolley problem at that point, right? We have 9 kids laying on one side and 1 kid laying on the other, and that's terrible. But that seems like the reality of it.
I think the problem that we see right now, it has a lot to do with sort of the social element of, oh, we need to get all these kids access to this treatment, and we need to, be more liberal with it, right? And so there's sort of like I can understand why that would be a little bit something that people would fear a little bit, because when you look at a lot of the language around it, people are kind of making it seem like, oh, let's just rain puberty blockers down on all children, even at the slightest little hint that they don't conform to what we understand gender norms to be, we're going to throw puberty blockers at them. But I don't think that's actually happening. And I know that there are some very loud voices that paint that picture for us, but they tend to be just a very loud minority.
I'm imagining a confetti cannon with puberty blockers.
Yeah. I don't think that we're actually having that issue. If we had that issue, I'd probably be advocating for, okay, we need to rein this in a little bit and, get a little bit stricter with this and do a little more gatekeeping. But that's not currently what's going on here. And I think as long as we get better at diagnosing dysphoria and better at understanding when and where to prescribe certain things, the situation is just going to improve overall with time and get even better.
Let's let our friend Flo Trace in.
I'm going to try and be concise as possible, but I do have quite a bit to say. I think that Doobie is exploring the idea that if there is a class of parents who have a statistical proclivity to negatively impact the raising of a child, that we should consider restricting their ability to be parents. And I think there are two groups that I want to go to explore this idea that'll help us sort of come to some conclusions about how we should feel about this principle.
I'll be right back. I am listening. Continue.
Yeah, no. Those two groups are disabled people and black people. I think first to go to disabled people, I think that this is one that speaks more to Doobie's point, which is that we can imagine, I'm sure most people would have to eventually concede this, even though it might be uncomfortable, that we can imagine a kind of disability, not all disabled people, but a certain kind of disability that was sufficiently impacting and impairing a parent's ability to parent, that we would say, I'm sorry, but you cannot be a parent, right? So for example, if someone has like seizures 24/7 and they can quite literally not care for themselves, let alone a child, then that would be like a class that I would say, this is sad, this is tragic, and we should be looking to resolve this seizure, but I actually don't think that person should be allowed to adopt. We could also make a similar argument about psychopaths. And I think that it's important to talk about this. Well,
conflate or to not make the comparison of psychopaths.
I am making the comparison. I am making the comparison, but the reason is to highlight the differences. When we talk about, for example, psychopaths, they're or someone that's having seizures, right? This is definitional to the class of their disability. But getting dysphoria because you were trans, which only happened because your parents were LGBTQ, this is not as inherent to the class of trans parents as, for example, it is with those disabled conditions, and that's a big difference.
Dysphoria is, as far as we know, like I mentioned earlier, I put in the qualifier that some doctors will be a little too liberal on the diagnosis and diagnose people with it prematurely. But when you're talking about dysphoria is actually it is a specific medical diagnosis. And
yes, that's not the point that I'm trying to illustrate.
That's not something that parents are going to be able to socially influence.
Yes, that is the big difference. When we talk about, for example, let's say psychopaths or someone that's disabled and is having seizures almost constantly, these are things that are inherent to that identity, to that class, and that are going to directly and clearly make them unable to care for the child. Yeah. But we can't draw that same level of first inherency to LGBTQ parents, nor that direct line of, I think, problematic implications on the raising of the child. And I think that's a really big difference. Going to the example of black people, I think that when you then go down this alternative line of thinking where you're saying, what we really care about, the standard is just a statistical proclivity, I don't have the standard of needing to prove that it is inherent in the same way that like psychopathy is, right? It's just about statistics. Then I think we start to get dangerously close. And I want to be clear, I'm not saying that Doobie is literally endorsing it, but I'm saying I think this is a problem with where these ideas go, is that this could start to apply to a lot of other classes. For example, if we looked at how much more likely children are to have bad outcomes when they're raised in poor households or households of single mothers or households that are minorities, then this is where it starts to come.
That's kind of the slippery slope I was talking about.
And I think there is a difference between that and trans people, and I'm going to try and sort of preempt that. And that's the point that the effects of being raised because you are poor or you're a single mother are probably a lot more socially resolvable than necessarily the problems of being trans and the dysphoria that comes with that and the difficulties in those. But I don't think that this difference can be used for Doobie's argument to allow for the treatment of LGBTQ parents and not Black parents, because I don't think that this is ultimately a relevant difference. I think we would all agree that our highest priority at the end of the day is to prevent the harm to the child. And that harm only existed because of social conditions can be negated, doesn't make the harm any less bad. I think the best you could say is that we should seek to work to resolve those problems, but at the same time, restrict the ability of those kinds of parents to have children or adopt, which I still think is a really dangerous road to go down to.
So addressing the underlying conditions to reduce the social stigma and all the other, secondary factors to that, like suicidality because of social stigma, but at the same time, or in the meantime, also reducing the ability for trans couples or a trans person to raise a child until the social stigma is further reduced.
Well, the argument that I'm trying to preempt is I think that someone like Doobie, not that Doobie would but someone of this argument would say, well, hold on a second. The reason why, let's say, like Black people children raised by Black people are statistically worse off isn't because they're Black. It's because of like racism or intergenerational poverty. Whereas kids that are raised by LGBTQ parents become trans, we cannot socially ameliorate all of the negative mental stuff that necessarily goes along with being trans, because some of that is real legitimate dysphoria. And the thing that I'm trying to preempt is I think that is a difference, but I don't think it's one that justifies a difference in treatment within that worldview. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to illustrate that this position logically concludes with restricting parenthood on other classes like poor people or single mothers or Black people.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think that I don't think that holds any water, to be honest with you. So the rate of Black people, the general population with a felony conviction is like 8%. The rate of trans people with gender dysphoria by the age 7 is over 80%. I'm sorry, it's about 80%.
But we're a specifically smaller group that is based around mostly a specific set of characteristics, some of which are diagnosable, right? Black people are a people, very, very broad, very, very diverse. There's all kinds of other things in there. Trans people are specifically people who identify as a gender not what they're assigned at birth, right? So you're talking already about a very, very select, smaller subgroup of people based around what effectively is known as a deviance in their gender expression, right? So no matter what, you're going to have higher odds of the diagnosable things that surround that subgroup that is specifically isolated by that. Like transsexuals were specifically designated the term transsexual because of the fact that they had at the time a diagnosed mental illness, and the only treatment was to go through transition, right? So then what you'd say, well, transsexuals seem to all have this specific mental health or mental disorder. Well, yeah, that's why we're called transsexuals at the time.
Yeah, but not that's
so
I think that's
obviously trans is broader now, but still you're selecting a group based on a subset of characteristics. That is why they're even named that in the first place. So
okay, I understand, but I'd like to.
Yeah.
So
sorry.
It's okay. So I think the issue, again, just to get back to what Flush Racer was saying. So I think this is, and I think what Flush Racer was getting was criminality in the Black population. Right? I think that's what you were hinting at with that very 1350 take. However, like I said, in the 8%, only 8% of the Black population as a whole has a felony conviction, right? So I don't think the rates are anywhere comparable, right? I think if I were to tell you, hey, we know for a fact that 80% of children raised by this kind of person, whether it's like Black or white, are gonna be like murderers. You say, hey, oh shit, we shouldn't let those people raise children. right? If over 80%, right? I think you'd feel comfortable saying, hey, yeah, those kinds of people shouldn't raise kids, even if it's like if it's like sociopaths or something. But it's like sociopaths or something, right? So,
can I just clarify?
Yeah,
so one of those statistics, Doobie?
Sure.
The 80%, is that 80% of the kids raised by LGBTQ parents?
No, this is what I was. No, this is what I'm getting at. So, and that's 80. I think it's almost 80% of trans people experience gender dysphoria by the time they're 7 years old, right? So, yeah. So, and this is connected. I don't know if you heard the other stuff. But this is connected to the idea that somebody raised in an LGBT household is much more likely to be LGBT themselves when they're adults, right? So, if we know that to be the case, and it seems like I haven't heard any challenges to that yet, but if we know that to be the case, and we know that most trans people are experiencing gender dysphoria by the time they're 7 years old, why wouldn't it be a good idea to like not expose children to trans people or to things that could induce gender dysphoria?
Okay.
What I'd object
counter hypothesis here. What if it's actually that a lot more people actually don't identify with their assigned gender at birth, but they're less likely to come out about it when raised in an environment that is more gender normative, and they're more likely to come out about it when raised in an environment that is more open to other forms of gender expression?
Yeah, I can understand like that. That's the because that's the argument that I made right against myself when I stumbled upon this. But like for lesbian parents, for example, it's as high as like 57%, right? So if you compare that to the general population at like, it depends on the generation, right? But it's much lower than 57%, right? So I feel like
but you're also
that can't just, and if we acknowledge that, you know, there is a social factor, there is a cultural factor that in the way that you express your gender, your sexuality, I think it's going to be very likely that the way that these parents are expressing their gender, their sexuality, is having an influence on the children, and it is impacting the way the children express their sexuality. So, their gender.
The influence may not be a harmful thing, though. Again, it may come down to that a lot of people just don't really strictly identify with the gender assigned at birth. They're at least along gender normative lines in society, right? So when given more the opportunity and sort of seeing that it's okay for them in their environment to express themselves alternately, that they're more likely to say, this is me, I'm okay with this, right? As opposed to hiding it or trying to find ways to convince themselves that they are the gender that they were assigned at birth, right?
But I feel like that's like a bonus for argument.
Well, it could just be that we don't, obviously we're still in the infancy of this entire concept in the first place. So we're going to learn more with time, but it could be that we've just been very wrong and we've been sort of suppressing a lot more people than we thought in terms of gender expression.
Like, okay, but I think that's like why I don't, I don't agree with the born this way argument, right? I don't think that all people who are trans or gay or whatever are just born that way. I think that maybe some of them, right, but I think the vast majority of them are like socially influenced.
I tend to lean in that direction too.
And I think that
some of it's environmental, some of it's nature, some is a mix thereof.
And I think that when you have a society that's very accepting of like LGBT identities in general, right? But trans identities, and now new trans identities like xeno genders and shit. I think you're going to end up with a lot more kids identifying in that way. And if identifying in that way for a lot of these people comes with gender dysphoria, right? Has a gender dysphoria attached to it, and we're
still
providing them with like
upset though.
Yeah, but it's a lot of kids. Right.
Well,
okay.
A lot of those kids
tend
to also no longer have that gender dysphoria, a few years later. So
right, but that's the issue because a lot of people would argue, and I think some of you guys in here would argue, hey, because if they are actually trans, it is very, very beneficial for them to get access to the stuff and to have gender affirming care very early on.
Well, this
right?
is why
but if they're not getting access to it
earlier by saying we probably need to get better at the diagnosis. There are some doctors that jump the gun and prematurely diagnose, and I think we just need to kind of get better at the diagnosis and get a little bit better at prescribing as well.
Why wouldn't we want to stop the the because like I said, like about 90% of these kids aren't actually trans when they identify as trans, right? So and if you have like in Sweden, for example, where there's like where these kind of lifestyles are very accepted, right? It's a very progressive country, and they have this issue with the systems, right? Why wouldn't we think that, hey, if we normalize and go too far in being accepting here, we're gonna have a lot more kids identifying as trans when they're not actually trans, right? And going through all the turmoil that comes with questioning their gender identity because there is a social contagion effect that they're being affected by.
I wouldn't necessarily call Sweden a very progressive country, not across the board. Depends on what things you're talking
on
about.
this issue. I think they're they're constantly pointed at by like trans like advocates and whatnot as like the example country. So I think on this issue they're very progressive.
So I'm just gonna I'll let Flow Trace go. You've been holding up your hand for a while, and then I'll think more about what I'm going to say.
Thank you. Just going back to what Doobie said about the felony conviction rate being about 8%. I agree that that is a big difference, and I wouldn't want to move to restrict the ability of Black people to be parents based off of just that. But I think that that is the worst possible negative externality or negative effect on a child, and that it becomes a lot more harder if we start to look at other statistics like likely to drop out of school or deal drugs or do drugs or end up in prison or fail college or have a shorter life expectancy or to be killed by the police. And the question is, if we go through all a million groups, we go through Black people, single mothers, even specific geographic areas like growing up in like a really bad area of a city, I'm pretty sure we could eventually find some group that if you look at all the different sort of metrics by which, man, kids here are just at a huge disadvantage, we could find a group that based on the statistics is as bad or worse in terms of just the outcomes of the children that are raised by these families. And I think at that point, you would, by this position, have to be saying like, yeah, you know what, if you live like in this like 1 mile radius in the middle of like Harlem, like statistically speaking, if you raise kids, those kids are going to be fucked, so we're not going to let you adopt. Or we're not even going to let you have kids potentially. And I think that that is a really big problem with this line of thinking.
Okay, but so first off, I think that they already do that, right? So when you're adopting a kid, they look at the area that you're in, they look at the socioeconomic status. So you're like how much money you're making, how stable your family is, your criminal history, all these things, right? So they already do that, and they do restrict based on those things, right? But I think that the issue with what you're pointing to, you're like stuck on the Black thing for some reason, is that these are all, I think most people here would agree that these are like socioeconomic issues, right? When we're talking about like the trans thing and gender dysphoria, I think that's more of an internal thing. And that's everything I found on this and on the comorbid like other mental health issues and the cluster B personality issues. I think that seems more attached to like gender dysphoria and transness than Black people in crime, right? So like I told Prime earlier, if all that stuff was just the result of society treating these people poorly, right, and all we had to do was fix society, and then all the comorbidities go away, and all the cluster B issues go away, and all that, and the suicidality goes away, then hey, that's fine. Then I'd be totally in support of that, right? Absolutely. But it doesn't seem like that's the case, right? It seems like it's more of an internal thing.
I agree that, just to be clear, that this is not like a thing that is inherent to Black people or single mothers or any of these groups.
Go on, you go first, please.
Yeah, so the argument that I want to make is I don't think that difference can justify the radical departure in treatment of these groups of parents within your position. I think that, you said there's something you said there that I wrote down in a specific quote: if all we had to do is fix society. Fixing society is really, really hard. It is almost impossible. It is going to be impossible, let's say in the next 20 years, for us to completely ameliorate the problems that, for example, single mothers face or that Black parents face. And I think at a certain level, what the argument that you're making doesn't really matter if we buy into this idea that we just need to be preventing children from being raised in environments that have a statistical likelihood to be negative for them. I think the best case scenario you could say is, hey, this problem is fixable, so let's work to fix it. But in the meantime, while this is still going to be the reality, let's put in more restrictions. I don't think that you can use this. I think this is a difference, but it's not a relevant one from the perspective of the argument that you're making.
I think it's absolutely relevant, right? I think this saying, hey, if you have gender dysphoria it comes with this bag of naughty things, right? Versus if you're being black and you're raised in this area, right? It seems like the issue is, hey, get out of that area, or fix the area, right? I don't know why you're like stuck on the black thing. Again, we're dealing with like 8% versus like 80%, right? So they're not even close. And I think that if you were to find that just being of a certain race led to you having like a 90% criminality rate, right? You would say, oh shit, we probably shouldn't allow those people of that race to adopt kids, right? Because every kid they adopt, we know 90% criminality, right? You would probably say, oh, it's probably a bad idea to let that happen, right? So I don't know like why we're stuck on the race thing.
I think, well, the reason we're stuck on the race thing is because I love black people. And I think that the problem with the argument is that if we look at individual groups, we can even get very specific down to particular areas of the country, even areas of the city. We can find people where the statistical proclivity is equivalent. And in these scenarios, I think you have a really hard argument where you say, hey, we shouldn't let kids be raised by LGBTQ parents because they have an 80% likelihood to experience dysphoria, and that's going to be really bad. Meanwhile, we should let parents in this particular neighborhood raise their kids, even though those kids have like an 80% chance likelihood to end up in a really bad, to go down a really bad path in life. But that's only due to this problem, which, isn't inherent to the identity, and is something that we might be able to work on and solve.
Well, is this just me? Fuck, I can't hear anything. Okay. I think that's something. 1 second. Hold on.
Oh, there's no audio.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I accidentally clicked the button. That's my fault. I deafened myself somehow. Please repeat whatever you said. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So again, I think the internal versus socioeconomic is a massive difference. I don't know why we're like contesting that. But I think that there are things you can do or be right now in the United States that would exclude you from like being able to adopt a kid, right? I think rightly so. But I'm going further than saying, hey, then questioning the kid adoption thing. I'm saying that if this is all true, we probably shouldn't introduce children to this at all until they're old enough to like deal with it, right? Which might be in high school. So, and again, if we know that 90% of the kids who identify as trans aren't actually trans, we got to question why they're identifying as trans in the first place. And I think the answer there is probably social contagion influence from the society that's like really into affirming those identities right now, and especially in like the younger generation. So
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
I can definitely meet you more in the middle when it comes to there is something going on with our culture right now where people feel like they want to have these identities, and sometimes that can lead to people almost wanting wearing these like tags, like gamer tags, in a way that is actually very undermining and borderline disrespectful to people who really are going through some of these challenges. The problem is then when we talk about what do we do off of that, when you talk about exposing kids, well, parents that are LGBTQ+, that's going to be a really big problem. And I think that is the most difficult case you have of trying to limit their exposure. And I think that's why we keep circling back to this question. Because it'd be one thing to say, school curriculum should be this, or, TV guidelines for ratings should include like gay things as like being more appropriate for middle-aged people. But then to say, this class of people are not going to be allowed to raise children or adopt, that is a much bigger step to take. And so I think that's why you're experiencing a lot more pushback. And to then sort of that's the explanation as to why we're going back here. To then go back to the central question here that I'm trying to get at, I think that the difference between it being inherent and it being socioeconomic is relevant in terms of trying to solve that problem, right? There are probably a lot of things that our government could be doing to better help Black people like escape poverty, which is like the real reason why like we see like Black kids being statistically disadvantaged in a lot of ways, right? It's because they grow up in really bad areas and there's a legacy of systemic racism and a lack of intergenerational wealth. But I don't think that you can use that argument to say that we should then not care about the exact same statistical likelihood of bad things to happen to those kids in the here and now. I think the argument that the conclusion that you would have to come to with this argument is that, hey, we can work to solve these socioeconomic problems for Black people, but in the meantime, we ought put the same restrictions on them, or whatever groups we identify that have the same statistical likelihood as LGBTQ parents. We should be putting the same restrictions on those parents that we do on LGBTQ parents.
Okay, but again, we already do this. Right? It's just not race-based. Right? So if you're living in a bad socioeconomic area, right, there's a very small likelihood that you're going to be able to adopt a kid. Right? They're not going to let you do it because they say, hey, you're living in a bad neighborhood, you're not making enough to move out here. Sorry, you can't adopt this kid into this environment. Right? It's just not race-based. Right? And I think so. I don't. Again, this is why I think we should detach it from the race thing, because you can be a Black person living in Beverly Hills and it's totally fine. Right? You don't have all those other issues. Right? So I just. I don't know. I think we already do this. And all I'm saying, I'm not saying, hey, we should take kids away from lesbian or gay people or whatever, or trans people. I'm saying, hey, if we know that children, the gender expression, sexuality is affected and influenced by their parents, and it seems like it is, right? Then hey, maybe they shouldn't be able to adopt kids if it's true that gender dysphoria inherently comes with all these other issues. Right? If these other things are socioeconomic or societal problems, then hey, we'll deal with it that way, right? But if it's something more internal, then I think it's fair to question whether or not we should first off allow them to adopt, and secondly, whether or not young children should be exposed to this stuff when 90% of these kids who are identifying as trans are not trans. And I think, again, we got to ask ourselves why that's the case, why they're identifying as trans in the first place.
I want to be clear. Are you saying, and I may have missed this, and if I have, I do apologize. But are you saying that trans people, if this was the case, right, that trans people are the ones we should be looking at, or people who have gender dysphoria? Because then you admit that not all trans people have gender dysphoria.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, not all trans people have gender dysphoria. Very high percentage of them do. I think it's like over 90%, if I remember correctly, but not all of them, right? And I think that's kind of like iffy, because there are a lot of people who identify as trans who I'd have trouble actually calling trans. Right? So it really like depends. But yeah, I would say that the gender dysphoria thing would be the issue. And well, I don't know, because like, let's say somebody is like is non-binary and doesn't have gender dysphoria, right? And you have like two parents this way, and they adopt a kid and they're raising this kid. And the child ends up non-binary, but does have gender dysphoria, and because they've been more likely to end up non-binary, like, would that like be a problem? Like, I don't know. It's fucking complicated. Right? But like, bare minimum, I think we should like consider whether or not these things are true, and secondly, reconsider like how early we're exposing children to this kind of stuff. Because I feel like with the drag kids thing and all this kind of shit, it's bad. And Prime, again, it's your fault because you exposed me to the Libs TikTok thing that I wasn't aware of before. And I went through all these videos of teachers talking to their kids about the stuff, and about like drag queen dances, you know, like with their asses out on stage at like middle schools and high schools. And I was like, what, again, I feel like there is some like social influence here in why so many of these kids are identifying as trans, but are not actually trans. And I think this is probably why.
So I'll give you my view as a parent. My kid turns 14 this year. He's going into high school. I'm Gen X. I know I don't look that old. Someone's supposed to say, yeah, you don't look that old. Anyway.
Hey,
you look
I'm
amazing.
Gen X as well.
So how would I feel if this stuff was when he was in elementary? Now, how young are you talking? Are we talking elementary to through junior high?
Well, I think a lot of progressive people would say kindergarten. You know, start exposing to gender identity and sexuality.
I absolutely would not be okay with it in kindergarten. Not even in elementary school. Junior high, that's when puberty starts to kick in around 8th, 9th grade, right? Depending on where you live, that's where junior high is. As a parent, I think I would be okay with it getting a little bit deeper, right? Because now once you hit puberty, that's when you start having a lot of questions. Now the argument is, I've heard, like I told you before, my transgender cousin, I talked to his mom a couple weeks ago. She was down here, and she said she knew that he was going to, I wouldn't say be transgender, but most likely gay by the time he was 5 and 6 years old. I don't know if I believe that, but that's what she told me, because I actually had this conversation with her because I was curious. Because, I mean, 5 or 6, how the, I mean, she was just like, oh, he would only play with boys' toys and never girls' toys, you know, and she gave me a bunch of stories. And I was like, well, that's interesting. So I took that information to heart. And so it's changed my view a little bit talking to her. But I don't think as a parent I'm okay with graphic information in kids, you know, below the age of 12, right?
What do you mean by graphic?
So
Sorry,
I watch a
that's
lot of
okay.
political streamers, and I
Is
was
your baby
watching
crying?
Fabian Liberty. I was watching Fabian's stream, and he was going over some documentation saying this is what's in schools, and he was linking the articles and videos. And I watched some of these videos. I'm like, there would be no way in hell I'd be okay with this, my kid watching this. Now, I live in a very religious state. I'm not religious myself, and I don't think that would ever wind up in our schools, but who knows, right? But I looked at that and I was like, there is no way that I would let my 1st through 7th grader watch that shit. There's just no way.
Okay, I didn't know about this, but
so I don't know if he has it on his channel or linked somewhere in his Discord. It probably is. But the videos and these were structured, and it even says that it's for a classroom, and it's education about you may find feelings and this is a penis, this is a vagina. Sometimes, and it actually went into details about what gay is, and it was for young kids. And I was like, I get where they're going, but I don't think it needs to be taught that young.
Like, I'm not sure what it is that's being taught. I mean, that's kind of news to me, because around here in California, from what I understand, they don't really get into like the more graphical side of sex ed until like I think it's like a middle school or something,
right?
And even then it's not really that graphic, but yeah, so I don't know about 5-year-olds or whatever you said it was.
It was elementary through junior high.
Elementary.
Yeah, pre-K.
I know, like with a lot of the arguments about like being gay, lesbian, or even trans is more about, oh, well, we see all the straight and, you know, cis stuff with this, and that's okay. So why is it not okay to also point out the, you know, trans and gay and lesbian side of the coin? Because every day we're exposed to like straight people holding hands and straight people kissing.
It's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, I wish they'd just keep that in their bedroom, really, you know, like that kind of degeneracy.
Shoving it down our throats. Oh.
Yeah. So, and you see, you know, gender normative people all the time, every day, and we're not asking any of them to hide what they're doing. We're not saying straight people, you're not allowed to hold hands in public, you know, and cis people, you're not allowed to, you know, dress as your assigned at birth gender in public. We're not saying that. So why would we be saying then, on the opposite side of the coin, that people who, you know, are gay or lesbian should hide that? So that's the thing that I've seen, and I stand behind that. Like, there's nothing graphic about that. That's just it's just the same way that straight people live their lives and cis people live their lives, right? There's no difference there, other than that it's not normative.
Well, yeah, but so with, again, I don't really see, like, I'm not aware of any like mental health problems associated with being like gay or lesbian or whatever, right? Or bisexual. So I don't really think that's an issue. But being trans for most people is indicative of like a mental health issue, right? It's typically accompanied by gender dysphoria, right? So if we're having exposing children to this stuff, and they're questioning their gender identity, where they otherwise wouldn't have, and we have, and this leads some of them to either incorrectly identifies as trans or induces gender dysphoria in some of these
there
cases.
you
I
go
think
with
that's the negative
inducing
outcome.
Like, that's again, we're kind of going back to.
Well, but where does it come from? Do we know where gender dysphoria itself comes from? I think it is
No, we don't.
Okay, well,
So,
I don't.
So
why
do you
wouldn't
think
we
the
assume it's
internet
not
has any bearing on this as well? Like, I remember I'm Gen X, so I grew up with dial-up modems and AOL and ICQ, right? And it was not as bad as it is now. It was unfiltered. It was
Unless
pretty
you
bad
knew how to
actually.
get
But
to it. Like, if you're using Usenet, then it was just as bad.
right. And so those AOL chat rooms got toxic, man. And then some of the things you would see on there is crazy, and I don't think it's gotten any better really. But
AOL
but
chat
but
rooms.
I
Oh my
think
God.
most of my sex education came from the internet. You know what I mean? Like, good or
before
bad,
that,
right?
It came from, like,
Your friends,
someone's dad's porno mag,
or you find a magazine in the canyon somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, everything it has some environmental element to it, right? But we don't go and say, oh, stop having an environment, put everybody in a cage, and don't expose them to anything.
Yeah, but we can be selective about what we expose them to.
Right?
Yeah,
Let's just say you're right, and the study is correct, and let's just say that let's just go with the lesbian theory, because I don't think a gay household was on there. I didn't read far enough down. As far as gay males, let's just say you're right. Now, what do you think? I don't think the fix is just being like, no, they just, because that's no different than targeting black people, right? It's the same thing. But
no, again, I think
because you're targeting someone for something they believe, right? It's not the same, but I'm trying to find a better point. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
I was like, it took me a second. I was okay. It's not the
going,
same.
Come over to my side. They're not the same.
Yeah, like every time we keep going back to that.
I'm trying to go. I'm not going to the flow side.
Yeah. I would say this is what I would ask Doobie. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, you're good. Maybe you have a better way of going with what I was trying to say.
Doobie, do you think that straight people raising kids is influencing them to be straight?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it influences their sexuality, influences the way they express their gender. Yeah, absolutely. Right.
And so
but being straight.
What's wrong with lesbians raising?
Well, like I said, I don't
them?
think there is an issue with kids being influenced by lesbians or bi or gay.
Do you think that
because
cis people raising kids influence their kids to be cis?
Yeah, absolutely. But so again, my issue isn't that they end up lesbian or gay or bi or trans. It's not that, right? But it's the other stuff that comes along with being trans. That's the issue, right? So
is there any other answer you would have?
Social stigma is what you're probably concerned.
But it's not,
right?
because gender dysphoria is separate from the social stigma.
Yeah,
right?
but we don't have any real evidence to show that gender dysphoria can be just influenced, like that it can be imbued in someone through the upbringing of their of the child.
Well, then why would you say why do you think it is that as we become much more progressive societally, why do you think it is that so many more like Gen Z people are identifying themselves as trans or non-binary or etc.?
Well, now you're talking about trans or non-binary.
Wait, hold on.
I was talking about dysphoria there. So that's
but most people who are trans have dysphoria because they're like these things are linked. Like I don't think you can disconnect these things.
No, at this point, I think we've gone beyond that. I would say that assuming one accepts that that you don't have to have dysphoria to be trans, which a lot of people don't accept, but let's assume that everybody accepts that, then no, dysphoria would actually be in the minority then.
Okay, but that's the issue. Like this is like, what is it, like over 95% of trans people have dysphoria? I don't think you can disconnect them that easily.
That would be binary trans people. I think that's what you're citing is.
No, even non-binary trans people, some of them have dysphoria.
Some, but we're not talking 90% of trans people. 90% of trans people do not have dysphoria.
Well, this is the other thing I was talking about a bit earlier, I think that a lot of what's happened with the gender thing is we are categorizing mental health issues and personality disorders and phases as genders, right? And affirming them and reinforcing them. And I think that's also like a negative thing. I think that's where the xenogender thing comes from. I think that's where phage gender,
I mean,
etc.
we could have a separate argument about that. But if we're trying to say that, like, if your concern is dysphoria, you're talking about a much smaller subset of people. And now, admittedly, there's a lot of people who are kind of like jumping onto, hey, I'm trans, and they're kind of putting a lot of other things into that. But the actual percentage of people that we would identify as trans, or that who identify as trans, who actually have dysphoria, is way lower. Usually, what is cited is that of binary trans people, 90%, 90+% of them have dysphoria. But when you start including all the other people who consider themselves to be trans, then you start watering that down and diluting that number quite a bit, and then it gets to be a much smaller percentage of trans people who have dysphoria.
Okay, but again, even if we accept that, right? And again, I think it's very difficult to detach gender dysphoria from like transness, because even people who are like phage genders and shit would say they have gender dysphoria if somebody uses incorrect pronouns or whatever, right?
Yeah, ask them if they've been diagnosed by a doctor.
Well, here's the other, like, for a lot of people, that doesn't matter. They feel like they shouldn't need to get diagnosed, and they feel like requiring somebody to get diagnosed is transphobic because you're invalidating their trans identity, right? And they would say that, hey, if a child is separate from any diagnosis of gender dysphoria, if a child identifies themselves as trans, if they feel like they might be questioning their gender, you should allow them access to puberty blockers immediately to allow them time to work through that. But now we know that, hey, we were told for a long time that puberty blockers don't really have any long-term side effects. Now we know they do, right? To the point that Sweden, one of the most progressive countries in the world on this issue, is heavily restricting puberty blockers for people under 18.
I think, but you're kind of lumping a few things together here that I don't think should be conflated. Like you were talking earlier about the concern of dysphoria, that was one of your biggest concerns there, and that it may be influenced, but then you're citing that 90% of trans people have dysphoria, and I'm saying, well, not if you're including all of the non-binary people and a lot of other, like xenogenders, for instance, because then your domain of what is trans is much larger and includes a lot more people, a fraction of which actually have diagnosed dysphoria. But then when I brought that up, then you're saying, well, there's all these people who are basically saying that they have this dysphoria, but they're not actually diagnosed with it. So you're kind of like now pulling in sort of the online element where anything goes, more the Wild West, which doesn't really have a lot to do with our regulation and our laws and medical practices. We're now outside the scope of medical practices. But the whole basis for this originally was talking about Sweden, like you're giving Sweden as an example of its regulation in its medical practices. So that's within the domain of medicine and government and law and legislation, etc. So when you start bringing in the social element of anything goes kind of people online who identify themselves as being dysphoric despite not having seen a doctor for it and not having been diagnosed by a doctor for it, it kind of shatters the whole thing. Like I can't even engage.
I don't think so, because if these people are expressing that they have some kind of distress, right, associated with their gender expression, with people not accepting their gender expression, even if they're xenogenders, right, even if the one uses they them pronouns or Caesar pronouns or whatever it is, right, to say, hey, when people don't do that, it makes me feel bad, right? I feel stressed out. I feel like I'm being my identity is being rejected, my existence is being rejected, etc., etc. And they look at themselves in the mirror and they worry that they don't feel a certain way. Right, I feel like for most of these people, that's enough for them to say, "Hey, I'm feeling dysphoric about my gender." right? And yeah, they don't have a diagnosis, but again,
Yeah. What does
again,
this
we
have
need
to
to be very careful
what does
here
it have to do
because
with like
because
you're
when
talking about
we
the whole
talk about what's
basis of
being
this
taught,
was like trans parents raising kids and having access to puberty blockers.
no,
What
that's
are
not it.
what are
It's
these
bigger than
people?
that. So it's not
Alright.
just them raising kids, but it's also what we're showing these kids in school, right? That might lead to them. You say it's an online issue, but it's a Gen Z issue right now. Like many people in Gen Z are identifying it far more than any generation before are identifying this way.
So we're talking
Right,
about the overall culture.
Yes, and how that's influencing kids in school, how what we expose them to in school is gonna affect them, like how that's gonna affect them long term, and then also it's connected to that. If you have these children being raised in these households where this stuff is very accepted, and you have like two trans parents or whatever, if we know that that household is much more likely to produce a trans child, like maybe it's a good idea. And if being trans comes with gender dysphoria, typically, right? Not in all cases,
I
but
think at
typically.
this point you can't include dysphoria anymore.
I think we absolutely
we've
can.
moved aside from that because I already demonstrated that dysphoria is very rare and it's a much smaller subset. If we're including all these other people in the trans umbrella, then you're talking about something that is so minimal and such a small fraction that you can't really argue that that would be induced in all these children raised by trans people. It's
Wait, hold on. But do you think maybe we're like talking past each other? So do you think that the number of people who like identify as like trans but are not like binary trans, right? Do you think that number of people is larger than the people who are like binary trans?
I don't know what the current numbers are because that's a very like the popularity of that, I would say, for lack of a better term, is seems to manifest mostly online. So it's not certain. There are a lot of non-binary trans people these days, and every year there are so many more. And this is why there's like a big kind of battle between more old school trans people who talk about like the others being trenders, right? Because they're kind of large in number, at least online, and they're very loud. And so there's a bit of a battle, with social battle with that right now. So it could be that we are quite outnumbered by non-binary trans people and by non-dysphoric trans people. And by a large margin. It's possible.
Yeah, so I'm just because my perception is that the number of people who are like binary trans like dwarfs the xenogender people, right? Now I wouldn't call that an online. I wouldn't call the xenogender thing like an or like the non-binary trans thing an online problem.
Non-binary is broader than xenogender.
Yeah, but not all non-binary people can consider themselves trans, right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think I think that number
non-binary is sort of a catch-all, and many of them are trans. So it's a very large umbrella when you say non-binary.
Right, but again, I think that number, dwarfs the. I'm sorry, it's dwarfed by the binary trans numbers. But either way, I think that
if you want to talk about like official channels and like official organizations, then yeah, probably. But you're including so many things that are outside of the official when you're talking about this that I'm looking at it from a perspective of, oh, you're including all these like, these cultural things that have nothing to do with medical, right? And and mental health, and where we go and where we have official diagnoses and tracking of these things and studies and research. So
well, yeah, which is why I think it makes sense to stay within like what we actually know to be the case, right? So I don't think it's good to like guess at how big the proportions are, or what percent of these people actually have gender dysphoria, or what percentage of them are like have other like mental health issues that are expressing themselves through like a non-binary identity or whatever.
Well, if we're talking about like if we're going to work from official channels, then we're talking about it would be binary trans people completely dwarf the non-binary trans numbers, and have a high percentage of being diagnosed with dysphoria. But once you start talking about it through official channels, then you kind of have to restrict yourself to the bounds of, what is official. And you can't really include all these other things like xenogender people and a lot of the the things that you and I deal with online and in these online spaces. These are unofficial channels, unofficial places and organizations.
Yeah, I don't think you can put all this under one umbrella, right? It's like kind of three arguments in one.
and the problem is when you try to sort of build a case based on official channels, but then you use evidence from unofficial channels that are very socially constructed and use that to sort of bolster your argument based on official channels, it gets murky and messy, and then that's where I start running into the conflict.
Because my opinion would change depending on how old the person is, right? So, so kids.
And my opinion would change depending on which groups you're including, right?
That too, right? Yeah.
Okay, so really,
like I get where you're going, Doobie, but let's just go down a little bit of a rabbit hole. Let's say the kid. Same-sex couple adopts a kid. The kid grows up. Let's not even go with drugs and beta blockers and anything like that. Let's just say goes through school, graduates high school, becomes an adult, and through high school and school they I'm gay, right? And then they get to college, and then they decide they're not. How often do you think that happens? Because I'm sure it happens a lot. It happened in my family. Like I have a real life example, and I think they will figure it out when they're older, right? Now, when you throw drugs into the mix, I don't think kids should be taking drugs, right? But especially ones that can affect their growth. So don't you think they're going to figure it out as they get older?
I think that yes. But I think that if we normalize this stuff and have too much acceptance, then you're gonna have a lot of kids stumbling into trans identity, and then having people advocating to allow them to take those drugs that you're talking about, and reaffirming that, right? And all the issues that come with them feeling like maybe not accepted for being xenogender or whatever the fuck, even if they don't have gender dysphoria, all the discomfort that comes with just being not accepted for your fairy gender, whatever the fuck. And if that's the case, right, then I think that it's not as easy as just saying, hey, let them figure it out, right? When there's like a movement pushing to not just let them figure it out, but to affirm it medically, socially, etc. Right. And so I've just been looking this up, Sonia, and so apparently like 1.2 million people in the United States identify as non-binary, right? And of those, that 1.2 million, just under 50% of them also identify as trans.
Yeah, and that number's been growing over the past several years, so more and more exponentially, apparently, from what I remember.
Right. So, yeah, it seems like, what I thought was correct. I think there's like, I'm just gonna pull up the exact number, but I think there's like 3 million or so trans people in the United States, if I remember correctly, or not.
And from what I understand, that
so it seems like the number does dwarf. Like, go ahead.
Yeah, and from what I understand, all those stats don't include xenogenders either. So if we're also including xenogenders, that expands the pool of non-binary trans people.
Why wouldn't it include xenogenders? I think most xenogendered people would consider themselves like if they were asked on a Pew Research poll, they put themselves in the non-binary category, right?
Yeah, if it's a broadly accessible poll as opposed to one that's conducted through medical institutions. Like I've been on those surveys before. When I leave my my doctor who manages my HRT, on occasion she'll be like, "Oh, there's this study that's going on right now. If you're interested in answering these questions, I'll send them to you through the portal." and so then I end up through those ones, those aren't like Pew Research polls, those are like actual conducted studies and surveys throughout through the medical institutions, and that's where a lot of those numbers come from for being non-binary and identifying as trans, because I've answered those surveys before. If it's a more broadly accessible one that's being conducted online, then or like not through like medical portals and medical establishment, then yeah, it may very likely include xenogender people. But from what I understand, there's very little actual real research on xenogender people, and it's something that has been like, it doesn't get a lot of traction in official channels.
Right, but if these places that did these studies, but like it's like a Williams Institute at UCLA, right? Is one I'm looking at for the non-binary people. So if they did this, right, in a way that was accessible to the people that they were looking for, it seems like most of the xenogendered people would probably put themselves in the non-binary category, right? And if that's the case, I think it's safe to say that the percentage of xenogender people and non-binary people is dwarfed by the number of like binary trans people in the United States.
Well, assuming that many of them have had the opportunity to answer those, right? So
yeah, I mean, they're not going to go to every single person, right? But
and even pool sizes are not necessarily a derivative of what could be a real pool size. It depends on who has access to these studies and such, or the
but
surveys.
Sonia,
getting a little tired.
Sonia, wouldn't you say? But like, at some point, we have to like trust in some of these studies, right? Like, we hold on. It's just that like when dealing with these issues of trans inclusion, like people who are pro trans, right? They will cite studies all the time, and some of these studies don't have the best of sample size or anything, but we don't hear pushback on those. So like at some point we got to like use the data that we have, and we don't have much. It's true, we don't have much. At some point we're gonna have to work with that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, there's very little research on xenogender people right now, which is sort of something that it's a burgeoning thing, like it's just coming out. But again, this kind of goes back to what I was saying before, where because of what Doobie has included and talked about, I'm trying to focus more on including, official medical research and, medical establishment kind of studies, because he keeps going back to things like dysphoria and talking about whether or not dysphoria can be induced. So that limits me to what I can trust and what I can draw on for information. If he's going to bring in dysphoria as an argument for this, I have to focus on research through medical establishment, right? And again, this kind of goes back to what I said before about once he then goes and says, oh, but then look at all these people who are outside of all this stuff, who are arguing for these things, xenogender people and such, and then you start effectively breaking the bounds of what it is that I'm trying to draw information from, and causing me to have to then muddy the waters by bringing in a lot more socially constructed stuff that isn't currently in the medical establishment.
Okay, but do you think that it'd be fair to say that people who identify as like xenogender or are non-binary but don't have gender dysphoria might be made to feel uncomfortable by somebody not using their pronouns or not accepting their identity?
Yeah.
Okay, but so if we know that children who are exposed to that kind of stuff are more likely to identify in that way, and are then more likely to be made uncomfortable by people not accepting those things. And then we also know that but 90% of those children are not actually, that gender that they're identifying as. Like, why wouldn't we again limit their exposure to those things? It just seems like we're allowing harm to happen for no good reason.
Well, hang on, I didn't understand
Are
the
you
last
doing
part.
this poison pill shit you normally do, where you just take the contradictory opinion for like the big
No, this is
upshoots or whatever?
This is my actual opinion, and I'd like it not to be. So I'm actually hoping.
You know,
for pushback.
I genuinely cannot believe that, because you say that
okay.
so often, and it's just something utterly ridiculous.
I don't think anything I've said is ridiculous.
Completely divorced from reality.
I think I'm leaning on what we have available. All the research that's been done. I think I don't think any of it's ridiculous. In fact, I think that what I've said is like going to be accepted by the vast majority of the population, right? And by the vast majority of medical experts that when I've looked
it's
into
lovely
it.
conjecture.
Yeah, well, don't say it's like ridiculous.
To answer the stream title, is being trans harmful? It's fucking not. What? Why is that as the stream title?
It's a very clickbaity title. That's why I jumped in here.
It
in the
is,
first
and
place.
I'm very upset with it. And maybe the clickbait worked because I'm here now.
Okay, so Zonia, well, I just asked Zonia a question, right, about xenogender people and non-binary people that don't have gender dysphoria, and about whether or not they'd be made to feel uncomfortable or ostracized, etc., by people not accepting their gender identity, their lifestyle, whatever it is, right? And she said yes, right? So I think if that's the case, if we're exposing children to a thing that might lead to them identifying that thing, and that thing might make them uncomfortable, then I would say that's in some way harmful. But I think that the deeper issue would be the gender dysphoria, which the vast majority of trans people have, right? Which comes with like a laundry list of other issues.
Okay, there's like 5 fucking things wrong with what you said there. Just because something, so one, any harm that comes with identifying as trans is usually societally imposed upon the person. Like the vast majority of, aside from dysphoria, which can be mostly addressed, and the idea that we shouldn't be exposing people to these topics because it's potentially harmful is absolutely ridiculous. Even, it's like saying, how dare you expose, kids to cars, as those can be, harmful. It's just completely ridiculous. Moreover, like, people are going to identify as trans, sometimes whether you expose them to it or not, right? Like, these are, realizations people often come apropos, of like any societal, exposure to it. It's a pretty common trope for trans people where, they have this feeling for years and years, and then they actually see, transness depicted in media or, on the news or whatever, and they suddenly have that clicking moment of, oh, that's what I am. Like, it's borderline a fucking trope.
Yeah,
so
that was how it was for me.
Okay,
like I didn't even understand what I was, and I struggled with a lot of elements of dysphoria throughout my youth. And it was when I was in my teens that I actually finally got to find out what at the time transsexual was. And I got to know somebody who was going through a transition, and everything kind of clicked. And I grew up in a time where there was almost no information on that. You never saw anything about it in the media. In the 80s, nobody was talking about this stuff. And so it took a long time for me to even learn that there was an option for me to actualize and express what I truly felt internally in an external way. And
you say you're about my age, right? In the in your 40s.
Before you continue, I just want to quickly say, guys, if you're enjoying this content, if you're new here, subscribe to the channel, like, and comment, follow the channel, all that good stuff. No matter where you may be watching, follow this channel if you're enjoying this content. We do this content all the time, so if you like what you're seeing, we got more for you. So come back in the future, hit that subscribe button, or hit the follow button, or all that good stuff. Thank you.
Okay, so I think the issue. So to be clear, I said earlier, maybe you missed it. I don't think that like all trans people were just like influenced to be trans, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think that everything that I've been able to find, everything that we know about gender expression and gender identity and sexuality and sexual expression, all this thing, there is like a genetic component right? We don't know what percent is genetic versus what percent is like a social, right? But it seems like the social side of it does exist, right? Not everybody's born gay or trans or lesbian or whatever, right? Some people are nudged in one way or the other based on their surroundings, based on what they're exposed to. So yeah, I'm not saying that that's all it is. And I think it's weird to like compare it to like cars. Because like I think the core of the issue that I'm trying to get to isn't so much that like isn't so much that harm could happen like ever, right? Like I'm not saying, hey, we need to restrict all things that might hurt kids. But it seems like this is a very specific thing that when children are exposed to it, when they're developing their gender identity, when they're developing their understanding of their own sexuality, if this thing also could lead to other negative outcomes, it might make sense to restrict it so that they aren't, nudged in that direction unnecessarily.
Trans people exist in the fucking world, though. Like,
I'm not
you
disagreeing
have
with
no
that.
way of controlling when someone is exposed to this as a concept. So it might as well be in a constructive sense in a classroom setting where, a lot of those questions can get answered in a safe way rather than, them popping onto a forum and being like, what are transgender people? And the answer they get is like they're an evil sex cabal.
I don't think that I'm not saying, hey, restrict from schools entirely. I'm saying, hey, it might make sense to push it to later on in their educational experience, i.e. like high school. And I think that, again, I said earlier, we know that about 90% of these kids who identify as trans, right, when they're
Because
kids,
we know, of course, trans people do not come into existence until after high school.
that's not at all what I said.
Nor questions about gender identity
that's also
only
not what I
exist
said.
after high school.
Yeah, that's
So
also not what I
then
said.
why restrict it
Well,
to high
explain.
school?
So we know that 90% of the kids who identify as trans, right? Once they, finish up puberty, they no longer identify as trans, right? So if that's the case, I said earlier, this sounds like a trolley problem, which is why it's terrible, which is why I don't want to have this position.
But there's no
so it feels like, hey,
being trans.
if
or, like,
there's
being exposed to it.
but there is.
There
A lot
isn't.
most trans people have gender dysphoria, right? That's a massive issue.
Learning
Gender
about
dysphoria-
trans people doesn't give you dysphoria.
I'm not saying it gives you dysphoria. I'm not saying if you learn about the trans people, you're gonna be infected with dysphoria. I'm saying that it's more than just learning about them. There's a social movement happening in the United States that is getting into the classroom. That's more than just learning about it. They're celebrated. I think in a lot of ways, because children like attention, children like positive, like affirmation, positive reinforcement. And there's a movement that is in the United States that if you're trans, you're going to get a lot of positive attention from a movement, right? They're going to celebrate you. They're going to want to push you to the forefront, right? And you're going to feel special and loved and all these things.
Among
right? You have
progressive spaces.
I've had a fucking knife
those
held
are the
in my
spaces
throat
that I'm
'cause I'm
talking.
trans, dude.
Those are the
What are
spaces
you
that I'm
fucking on, bro?
Those are the spaces I'm talking about.
What
I
are you
don't- like,
fucking on, my dude?
Are we really going to pretend that in
No.
progressive spaces, being trans isn't celebrated?
Yeah,
That
to
we don't have
counteract the
we don't have
fucking
shows about
horrific
drag
toxic
kids and
shit
trans
that's fucking
kids. Like, what do
everywhere,
you
my
mean?
bro.
Yeah, it's kind of overwhelming the amount of toxic shit and negativity that we got to deal with outside of progressive spaces.
Like, is there not fucking 30 plus states trying to outright ban trans people, in various forms?
And the
Like, what are you
progressive
fucking
spaces
on?
are pockets because the majority of trans people that grow up in spaces that are either not progressive and more conservative or are a mix thereof, right? So we're not all blessed with, like where I am living in Silicon Valley, right? It's kind of a unique situation.
Yeah, which is why I said earlier that in some spaces, I'm not saying in every space, right? This is a positive thing that's affirmed and validated and gets you positive attention, obviously, right? I think I've been very clear with my language.
Yeah, but like
but in some spaces, it is, and those spaces are the ones.
But you're
where, go ahead.
But you're arguing the trender thing. You're arguing that a bunch of trans people are what are negatively referred to as trenders, right? Trans trenders. That's effectively what you're arguing. But
Further than that,
but you're trying to say that, like, that they're celebrated specifically in progressive spaces, which is a narrower convergence, right, of people who are trans, and progressive spaces is a narrower convergence there. because the broader society tends to be have a lot of social conservatism in broader areas. Like look at America, for instance. The majority of American space, like obviously the coastal city areas are very densely populated, but outside of that, it's very socially conservative, right? So how does your argument fit in that scenario? Like nobody's going to be celebrated in bumfuck Ohio or anywhere in between, really, the progressive hotspots and everywhere else in the U.S.
Yeah, so I think that those spaces are also far less likely to be okay with this kind of stuff being taught to children like at a very young age, right? So, which is why I think the problem would exist in progressive spaces, right? In spaces where it is affirmed and where it is celebrated and where they are, putting drag kids, etc., on TV, and having like middle school and high school talent shows with drag teachers showing their ass and shit. Right? I think
yes.
that. So please, so
One
this
weird thing we can find.
It's not the one weird thing.
One
Yeah,
school in
don't.
the
I feel
United
like you guys are
States we will
minimizing.
now use as an example.
It's not
to
the one
say
weird
that trans
thing.
people
We can find
should
countless
not be
examples
taught
of
about
this.
in school. Period. Like
Right.
you're
That's
straight
not
up
what I'm
on the like
saying.
Florida
This-
don't
you're
say
not-
gay type shit, man.
Yeah, actually, yes. Right. This is what.
Yeah,
this
go
is like
fuck
where I'm
yourself.
getting to. Right. So
Go
this is why I'm
fucking
saying,
eat
hey,
dirt.
I'm not saying don't teach it ever. I'm saying, hey, it might make sense to teach it later on, like in high school, where children are more set in their gender
Which
identities
again,
and
because
sexualities.
obviously
So
trans
that
people
so
don't
that
come
if
into existence till
that's
after high
also
school.
not what I said. I acknowledge that you're going to have some kids who are just trans who aren't going to get this education earlier, and it would be very helpful for them not only to get the education, but also get access to puberty blockers and the gender affirming care and all this sorts of stuff. Right. So not allowing them access to that is going to be very, very damaging to those children. But we know that's 1 kid out of 10 that identifies as trans. So it's like, this is what I said earlier, if it was like a trolley problem, right? Which is terrible, but that's what it seems like.
Mr. Britta, my classmates. Hi, I'm 13. My classmates are bullying me because I'm trans. Can we have like a lesson and like explain to them what the fuck is going on so they, maybe chill with that shit a bit? Nah, sorry. And also the fact if I even mention it, I'm gonna be sued and removed from my job. Sorry.
That's not. So first off, that's not what the bill says. But secondly, it seems like the issue there would be the
Yeah,
bullying.
it gives
just
parents
internalized.
discretion just to sue schools if the curriculum falls in a way they deem sexually inappropriate, which
Also
means
not correct. Yeah, also not correct. It's the
Bitch, I fucking read the thing. I know
so
what
did
the
I.
text
The
is of it.
Then you should know that the school has to present to parents what they're going to be teaching, if they're going to be teaching one of these things, and if the school fails to present this to the parents, right, and teaches it anyway, then that's where you get the issues. Right. So that's
It's
where
up to the parents' discretion that if they believe that their child is being taught something sexually inappropriate, that they can sue. And this means that your most conservative parent is the litmus test because they will be the first one to sue over what happens.
Well, it was very.
and that's not.
It was very open-ended when like Doobie and I were on the Fanatic panel talking about it, but I think they're waiting for Florida's Board of Education, State Board of Education, to like come up with the actual language for the curriculum and like how to frame it all in. I don't know what the current status of it is though, if they actually frame that all in or if it's still extremely open-ended after doing that. I don't know. But it was very subject to interpretation at the time. It's like the problem though, Doobie,
Man,
is
there's
that
some fucking reactionary people in chat. Anyways, carry
you're
on.
kind of like going in the throwing out the baby with the bathwater kind of direction, where it's like, okay, so there is potential to influence children's gender and sexual identity and expression before they are developed enough to figure that out more solidly on their own, at the consequence of moving or continuing to actually moving backwards really, for overall trans people and the advocacy for trans people, and further empowering the negative stigma against trans people. For instance, like what Dr. K said earlier, is like, hey, we're trying to get to a point where people look at trans people just like they would any cis person, in terms of, oh, you're just a normal person. You know, there's nothing really different about you other than that your expression and identity of sexuality or gender are different than what the doctors originally thought when you came out of your mother's womb, right? And so what you're kind of advocating for here is, let's go backwards and go back to when we were seen as other, even though we're still pretty seen as other, but even more so because we don't want to influence kids' sexuality and gender identity.
So I think that the issue, well, there's a lot of issues, but I think that I'm going to point to is, you know, trans people should be treated like everybody else. I don't think that's the case. I think that being trans, and specifically having gender dysphoria, which is very, very correlated with being trans right now, is more than just like an identity like everybody else, right?
Yeah.
It's a problem for people that have it. It's very difficult to live with, I'm sure, right? So it's not as simple as, oh, you know, it's fine. Hey, this kid, you know, we might be influencing these children to be trans and inducing gender dysphoria. And I know that you guys don't like the language about inducing gender dysphoria, but given that we don't know if whether it's genetic or environmental, and it seems like environment has a massive influence on the expression of gender, like generally. I don't know why we wouldn't also think that gender dysphoria could have some environmental factors, right? So
I'll let you
we're
finish,
saying,
and
hey,
then I'll chime in.
let's teach these children these things while they're still developing, we're still very young. We know that some of these children are going to be more likely to be trans, and those trans children know that they're very likely to have gender dysphoria. We know that has a massive list of complications that come along with it, and just like how they feel during the day, but also like what they need to go through to treat this thing. I would say that's far separate, like far out of the way of what it is to be like you know, a man or woman, right? I think this is like something else that's more complicated. But it being something else is more complicated doesn't mean you need to treat people like shit for it. Right? Like you shouldn't treat people like shit for having depression or any of these other things either, right?
Guess
So
what? People are going to treat the others like shit when they're seen as alien and strange and unusual, unnatural, and the thing that people shouldn't be, which is effectively what that's going to be.
I'll be right back. But I'm still listening, but I'll be right back.
And in addition to that, like as I mentioned earlier, and as Dr. K also brought up, and I, you know, riffed off of, which is that a lot of it comes down to there are probably a broader number of people who actually do identify in a way that is not what they were assigned at birth, but they don't really have the social acceptance to explore that and come to an understanding with it because of the stigma, because of the not speaking on the, you know, not talking about how trans people or in the case of sexuality, gay and lesbian people are not really any different than anybody else. It's just non-normative expression and identity. So you know, if you had it seen by most people that, oh, it's not that big of a deal to identify differently and express differently, then there are possibly a lot more people who struggle with, you know, gender normative and sex normative identity and expression who would come out and say, oh yeah, this makes a lot of sense for me. This is me. So that's where I would argue that. And I'm finding it difficult for me to clearly convey and express what it is I want to express right now because I'm getting tired. So I'll probably be dropping off any moment now. But that's my counter argument to this, and it's kind of rehashing the argument that we had an hour earlier. Also, Doobie, if you're still listening, like here's something I can kind of close out with. Like, you know me well, and I don't talk about a lot of trans issues. Like when we're hanging out and talking and we're just socializing and stuff, it's something I never even really talk about and it doesn't really come up. And it's just, I'm just kind of being myself and just hanging out. My gender doesn't even matter really, and especially not being trans. It's not a really major component of my identity. Trans simply just means that I identify and express as something other than what I was assigned at birth. So if you were to take the entire trans label and title out of it, and you just took me at when you say, hey, how's it going? And I say, hey, how's it going? We're just two people talking. And the whole trans thing doesn't matter. And you know me that I express femininely. And so that's just me. That's my gender. It's feminine. I'm not even trans in our friendship, right? So I don't know. It seems like you're focusing a lot on that and putting a lot of emphasis on it when really the only thing that we're trying to say is we're just people and normal, and the fact that you get to see a normative gender behavior in an everyday thing and there's no questioning that. It's okay. And when somebody identifies slightly differently, suddenly you want to push back on it and say, well, we probably shouldn't be talking about this among younger people and letting them know about it. And we should probably hide it from them until they get to a certain age. All that's really doing is just creating that stigma and furthering that stigma that will result in that. And when it really comes down to it, it doesn't actually, it doesn't matter. It's not that different from identifying with the gender you were assigned at birth. So that's kind of where I would close out on this. And I wish I wasn't as tired because I would be way better at articulating that point.
I'm back. I was listening.
Welcome back, Doobie.
And again, I think that the issue for me is that I feel like we can't separate the education from the society, the culture that it exists in. And I know that in most of the United States, right, people aren't as accepting, aren't going to do the affirmation thing, the validating every trans identity thing.
Mm-hmm.
But in some of the United States, they are. Right? If it were just, hey, trans person equals someone who doesn't identify with their whatever gender they were assigned at birth or whatever, that might be fine, possibly. But I think in most cases it goes a lot further than that. And I think I wouldn't say most cases, and I think in a lot of cases it goes a lot further than that. And because it goes further than that in spaces where you have you do have the positive affirmation, the positive attention that you get from a certain part of our society that wants to be very accepting, very open, want to help these people, all these sorts of things, right? I think you're going to lead to a lot of kids suffering unnecessarily, right? And it's true that some of these kids might just end up being trans, separate from all that stuff, whether or not they heard about it in school, whether or not they saw it on TV, they might just be trans, right? But I think based on what I have access to, that's 1 in 10, right, of trans kids is actually trans. So I feel like that the number of people that we might be doing harm to is dwarfed by the people that we'd be sparing from harm.
Wouldn't those in the progressive communities have a lot less of that stigma to deal with and less of that harm?
Yeah, but it's not just the stigma. It's the gender dysphoria, right?
Yeah, again, we're kind of so now. I don't
but
know.
all these things are connected, right? So even if they don't have the stigma, right? If you're saying let's say they're phage gender or something, right? And they've never been diagnosed with gender dysphoria, but they were exposed to this thing, and they really feel like they identify with this way, and fae just are a good way to capture the way that they feel about their gender expression, and they'd like to use fair pronouns because that just they feel like that just They identify with those pronouns a lot more than they do with she, her, or he, that, or he,
Yeah.
him, or whatever. If that person goes online and they look at the world, they look at their country, and they say like, oh shit, xenogender is like not accepted by the vast majority of people. Most people are going to hear that and think you're fucking crazy. That's going to cause some like distress, right? And that might push people into like feeling terrible about themselves. And if we can spare 9 out of 10 children from that experience, like I don't know why I wouldn't do that.
Well, Doobie, that seems to be a harm that isn't inherent and is socially informed, right? The idea that other people think that Fae isn't real. So wouldn't the solution to be to push to change the minds on that, to be in line with the previous arguments?
Yes, yes, and yes and no, right? Because I think know if you remember what I said earlier, right? I think that's like a tiny minority of trans people. So I think the vast majority of people, trans people that I'm aware of, are not, xenogendered, aren't non-binary.
Yeah.
And they do, and most of those people do have gender dysphoria, right? So if of the group that we'd be like saving, right? It's like it's a tiny percentage of even that group, right? So yeah, so even among that group, there's going to be some harm, right? Even if we totally set the gender dysphoria stuff aside. But I'm reluctant.
I agree.
To do that because the vast majority of trans people do have gender dysphoria.
Yeah, just to be clear, I 100% agree in terms of the actual statistical reality. The reason that sort of gives me pause is because I feel like that was the sort of core of like our disagreement back and forth, where you seem to say, where it seemed to be that you, at least from my perspective, is that you were making the case that it's because that this, that the idea of dysphoria is not something that we can just like socially solve for. It's something that is very integral to the trans experience, that's why you would distinguish that from like other minority groups I would identify that would have similar like statistical negative externalities. With those groups, we can just solve those problems, whereas you can't just socially solve the issue of dysphoria.
Yeah, but again, I think you're right, but I think that it'd be strange to like, I don't know, I don't think we know enough about that group specifically to make any firm statements like one way or the other. Well, other than like they're like a tiny percentage of even
that's fair.
A small percentage of the population, right? Because prior to my sibling, telling me that they're getting, it's difficult. Okay, so other than them like telling me that they're getting like mastectomy, right? But prior to that, I didn't think that like I didn't think there would be like any issues with their body. Right? I didn't think they had any dysphoria. Right? When I heard about that, I asked them, they do have dysphoria, right? And I don't know if it's diagnosed, but they feel it strongly enough to want to get a surgery, right, and cut off the breast tissue, right? So like so I feel like that's way more complicated, right? Like the discomfort there that's going to lead you to feeling like you need to make a serious change to your body structure, right? Is over being non-binary, right? Is like, I don't know. That seems like pretty serious, right? Even if like you don't have the dysphoria label attached to it, like medically.
Yeah, I think the question is not whether or not it is, because I think if we're engaging with you in good faith, we have to admit that there are a lot of premises here where it would seem to follow. If it is the case that trans people, part of the trans experience often is dysphoria, and that there seems to be an increasing amount of people that identify as being trans, and that could lead to a unique increase in sort of the mental anguish that is being experienced, then that is something to grapple with. I just feel that when we're talking about like, I feel like you have like a lot of good observations, but then the prescription of like restricting like parenthood feels like a really hard pill for me to swallow. And the implications that would have, at least in my mind, if I were to accept that logic for other groups as well. Because I really do think that you can run this argument down with a lot of groups that might have, bad statistics for what their kids experience in ways that don't, in ways that would leave them vulnerable to this argument being applied to them.
Yeah, I don't agree that we can point to like, hey, if you're Hispanic or you're brown or whatever, you're statistically more likely to have these issues, so we're going to restrict your children. I think that like, again, given that people already restrict adoption based on socioeconomic status, right, and criminal history and all these sorts of things, I think those people that are going to have those issues are going to be weeded out anyway. Right? So I don't think that's like attached to like inherent in the racial group or whatever. But I do think that based on everything I've been able to find, having gender dysphoria and being trans is far more like closely like inherently like linked, right, than any of those things. Because like again, you'll find that in studies where they've looked up where they've looked into like suicidality and shit, even when they report feeling accepted by their friends and family, by the society, when they pass all the things, right, all the check boxes, the rate of suicidality is still way higher than the rest of the population. And that makes sense, because if you're waking up every morning feeling uncomfortable with yourself, right, for some reason, it makes sense that you're gonna have those kind of issues sometimes.
Well, I mean, it's a whole bunch of different things, right? So it's not.
Yeah.
It's that coupled with the social stigma, not feeling like you've got anybody who's got your back, nobody to lean on, emotionally or socially.
Yeah,
'cause,
well, that
there's-
increases
the
it.
Community is.
That
Yeah.
increases it for sure, but there's a I don't think I posted it. I'll post it in a second. But there's a study where they accounted for all of those things, and even when trans people reported feeling accepted by their family, accepted by the coworkers, accepted by society, they feel like they passed. They feel like all these things, right? All the things that you'd want them to feel. The rate of suicidality was still much higher in the general population because of the internal strife.
I mean, it's certainly hard when you have dysphoria. That's for certain. It becomes daunting over time because for most of us, it never really goes away, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't want to go too dark on this one, so I'm not going to dive into that one. But yeah, it's definitely a struggle, and the more that society sees us as just being okay and just being one of them, the more that's going to decrease the impact of that, and it's the less we're going to have to deal with a lot of it certainly helps when you know that your community has got your back and that your community sees you as being one of them, right? And that helps with any kind of situation, really, like not just dysphoria, but like dealing with addiction, for instance. Any number of things. The more that your community sees you as being one of them and treats you as being one of them, and not just kind of faking it or not blatantly seeing and treating you as other, the more you're gonna feel supported, and the impact of something like dysphoria is going to be lessened.
So Doobie, on this adoption issue, are you just looking for like adoption agencies to look at this data? Is that kind of where you're going with this? Hey, look at this data.
I would say we should probably do a lot more research into this before we allow trans people to adopt kids, to be honest with you. And before we allow the kind of like very positive, very affirming education to be taught like in schools, like kindergartners. And before we push for puberty blockers and hormones for kids, or even like gender affirming care for kids. I'll be right back.
So, all right. Gender affirming care tends to be more specifically for and older, people who have been like puberty blockers is usually what we have for kids, right? So
right.
That's different. That's not gender affirming care.
Yeah, and in our generation, things like this wasn't really even talked about, right? It was more just pushed in a closet somewhere, right? So
yeah. And for those of us, I mean, depending on your exposure to information, you may have not understood at all. Like,
and how you were raised, right? Like how you treat people. Like I think being how you were raised has a lot to do with it. Thank goodness my parents raised me as to look at people and treat them how you want to be treated unless they treat you otherwise, right? So that's how I was raised, right? So
yeah, same. Yeah. It's I don't know. I'm too tired to really say anything articulate at this point. I've been fumbling with my words for the past.
You've been doing a
40
great job.
minutes.
This is my first political thing ever. I mean, I stream on Twitch, but I only stream like old war games like War Thunder and Warships, old stuff, old people stuff, right? But
Yeah. Cool.
but I watch a lot of political streams, and I'm like, I have a little bit to say on this because I have family members, right? But
Yeah, you've been doing great.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, first time, great outing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm back, and
okay.
just FYI, so my girlfriend brought me I don't know what this is. It's like some kind of citrus fruit chopped up, and she punched me in the arm because I made a joke about her nipples. So I've been abused.
Just the arm.
What?
Domestic
Yeah,
abuse.
she punched me in the arm, and
It's
I almost
weird
felt
how
it.
often
It was,
you
like, terrible.
you make references like this to your girlfriend bringing you food and abusing you.
She does it every time. Like, okay, this isn't even the worst thing.
It's
I
out
told
of
Prime about
love.
it once, where like she came in, I think she brought me like a coffee or something, right? And then she leans over as if she's gonna kiss me. So I go to kiss her, and she like tries to shove chewed up chicken into my mouth with her tongue,
Like
Yeah,
a
I
baby
remember
bird.
that.
fucking.
Yeah, that
Got
I was
baby birded.
horrified. I almost dumped her
that's
like on the
really
spot.
bad. I mean, well, I don't think you should do that, but
I think if I were to ever beat a woman, that would have been the moment. But
Hasn't she been molesting you too?
yeah, all the time.
No, hold on.
What is
Doobie's the one.
happening?
No, hold on. I'm gonna defend his girlfriend, who I've literally never seen her ever talk to. Right? Doobie makes her like leave the room and go to another bathroom to fart. Right? He gives her a fart
that's
corner.
totally normal.
Yeah.
Why would I want to be around her when she's farting? Like, what the fuck?
Doobie's a fucking
You
weirdo.
deserve each
They're
other.
both fucking weirdos, and
I'm
they
not a
deserve each
weirdo.
other.
I think it's totally normal to not want your girlfriend or boyfriend around you when they're farting. Like I think that's like disrespectful.
Like, sure, not farting in your face, but like
Anywhere near me, within
Anywhere.
200 feet, like just fucking stay away.
What?
I don't want to. I don't want to smell. I don't want to fucking hear.
Dude,
it.
you're gonna
Like,
kill me over here.
Nothing. I can't know it exists. I can't know that you do that. I can't know that shit comes out of your body. I can't know any of this shit. I never want to hear about it ever.
Yeah, you are very you've got strong reactions to like bodily stuff in general. Like, God forbid girls talk
I'm a
about their
very
periods
clean
in front of
person,
him.
Okay, I grew up with 3 sisters. Okay, one of them's a sibling now, but when we were growing up, there was a sister, right? So I know I've been exposed to lots of periods, lots of period stains on the toilet seat, lots of tampons on the floor chewed up by dogs. Okay, like I'm not like I didn't die. I'm just saying it's gross.
I've listened to you melt down over it.
It's nasty.
All right, Doobie.
Okay, well, I say I'll give an example. So one time, my girlfriend comes to me laughing, right? And I'm like, what happened? And she's like, I was pulling out my tampon, and as I was pulling it out, there was some like coagulated blood or some shit on the end of it. When I pulled it out, the dog was like had like run into the restroom, so the dog was like looking, and it like landed on the dog's face, right?
Oh, poor
like,
dog.
like what? And she thought this was hilarious, right? Like I wanted to burn the fucking dog. Like it's not normal.
Doobie's also against period sex, so
It's disgusting.
It's so funny sometimes to hear you just melt down over that stuff.
I gotta get your one day I gotta talk to your girlfriend and ask her opinion on this, right? We've only heard Doobie's side of the case, right? Like we got
Yeah.
But yeah, you're a fucking weirdo.
No, I get what he's saying. It's just some of it's a little out there.
That's Doobie.
That is Doobie.
Okay, so
Look, I
we've
can understand, just really quickly, because he said he gets what I'm saying, but it's like out there or whatever. So I think the issue really is that like some of you guys have put women on a pedestal, right? put the
Oh
females
God, not
up on
this
that
again.
pedestal because you don't interact with them very much. And so when they let you between their legs or into their buttholes, you feel very special. You feel like the king of the world, right? And that's just not an issue I've ever had. And so for me, they're they're kind of weird, soft. I like the softness. It's cool, but it's not like I'm not going to pretend to like
You
their
should try
farts
blankets.
and to like their periods and shit. To be around them. Okay, I'm just going to be honest with you.
Okay, how can you say we're putting them on the pedestal when like the thought of them farting is just like destroys your world?
Hold on, that's not true. Okay, when I say you putting them on the pedestal, I mean that you're like accepting the fact that they fart and shit and shit.
Okay,
I'm
but
saying,
that's
hey,
not a
I know,
pedestal.
I bury this thought way back in the way in the back of my brain, right? But I know it happens, right? And I think that when I say you're putting them on a pedestal, it's like accepting it, celebrating it, pretending that it's not disgusting, pretending that you're okay with it being around you ever, right? That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, dude, girls are making bank hand over fist selling farts in jars online.
Okay, that is pretty weird. I'm not gonna
What
lie.
the fuck?
That one might I might have to agree with Doobie on that one.
It is weird, but I don't know. It's like some people do like for whatever reason, some people are totally into that stuff.
It's like
And
feet
then-
pics, right?
It's
like
like
what the hell's up with feet? Like
That's
I don't
prime.
understand it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like- and then for the rest of us, we're just chill with body stuff in general, right? The bio shit.
Prime
doesn't
fills up a
bother
shot
us.
glass of period blood and just
No,
drinks it.
okay, look. First of all, I think it's like cornophagia or something like that. We talk about the farts. It's something like that. But yeah, there's lots of
don't
people who
diagnose
are-
me.
No, not you. No, not that would be a phobia. I'm talking about like a philia, right? Yeah.
What's the phobia name? Is there
I
one?
don't know, and I probably screwed up the philia name too. But in any case, in terms of
Fletchophobia.
in terms of period, I offered one time to go down on my girlfriend when she was on her period, and then like because we would have sex with her when she was on her period, so it's like not a big deal, right? But like I was gonna offer to go down on her, and then I saw it. Oh man, I've said this before. I looked down. I'm like, all right, let's go out it, with the same gusto that we usually have, right? And then I looked and I saw like the blood like ringed around her butthole, and I was like, I just can't do it. I just saw that ring. I was like, no thanks. I tried my best. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't know. Doobie's, you're
What's
really
worse
giving a
is
lot
the
of
smell.
you're giving a lot of ammo to Doobie here, Prime. I'm not gonna lie.
What's worse is the smell.
I don't remember if there was a smell.
Absolutely a smell.
It wasn't a smell? A smell? I don't know, like a smell of blood.
Doobie, he's got the personal experience to beat you out here. I mean,
I
he's an
actually
expert in the field.
feel like vomiting just thinking about it.
See, I
Like,
told you.
It's like it's really nasty. I can't do it.
Doobie.
See, so you can't downplay it then, Doobie. You do have an extreme reaction.
I don't
Like
think
even
it's
just
extreme. I think it's normal.
Yeah, that's
Well,
not extreme.
But even just talking about it, right? As in this conversation,
I'm a very
you're going
imaginative
to-
person. So when I talk about a thing, it's like very like I'm building a mental image and I can like see it, right? It's like right in front of me. I can smell it. I can taste it. It's like it exists, right?
And then you can smell it, you should taste, you can taste it, and you can put your dick in it, right? And look, it's smooth. Let me tell you, right? As a person who's engaged,
What the fuck is wrong with you?
it's smooth, right? Just
Okay, you're
your stroke
lost,
game
Prime.
will never have been better, right? So I'm telling you, buddy. Like
This is what 2 months of Elden Ring does to a MF.
I am trying to like because Dewey's my friend, right? So I want to give him advice. You're like your girlfriend. There's days out of the month, right, where your girlfriend's feeling lonely, right? She's feeling sexy and she's a bit bloody. I feel like you shouldn't leave her wanting on those days.
And that's another essence of like acceptance versus othering, right? If you're like
True.
Prime's approach here and mentality around it is very accepting, and it's like, no biggie. That's the norm, right?
I've
And
literally had her sleep in
Doobie-
another room during her period before.
Yeah, see, Doobie
Like,
is very.
Okay, you're deranged.
Yeah,
I don't want blood on my bed sheets. What the fuck?
Doobie's just like in.
What? Wait a
not
second.
Just not just empowering the stigma, but contributing to the stigma.
Lay a
directly.
fucking towel down.
Nope.
That's what.
Here's the.
I want zero
got the
chance.
real
She
question
like
for
rolls
you,
over at
Doobie.
night and like slips a leg over me, and I wake up with like blood on my thigh. Like fuck that.
Like in
Not
the
unless
Doobie.
you murder her, right?
Jesus
Very
Christ!
gentle
that's
person, but I
got
would never
dark
do that.
fast.
Oh.
Yeah, what the? Now, Doobie, if kids raised by parents who still have sex while the woman is on a period, if those kids raised by those parents had a statistical proclivity to also then, when they get in their own relationships decades later, have sex while the female partner is on her period, would you want to restrict their parenthood? Or I'm curious where the application is there.
No, I would say that they probably need Jesus. But I wouldn't say they should have kids.
I don't know, Doobie, if
Yeah,
you're a friend of the blood,
I
you're
had
gonna
a-
lose your morbhead status.
I wish that my parents like didn't have sex when I was like growing up, because we live in a lot of places, but every
Oh,
single one of
no.
them was very small, very cramped.
Oh no.
And I've heard my parents have sex 1,000 times.
Oh no.
Like I know my dad
1,000
sounds like
times?
I know what my dad sounds like when he's coming. Like it's not good.
Oh.
Like I heard it so many
This
times
is
growing up.
this is explaining a lot, Doobie.
I'd like to
Look, it was not-
I'd like to use this to retroactively
was not a good
disqualify
time.
Doobie's arguments.
Somebody's recording this, right?
Well, I'm just being
yeah.
honest. Like it was not a good time. Okay, like every
Can you-
night. Like it
can-
was fuck.
Can you imitate him? Do it for us.
Fuck no.
Come on, Doobie, please. Go
It's
on,
not
just
gonna happen.
one time.
I got some
This is
dignity left.
getting really
Is-
weird.
I got
Is it
some of
like?
it left in me.
Is it like? Oh,
It's not getting. It's been weird.
Is it like
I'm
a
sure-
strangled cry? Is
I'm
it?
about ready to
It is
start
strangled. It's not
shaming
like open.
everyone.
It's like very strangled, but it's still loud.
Wilhelm scream.
Well,
No,
I'm
that's
screaming.
not strangled. The Wilhelm scream is not strangled. Wow.
Or is it more like Clint Eastwood type? You know.
This is a very.
It's like a very
interesting
choked,
turn to
but
this
still like
conversation.
loud cry. I'm not gonna do it, but
Oh.
I've heard it many times. Strangely enough, I didn't hear my mom orgasm very often. But yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that's pretty common, right?
Oh, well, we'll leave that alone. Hey, okay, but if you so but you know you do know what your mom sounds like, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay. What if just by accident, right? Your girlfriend
Oh
did
my
that
God.
same sound.
I would gag her more often during sex. Like
So,
that'd be the
okay,
only solution.
She's in the throes of multiple orgasms, right? You're on your Chad mode, right? Okay, and she's in the throes of multiple orgasms. And are you gonna stop? Because
I think he would.
are you gonna stop thrusting because she sounds like your mother at that point?
I feel like I would. So
is so
one of the benefits of my childhood is I've gotten very good at disassociating and totally compartmentalizing myself. Right, so I would just like cut out all my surroundings, including her cries of passion, and just fuck away. You know.
On that note, I would like to try to encourage the audience here, who is, if you've enjoyed this, I think that you should give a little back if you can afford it. No pressure or anything. But give a little bit back to Prime here, who puts on this great show 7 days a week, and really burns the midnight oil to provide you guys this content. So if any of you can give some bits here, or maybe a sub or two, that'd be awesome. And if we can get like a hype train going, that would be even more awesome. So let's see what we can do. Let's get some support going here. If you all would be kind enough to do so, and within your
Let's
means.
take a vote. Use subs to say that you agree with Doobie, and use bits to say you disagree with him, and the answer will definitively determine who was correct on this panel.
I think
Love
Prime will
it.
be rich by the end of the day.
We have a disagreement then. 300 bits from
First vote's coming in, ladies and
Mr.
gentlemen.
Smith. I love to see it. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Hold on, I'll turn on my camera. Mr. Smith, thank you. Oh, Sony.
Hype train is close.
Huge votes coming back now, ladies and gentlemen.
All
The
I need is,
election, the
like,
night is young on this
more.
election. It's anybody's presidency.
Zonia with the 20 subs. Shout out to Zonia. Thank you for being a kind supporter. 379 subs in total. Sure, seriously, Zonia's been amazing to this community. Been amazing to me. I don't know if I deserve it, but she's still around all the time. And it's just like really, really appreciate it. So thank you, Zonia, for the real kindness.
Yeah, no problem. I actually haven't been around lately. I've been taking a break from everything.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, then it's good that you paid up then. So, one more person, and we can start us off the hype train at an extremely good spot. Like, holy crap. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. If you have a resub, use that resub on the hype train. That'll get it started. We just need one more person to get that thing rolling. But if you have Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming, use that on the channel. I've been enjoying this content. We're giving you a lot of this content, a whole lot of this content, right? If you like that, then support this channel by subbing, gifting bits, or gifting subs like Sonia. Yeah, if you can gift 20 subs like Sonia, that'd be fucking amazing too. But oh, thank you, Mr. Smith, for using your Prime Gaming and resubbing for 11 months. But we still need a third separate person to start the sub train. But Mr. Smith, seriously, thank you for the resubbing with your Prime Gaming. Helps out a ton. If you have a Prime Gaming, Amazon Prime/Prime Gaming, use that sub here on this community. It costs you nothing, but does a lot for this community. Thank you, Meatwad. Meatwad helped us out a bunch on the last hype train. Thank you for the 100 bits. And then Z Somewhere also helped us out, gifting another sub. 40 subs total. Thank you, Z Somewhere, for that. That's really, really kind of you. Because of those people. And Zero Alms. Hey, Zero Alms with the sub. Love to see it. Thank you, Zero Alms. Hey. With that sub, we're at level 3 hype train. 92% done. 8% left. 4.5 minutes to the clock. Now we get to level 4 hype train. We're almost to level 4. Almost level 4, right? Just
nice. Right off the bat.
Yeah, right off the bat. Thank you again for your kindness. But yeah, right after that, we are level 3 hype train, almost level 4. Can make it there. Less than 4 minutes left in the clock. Will we make it to level 4 hype train? Subs to the channel, gift bits or gift subs. Hit that resub button to help us out. Consider multi-month subbing. No one ever does that, but you can and get a discount when you do. No one tries it, but you can get a discount. 3 months or 6 months, you'll get a discount, but we still get the same amount, and you'll be supporting this channel to the future. But yeah, level 3 hype train. Can we get to a level 4 hype train? We're almost there. Subs channel, gift bits, or gift subs, super chats, whatever you like. If you're appreciating this content, and we give you a lot of it. Doobie, we got to bring in the money, right? So let's talk more about your fear of fluids, okay? All right. So you also don't want to. See, I just even mentioned you and fluids, and someone gifted 1,000 bits. Thank you, Jack and Dander Painting, for being so kind. Gifting 1,000 bits helps us out so much. Thank you for that kindness. Because of that, we are at a level 4 hype train. Completed that level 3 at level 4. Can we get to a level 5 hype train? Is it a possibility? 9% done. 91% left. Will we make it to a level 5 hype train? Subs to the channel, gift bits or give subs. Okay, doobie and fluids or various body parts, really.
We're financially incentivized to make Doobie puke tonight.
Yeah. But look, dude, I don't see what's disgusting about a butthole, right? A clean butthole, right? So Doobie and I have a deep disagreement about this. Like, I have no problem rimming my girlfriend, right? Like, I've giving her that sweet love, right? Butt love. And Doobie doesn't even like to go down his girlfriend. Wait a minute, why are we even going that far? Doobie doesn't even like going down his girlfriend.
Baby steps for Doobie.
Wait, hold on,
steps,
that's
right?
not true. Hold on, you're slandering me, okay?
Misinformation.
So there are the vast majority of women I've been with, I would never, ever, 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 ever go down on them ever. Right? I feel like that is a special thing that I reserve for somebody who I'm like very like interested in.
Because
But
of your
I don't need to be
discolored
very interested in
vagina.
somebody. I don't need to be very interested in somebody to stick my dick in them a few times.
No oral
No,
before
no.
marriage.
Tone skill,
So,
thank
you
you
know,
for the
if I-
sub. Right.
But like person enough for them to be my girlfriend, I enjoy going down on them, right? Now and then, not all that often, because I feel like that's like an inherently submissive thing, and I don't want her to get ideas about her place in our relationship. But the ass thing is like totally off limits. That's disgusting. I don't think you can ever like just clean an ass and not have shit particles on it still. I think they're going to be shit particles, microscopic shit particles, and you're going to be licking them up and eating them, and that is disgusting.
But
Do we have a question? Where do you store your toothbrush?
Okay, I have a very fancy toothbrush. It goes in a case and then it goes in a drawer.
Okay.
It is not just out in the open. I'm not a savage. I also close the toilet lid before I flush. Okay, I'm not one of you fucking weirdos.
Okay.
I also have my toothbrush in my room. I don't put it over there in the bathroom.
Mine has
Okay,
a
that's
special
psychopathic. I don't know what that
container
is.
with mine has a special container with a UVC light that sanitizes it.
Yeah,
But-
this isn't like 500 BC or whatever the fuck. We're aware of germs existing now. So given that we're aware of germs existing, I avoid germs.
Okay, all right. Before I jump into it, because of Tone's Girl, we are 60% LO for Hype Train. 2 minutes left on the clock, and it's 84% left. Can we make it to level 5? Hype Train. Oh, that'll be fucking unbelievable. Freaking unbelievable. But subs to the channel, give bits or give subs, resub. Use your Prime Gaming here in this community. Help us out. Help us move this Hype Train along. Save this Hype Train. We have 90 seconds left on the clock. Will we make it? Help us out right now if you can. Thank you so much for the people who've been helping us, who gotten us so
That'd be
far.
twice in one night.
That would be amazing. It would be truly amazing. But if you're enjoying this content, help us out if you haven't had a chance to do so before. Okay, so Doobie though, a human's crotch, right, is where dirt like gravitates to. Right, there's like a pool, right? and all the sweat and grime throughout the day just accumulates there. Now, your girlfriend, I'm sure she showers, right? But things circulate in that area. So even if you don't touch her butt, I mean, it's literally right there. It's centimeters away from her vagina. So if you're concerned about those shit particles, then at some point, you've already experienced them.
So
Okay,
Dewey,
so-
does your girlfriend wipe forwards or backwards?
That is
Because I've seen both.
I imagine that my girlfriend doesn't poop at all ever. Right? I imagine that her body is
Because
100%
that matters how much shit
efficient.
particles are getting. You know.
I like to imagine that her body, like my body, is 100% efficient, like Kim Jong Un, and we just don't need to do that, right? All the things we consume are used up, right?
Are you sneaking her that powder that makes their shit smell like roses? Is that what you're
Please,
doing?
please stop it. That's disgusting. Okay. God. So Prime, a very good shower, right, is required before I'm going to go down there ever, right? Usually it's always required before bed, required before any sexual activity from her. Now, I being a guy, right, it's a lot easier for us to clean things down there. And so I'm not going to require myself to take a shower, but because they've got holes, they've got crevices and shit, I think it's reasonable to say, hey, take a shower before we fuck around with that thing.
Okay, so but the vagina has like, it's got a whole biome basically in there, right? So whenever you go down her at any point in time, you're experiencing that biome. You said you know what germs are, right? So you
Yeah, I
understand. So
Yeah, not all those things in there are going to be like sanitary. I understand that. Even if
Okay.
she showers, which is why for the vast majority of women I've been with, I would never do that. I feel like that's a very special thing.
So what you're
If
saying
I
is
did
you
that for a
just
woman,
have a line, right?
She
You
is
just you don't cross
extremely
that
lucky.
line.
she should feel like the luckiest woman on the planet because I'm extremely good at it. And if I'm doing it to her, it means that I like her a lot, right?
Do we do eat shrimp?
No, I don't.
You need like to give her a T-shirt for that.
Yeah, honestly, like should.
What? Oh, because shrimp has poop particles or something?
Yeah, it's gross.
What about coffee?
Wait, coffee?
Yeah, what about coffee? Do you anything that has
Yeah, I
coffee
drink
beans
coffee.
in it? Okay, well,
I mean, yeah, drink coffee.
I've got bad news for you, buddy.
What is
According to the FDA, there's an acceptable level, an average of 10 milligrams or more of animal poop per pound of coffee beans. As much as 4 to 6% of beans by count are allowed to be insect infested or moldy. It's still legal to sell.
I think the numbers.
I don't.
I think it's like that also with other like meat products as well.
yeah.
It's like even worse.
Yeah, see, I've heard this before, but I think that the vast majority of that is going to be cleaned out during the coffee eating process, right? Where they're baked and shredded and all this kind of shit and like purified.
Yeah.
So like most of that's going to be taken out.
Thank you, Butt Odor, for following the channel. Much appreciated. Go ahead, Sonia.
Yeah, and then my own process of boiling the thing before like I ingest it, right? I want to make the coffee mix.
You boil coffee after?
Well, it's like very hot water. I wish. I've seen like vagina like steaming before. I would do that, but I don't know like how effective that is.
Look into saunas.
I think you'll be at the end of the day. You are missing out. There's so much your girlfriend can provide you, right? And I think, what?
Someone in chat asks, so Mrs. Smith asked what I think about underboob sweat, and it's disgusting. All sweat is gross.
Wait, what did they call it?
Underboob sweat? Yeah, it's gross.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I think sweat in general is pretty nasty.
Butt crack
I
sweat is
avoid it
probably
if
worse.
possible, which is why like a shower is required before sex.
But before all sex, not just.
It depends. So
Before and
if I just want a blowjob, no, of course. But like if I'm gonna go give her like oral whatever, like yeah.
So it's okay for her mouth to go on your dirty dick, but she won't go down.
My dick is not dirty. It's very clean.
Wait, do you pre-wash before?
Yeah, I do. Of course I do. I wash my dick all day.
All day?
Anytime
He's washing his dick right now.
Anytime I take a piss, I wash my dick.
He's got the Gavin McInnes approach.
He's got the Clorox wipes in the bathroom.
Anybody else notice he zoomed in on his head so you can't see his lower body?
So to be super clear, like I'm one of the hooded ones, right? I was not, snipped as a child. I still have my foreskin, right? And I've got a very nice penis.
We
right?
prefer the name Skin Gang.
When I pee, right, I peel it back. I pull the foreskin back and I pee. But then, if I were to like not clean it, right, even if I just use like toilet paper and dabbed it on the end or whatever the fuck, right, you're gonna have some toilet paper particles that get stuck in your dick. That's not a good time. Then you're gonna put your foreskin over it. That's also not a good time. You gotta go a little further than that. You gotta make sure you got a clean dick. So you gotta take out your dick, go to the sink, and really like clean that off, right? Like this is what.
Did you just say the
sink? Absolutely.
How do you do that in public bathroom?
I don't go to public bathrooms because I'm not a degenerate.
It's funny. I avoid public bathrooms too, but for a different reason.
Oh, fair enough.
Public bathrooms are pretty scuffed. I think we can really build a bridge
They are
here.
pretty scuffed though. Yeah, I hate germs as well.
Oh, no, what you would have really hated was when I was in Japan and I was in Tokyo, and I had to go. Like, oh my god, I fucking had to go. Oh, I've told this story before. And there was a public bathroom within one of your train stations, which was like godsend. Like, yes, right? So I used it, right? And then when I was done, I realized there's no toilet paper. And worse than that, there's no spot for a toilet paper. It's not like they were out. There was like literally no spot for it. So I was like, okay, and I don't think God, was the water broken too? Yeah, I think I couldn't even like so there was no soap. No, there was water, but like there was no soap. So I just pulled up my pants and like committed to not touch fucking anything between there and my hostel. I still had a few train rides left.
Yeah.
So
Oh no! Oh, that would just makes you shiver just to think of the concept. I always went back to the hotel. Like I didn't do the public restrooms in Japan. I would just go back to the hotel. The in general, I have not used many public restrooms in other countries that I've been to. There's some exceptions, but they're rare, few and far between. And even here in the U.S., it's pretty rare that I use a public restroom.
So, Doobie, are you do you use a bidet or a bidet?
Bidet.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I've got a question about those. Do you like dry off afterwards? Like, do you still use toilet paper to dry? Okay.
Yeah, you always got to use a little
No,
bit.
they have some where they have like a they have like a heater function and like a
blow dryer.
I don't want it. I feel like there's a smell associated with using the restroom that way, and I don't want things blowing around that and like in the toilet.
It's actually it's really contained. Like a good bidet has actually a circular system, so it's actually pulling air back in as well. So it's like circulating the air.
And I use there's like that oil stuff you can spray. I have a couple bottles of that too, just in case. But
I just used the blow dryer function and then dab a little with the toilet paper afterward, because the blow dryer function works great, and the way that it circulates the air, it doesn't actually come out and make a stink. You're covering the exit for the most part, right? And it's circulating anyway.
Yeah, but I feel like most of these people on the panel right now do not use bidets and have toilet paper crumbs on their asshole. They're talking just about eating ass, like disgusting.
You get your
also
your
you gotta shave.
That's like the cherry on top.
I'll do that. Do you shave, Doobie?
Yeah.
What?
Every so often. What do you mean? Of course I shave.
I mean, based on everything else you said,
your genitals.
Yeah, they're like, I think like usually a few times a year, sometimes more than that. I will shave my entire like body, like my arm hair, my leg hair, like everything.
Eyebrows,
but like no, obviously not my eyebrows. But
not obvious. You said everything. Not obvious.
I meant my body. When I say body, I don't mean like my head area. Okay, I think typically people will understand that I'm talking about like my legs, arms, chest, back, etc. Now, but the genital thing is something that I keep up all the time. Every time I take a shower, or take a bath, I do that.
After you shave your arms, you should like hug a cat or a dog if you haven't tried it.
It feels really good.
Yeah.
And just like wearing shirts feels really good.
Mm-hmm.
Afterwards.
You will shave your genital region. You get in there and you will take a clippers, I imagine, to your butthole, right? To
a bic.
A bic?
Like a Gillette razor, yeah.
Prime clippers? Like how fucking hairy are you? Like what do you?
Well, I don't know.
Scissors?
If you are really hairy, you would have to start with like an electric razor first, or something, and then go to a
Although you have to set it to number one, because if you go bare razor, it will cut you down there.
What?
I used Nair on my genitals once, and it it actually like burned. Like it was not a good.
It's Nair. You do not.
Yeah,
want
but
to do that.
so yeah, I usually just use like a razor, and then I throw away the razor afterward.
Not supposed to burn.
No.
There was a great or not I don't know about great, but there's an older Jackass episode where they put Nair in one of the guys' shampoo.
What?
That's terrible.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible.
Amazing prank,
Like,
agonizing pain.
Yeah, he's like, my scalp is burning, and then his hair is coming out.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
I've also I've considered doing like waxing, but that seems painful. So I haven't tried that yet. But
That seems like the way to do it if you're gonna do it.
My girlfriend wants me to do it, but she also like enjoys causing me pain. So I don't know if I should.
Clearly.
You two are freaks.
You got to fully commit, man.
Oh, Doobie, you're stepping into territory where I might have to kink shame you guys.
Would you let your girlfriend assist you with your backside region?
Nope.
Why not? Like to get
I can
all
do it
the
myself.
crevices, right?
I don't look. To me, when you're in the restroom, this is like a private space. Nobody else needs to be in there with you. You don't need to talk to anyone. I don't need help with anything.
She's
Just
familiar
stay
with
the
what your
fuck out.
butthole looks like, though, right?
Stay the fuck out. Let me do
But
my
she's
business.
familiar with your
Okay?
butthole,
I
right?
don't care what she's familiar with, right? She just needs to like not be around when I'm doing this. This is like a ritual that I do. Okay.
Okay, what is the purpose of this, right? Because your girlfriend doesn't, you don't like allow your girlfriend to rim you, correct?
The big cost opportunity.
No, fuck no.
Okay, so then what's the purpose of shaving your butt?
There's a lot of things. So thing number one, yeah. So when you have like hair, as you said earlier, right? So your genitals, your butt area, all that stuff. It's kind of like it's a thing where like bacteria ends up, right? And when you have a lot of hair down there, there's a smell associated with it. It's not very clean, unless you're like scrubbing it like a few times during the day and shit, and using like shampoo and shit. It's not going to be very clean, even if you feel clean. So I'd rather just like get rid of it entirely and have any hair that bacteria and shit could be clinging to that might cause any kind of unpleasant smell just from it.
So I think this unpleasant smell is in your head, though. I mean, if you're just taking as many showers as you are, right, and using a bidet and all that stuff, right?
I don't shower like every like hour or something. I do it like once in the morning. Typically, my routine is really quick shower, just like wash off with like no soap or anything, and then I take a bath, and then after the bath, I take like a more in-depth shower to like rinse off everything that I got in the bath, right? But this is like in like one session, right? And that's like in the morning, and then at night I take a shower. So
how long does that take?
Well, in the morning it's like an hour, but it's only because when I'm taking a bath, I usually like relax. I'll watch some YouTube videos or listen to an audiobook. You know,
that's based actually.
I have bath salts. I have actually Bo sent me some bath salts, right?
That sounds about right.
If it came,
she sent me bath bombs.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And so I use that. I have like no, not a bath salt. I'm sorry. I have Epsom salt, right? Like lavender scented Epsom salt and shit. But I also have like bath bombs from Lush. I have like scented candles and shit that I'll put on, and it's just like how I do that after my workout in the morning.
If your girlfriend enjoys giving you pain and she knows who you are, do you think she'd ever send you a bath bomb with like human shit in it? Because she know that like that would just like end you instantly.
I would literally die if that ever happened.
Yeah.
Dude, I wonder if they have like bath bombs that are like fart scented and stuff.
I think
I'll add like the gag store, yeah.
I think DB would get out of that bathtub. I think DB would get out of that bathtub and like literally kill the first living thing that he finds. That bathtub.
It actually doesn't take that long, and I'd encourage, like, I used to do meditation a lot because I wake up really early, right? I'm usually up at like 4 or 5 a.m. So I used to do meditation in the morning after my workout or before my workout. Listen to like an audiobook or something, and just like prepare myself mentally for the day. But in the last 5 years or so, I've started doing the bath thing, and it's a really good ritual. I think it really helps me to relax and kind of prepare myself for all the shit I got to do all day. So
we got distracted on your feminine routines, but like
feminine. Okay, I feel like it's totally masculine. It's like going to the gym, right? Go to the gym to better yourself.
That's
right?
some toxic masculinity right there.
I think push back.
I think taking a bath, with some bath bombs and some scented candles, and just taking a moment for yourself is absolutely like a masculine thing.
That's very nice of you, lady.
Prime's both and further pushing gender normative standards.
He knows that Doobie won't push back. He knows that Doobie won't be like, that's toxic masculinity, Prime, so he's abusing him.
So look, okay. But the point I was driving to previously is that I think you're making up this smell in terms of like the hair, like the groin hair. I think you're making that up. And furthermore, I don't think you have the evidence to prove that there's been improvement, right? So have you smelled your butthole before and afterwards?
No.
No. Okay, so then you might just
when I was a younger man, and I didn't do this kind of routine because I didn't start really doing this routine until I like started losing a ton of weight.
Yeah.
Right, and I started like really taking care of myself. When I was like in my 18, 19, I had a very hairy butthole. I had a very hairy body in general. I didn't really give a fuck about it. My girlfriend at the time didn't care about it. Right? She actually, I think she like enjoyed the hair. She used to call me like a bear and shit like that. 'Cause she was like very small, very petite, and she's like liked that sort of thing, right? When I really started taking care of myself, I started to realize I've got like a really hairy ass. And at the time, it was like an overweight ass. So sometimes when I'd go to the restroom, and I wasn't using a bidet at the time either, go to the restroom and I wipe, and because I got a lot of hair down there, I can wipe and wipe and wipe, but some of the shit's gonna be on the hair, and I'd need to like literally peel some of that hair off, right, to get rid of it. So I just feel like as I started to take care of myself, really give a fuck about what I look like, what I smell like, all the sorts of things, I just came to the realization that having the hair there is a net negative, so I get rid of it.
If you got an extremely hairy butthole, like exceptionally hairy, then fine. Then I'll give you that one. I don't want stubble. I don't want any thing growing back and chafing me. So I have not bothered. And there's no one going near my butthole like at this point in time, so it's like not a big deal. So I don't really need to manscape.
You got to do it for yourself, okay? Don't do it for other people.
I mean, ass hair. I'd rather wish I didn't have it at all, because ass hairs are like completely fucking pointless, as I've said many times on stream. Too many times on stream. It's kind of weird how many times I brought it up. But still, I ass hairs are pointless. But I like the effort to maintain that. Like, I think going smooth will probably be fine, but to maintain that, it's a lot.
I mean, just shaving my head alone every other day, it's a pain in the ass.
You gotta be better managing your time then.
No, I'm with you. I'm naked as a jaybird down there, dude. Like,
beautiful. Thank you. See, I can tell. So looking at you, you're
long hair, or short hair,
man. I keep my hair like short, just because. But not I've had long hair before, but I think my hair tends to get like curly when it's long, and I don't like it curly, so I keep it pretty short.
All right.
But anyway, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You want to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that you shouldn't see it as like a chore. See it as meditation. See it as a ritual that you're doing for yourself to really focus on yourself, and like they used to in like ancient times before a battle. There's a calm before the storm. Yeah, sometimes they put war paint on and shit. Right, your war paint is shaving your ass, right? Shaving your body, making sure that you're good, you feel clean, you're good for the day.
While you studied the blade, I shaved my butt.
So once you've done it once or twice, and you know, like the where to put the razor, where not to put it, how to put it, and so you can get it done in 3 minutes. Like if you keep it up. If you let it get long, that's where the shit gets hard. But if you just do it once a week, every couple of days, however your hair growth is, it's really not hard to upkeep. 3 minutes tops.
All right. Well,
I think you should do this for yourself, Prime.
Okay.
No, intervention.
But see, what I need, Doobie, I need is positive reinforcement. So if I do it, well, like to keep that motivation, I'll send you a video of me going at it, right?
I really I love you. I love you, Prime.
I need you to like look at it and say like, "Good work, Prime."
I care about you. You've really been there for
You're
me
his
in
warrior
dark
brother.
times.
You're his warrior
But-
brother, and war is coming.
No. Okay, look. There's a
needs
line.
you.
Okay, there's a line. Sing your butthole is that line. Okay, like I'm not gonna do it.
Can we get a subathon where instead of extending the stream length every time someone subs, it's another day? Prime's gonna have to keep up this shave routine.
Yeah. That'll do it. That'll make me do it. I'll shave my butthole.
Donate now, folks.
Yeah. Like, you hit a certain number of subs, I will definitely shave my butthole. I guess I'll put it in a baggie for like, proof or something. I don't know.
You can send it. You can sell like 1 hair per sub, and just mail it out to people.
I'm more.
I mean, it's no
about
different than
people
fart in a
who
jar, I
ask
guess.
For the hair, Like the people who are excited about getting the hair, that would worry me to see what those numbers are.
I don't think anyone. I'm not beautiful enough. I'm sorry. I don't think anyone is gonna care about my hair.
Don't underestimate the Twitch audience.
But Doobie's a bro, though, right? This is a bro thing to do.
No, look. I understand what you're getting at, but and like I said, I love you. You're a good friend of mine. You've really been there for me some trying times, but that's a line too far. Okay.
All right. I'll
Can't
keep
do it.
this in mind for the future.
We brave few. We'll be there for you, Prime.
Yeah. So I can send my butthole video to you all then.
Well, I don't know about that. Hold on a minute. It was metaphorical.
I am declining this and stating
Hey.
unequivocally, no butthole.
I'm 46 years
No,
old. There's nothing I haven't seen. Just
Oh,
saying.
gotcha, right? See, a real homie right there. Thank you so much. All right. Well, I hope you've enjoyed this content. I hope you've enjoyed whatever it is we've gotten up to in the last fucking half hour here. I hope you haven't unsubscribed or unfollowed because of that, but you know, we'll see. All right, and I couldn't blame you if you did. So what we'll do is we're going to raid our friend, and we'll be back, of course, in the future. Guys, if you've been enjoying this content, hit that follow button, subscribe to the channel, all that good stuff, right? How about this community? Support this community, hit the like button or whatever the fuck, I don't know, any kind of buttons, any of the positive buttons, hit the positive buttons. And we'll continue on in the future. So we'll see if our friend, what did I just do? There we go. Let's see if our friend Stardust is still streaming. She is. So we'll send her out there. Give her and ask for a palm. Give her type shave buttholes into her chat. Shave buttholes. That's the raid message, everyone. Shave buttholes. And we will see you again. We're always streaming. We'll be back tomorrow with some gameplay as always, and then more stuff. Okay, off you go. Bye.
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 Bye.